gozaimashita. My Japanese is very bad. Very, very, very bad. But it's funny. So fun. Much amused. Big wow. Much amused. Big wow. Yes. We do the thing because the thing do us. Okay, well, we're gonna go experience some story. Ow. I don't know what one to do. We're gonna do. You know, I have stuff to drop off in Solitude anyways. We'll start there. That's what we'll do. Ow. We'll go down to the docks afterwards, but I want to really quick go drop some stuff off at Solitude that's been in my inventory for a while that I've been meaning to get rid of for some time. And I'm also going to open up my church's chicken here so I can eat a little bit as we go. I'm so grateful to have good roommates. They're wonderful people, really. I was not expecting to wake up to takeout. It's lovely. I hope they know how much I appreciate them. Okay, the Bard's College is over here. And I believe it says to take those to the Bard's College. I think this is the Bard's College. Where's my inventory? Is it in supplies? Yes. Bring this to the Bard's College. Yes. Yeah, I got a couple of things to the Bard's College here.
Wait, but what do I see? Brave soul, away!
We'll just go around until it says place. Cool. I love completing a good museum. And we got one for the Orsimer Glories and one for Xanon's workshop. So I guess we could quickly take care of those as well, so that I don't have them in my inventory. I don't know if they take up an inventory slot, but it's better than having them rotting in there. Alright, we're right near Orsimer, so we'll just go there first. I don't know where the House of Orsimer Glories is. Sure, we'll figure that out pretty quickly, but... There it is. I'm glad it's on the map. Makes finding it much easier. It's pretty cool. It's pretty cool. I didn't know these were here, but I kind of like it. Okay, and then Clockwork City, which was here. I'm assuming it's in the city. We'll find out in a moment, I'm sure. The church has pretty good mac and cheese. I'm not going to say they're like the best mac and cheese in the world, but like, of the fast food places, they're pretty decent. They overcook their noodles a bit. But when you're cooking on that level of a scale, it's kind of hard not to. Why did I come in here? I don't know. Need to find somebody's workshop. Maybe that's what's over here. Let's go take a look. Xenon's workshop in the Clockwork City. Yeah. That one's the only one that's not marked, so I'm assuming that's got to be his workshop, right? Looks like a house, actually. Well, this one we might actually have to just wander around and figure it out. But I'm going to at least take a look around.
A useful find.
Never actually seen this one. What's it look like? Seems unusual for being in the Dwarven City. Looked like an entrance that would be a bit more at home in the Soul Cairn or in Apocrypha. Yeah, this definitely has some Soul Cairn vibes to it. A portal. Another portal? Aw, bro, I can't even go over to the portal? That's fucked up! Why are you gonna put cool shit that I can't go touch? Where do the portals go? Anywhere? Okay, kind of dig this place. This is kind of cool. Damn, this place pretty big too. This place is cozy. A little creepy, but like that's not a bad thing. Lots of open space to craft things in. And sort of a labyrinth. Not the best labyrinth, but it might be cool. And it's cool that you can see down in from above. But those tall buildings kind of make it easily navigable. Find that putting it on a level field and making sure the players inside can't actually see anything outside to give them a reference of frame is best. It's pretty nice out here, though. I mean, like, pretty cool. This is very neat. Now let's go take a look inside the house real quick. This place is ginormous. This place has got to be expensive, right? Yeah, it looks like this is an entrance. That's an entrance. Lots of entrances. You can jump down in from above, I'm sure. What's it look like inside? Okay, kind of quaint. Nice little spiral staircase. Ooh, goes up to the top floor. Let's take a look up here first. Okay, not much to this top floor, but this could be a nice little hideaway, little bedroom. Fireplace. I don't like the placement of the fireplace here. Can I move that? Or can I only move the... Yeah, you can only move the logs. That's sad. That would be really cool if they had put this, like, to the side of it, and to the side of it, and put, like, right in the middle here. It would look way cooler. Or, like, on that wall, even. But it being kind of off to the side gives a vibe that I'm not down with. Alright. This place is kind of neat. This is kind of neat. This is a decent house. Alright, a little more mac and cheese. Thank you, churches, for giving us a spork. Oh. They have really good flavor for their mac and cheese. If they could just not overcook the noodles, it'd be perfect. The exit's a little glitchy. Okay, I'm not sure where this workshop is. I know I'm missing something, I just don't know where. Could it be downstairs, maybe? I don't know. I mean, it has to be somewhere, right? Maybe it's down under the city? I know there is a place down there. A few of them. In fact. Okay, let's take a look. Ow.
I just don't know. I always expected Clockwork City to be a bit more hospitable.
We need not the breeze of luxury to find our secrets here.
Still, you never tire of it? The smell of oil or the taste of gruel?
Your mind must become a gear, a single constant winding in perfect rhythm.
That's true, I suppose.
So confused. It has to be somewhere, but not on the map. So I'm definitely missing something. Here, I'll just Google it. I'll just Google it, because the other one was on the map and makes sense to be on the map. Ugh. Apparently, it's there. Because it's not marked on the map. Which is so silly. It's through that gate, right? Yep, looks like it. Ooh, chest. May as well grab that while I'm here. Um... Okay, now it's telling me it lied. And that it's over this way instead. I don't understand anymore. Something's wrong here. Different places giving me different results, bro. Little tiresome. Said the reactor district. Then under a stone arch and bear left. And look for a street light. Under the stone arch. left. And this looks like it's the place. Bro, where are they all coming from? Did you all just respawn right here? Fuck all of you. This is the place. Yep. It's annoying that that's not on the map, but it's not. Alright, that's all those little extras that I needed.
Remember, the parts are most likely in the Clockwork City, or in Dwemer Ruins in Tamriel. I've heard of corrupted memory crystals firing at random, so you may want to return occasionally to see if the Precursor knows anything new.
I see.
There's no way to be sure short of asking Lord Set, but many signs point that way. The dwarven influences, the different coloring, the male voice. Not to mention, he's more, shall we say, loquacious than your average factotum. Factotums don't have emotions or individuality. They say whatever their function to say, nothing more. But this one seems to have a personality of sorts. For what reason, though? We have to continue our research if we're to find that out.
I see. If I find any more parts, at least now I know where it is. I will probably forget, but... Now, Tamriel, and we were going to Western Skyrim for Solitude. Eventually, I'll never have to be alone. Dun, 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 dun. Oh, look at that. The Aurora Borealis windmill. It's a really pretty vista. Really pretty vista. Okay, now... it looked like it was down at the docks that we're supposed to pick up the quest, right? So I'm going to start down there. Because on the map, that's what it showed. So that might be that that guy just runs up to you the moment you're in Skyrim. I mean, look, he's right here. But, I want to make sure I'm doing this right, so... It says down at the docks. I'm going to go down to the docks. There he is.
There's no time. Take this. Keep it safe.
Wait, what are you giving me?
Information. The Ice Reach Coven at work in the west. Just need more proof. Go, they're coming. Don't trust them. Only Lyris. She's...
You there. What did that fugitive tell you? Who are you? Another spy? What did this lying Easterner say to you?
Why am I getting East and West Germany vibes here, bro? I was just thinking about my business when I saw he was injured.
Assisting a fugitive is a crime in Hafingar Hold. Unless you want to find out how we deal with traitors and spies, tell me what he said to you.
He died before he could say anything.
Lucky for you. If he had told you any seditious lies and you decided to keep them from us, you'd have been in real trouble.
He even has a vaguely German accent. I mean, come on, bro. Clearly, Eastern and Western Skyrim are basically like Eastern Western Germany at the moment. What the fuck is going on? I hear you.
Don't stick your nose where it doesn't belong. Solitude doesn't take kindly to instigators or strangers. And mark my words, you'd rather not get on the wrong side of the High King's guard.
I'm a friend of the High King, so you can suck my ass.
Just remember, I'll be keeping an eye on you.
Scared, I hid your horse in the woods. I'll wait in the barn by the stables outside the city, but only for one more day. An official-looking form with an annotation. Declaration of Customs, Port of Departure Sentinel, Port of Arrival Solitude. Cargo offloaded 3 barrels Oasis water, 4 crates Skaven housewares, 5 crates Thorstad pottery, 1 crate Sentinel canteens. Saw crew members surreptitiously marking several crates on the dock's hidden compartments. Couldn't get a look inside. A small, tightly folded note tucked in between the sheets. Left a surprise for you. Follow the directions. Where the stones stand south of the lonely docks, in the shadow of their shelter, where the living trees keep watch. Oh, it sounds like there's supposed to be more, but there's no more there. Well, it said south of the Lonely Docks. I don't know if this is the Lonely Docks, but it is a dock, and I don't see any other docks, so south of the Lonely Docks we go. Looks like they're inside.
Stay back! I'll do it! I'll stab you! I mean it! One step closer, and I'll stick you like a hawker!
Not here to hurt you. I need to talk to you about Brendel.
I don't know any Brondold. That is what I told the guards, and that is what I'm telling you. I don't want any more trouble. You make me stab you, and it's my word against yours.
He's dead. He left me with a handful of papers and a lot of questions.
Stone's mercy. And I'm next, aren't I? I promise. I don't know anything. I won't make any trouble. I'll disappear. I don't even like it here. You'll never see me again.
I didn't kill him. Just tell me, what is this all about?
He did not tell me a lot. Said he was tracking some bad people. Asked me to keep an eye out for any unusual comings and goings. He'd come by now and then with a sweet roll and a few coins for my trouble. He was nice.
And did you see anything out of the ordinary?
The last time we spoke, it was about the men with the job postings. A pair of wolves in sheep's clothing. Trying to blend in, but still rough around the edges. Same with their horses. Sheared mountain mares. Come from the Reach, I wager.
Job postings?
Flyers. They were hanging them at the inn around the city. Something about a lucrative opportunity in the Druidek Mountains. I really did not pay them a lot of attention. I was more interested in the men distributing them.
Okay. So what are you going to do now?
Take Brondo's horse and run before someone less friendly comes to find me. Bron was going to take me back east after he finished here. I want to live where strangers are welcomed with a smile instead of a scowl. I hear Windhelm is like that.
I would agree that it does seem to be that way. They were much friendlier when I was there. Are the people here that suspicious of strangers?
We're stuck between the despot of Markarth and the Skald King of the East. Both sniff around like wolves, waiting for a moment of weakness to strike. Not a day goes by without a threat of war. It is exhausting living this way.
You think those men were trying to hide where they came from?
They'd be wise to. The only time Reachmen and Lords meet is to kill each other. I always heard they were raiders and barbarians. No interest in honest labor, or writing for that matter. Not the sort to post job notices.
What do you think they really want?
Who knows? Maybe they really do need laborers. Can't imagine Reachmen would hire Nords, though. It doesn't make a lot of sense.
Tell me about the Reach.
A wild land full of wild folk, located south and west of here. It's changed hands between Reachmen and the Nords more times than I can count. But they control the territory now. Seeing Reachmen wandering the streets of Solitude, it makes me nervous.
Why does that make you nervous?
You'd feel the same if you knew the tales of the fall of Markarth. What the Reachmen do to folks they capture. Better to slice your own throats than let those barbarians take you alive. If they raid our hold, just run and don't look back.
Well, I hope she gets to safety, but... Follow the cryptic directions. We'll check the crates in a minute, but I want to follow those cryptic directions first. That seemed like something important. If you're going to give cryptic directions, it's usually because there's something very important that needs to be found there.
You are a knave and a cheat.
Ooh, this one's going to be a long one. There's a letter to Lyris tucked between the covers. Lyris, if you're reading this, I never made it to our meeting at the Blue Palace. I'm likely either dead or in the dungeon, but I was able to send word your way. I don't have solid proof that this Ice-Reach coven you're hunting is in Hoffingar Hold, but something's rotten in the capital city of Solitude. I know. I'm on the right trail. Unfortunately, it seems they know too. I wish I had more information for you, I'm sorry. Bring what I found to Queen Gerhild. She is more level-headed than the High King. Without her influence, I doubt you'll even be allowed to see High King Svargrim. Rondold. The journal itself reads as follows. This assignment is going to be more challenging than I anticipated. Locals are suspicious of strangers. Guards always seem to be watching, even in the city size of Solitude. Even among Nords, I stick out like a sore thumb. Made one contact at the royal stables, young woman named Coven. Starry-eyed, naive, told her to keep watch for unusual travelers. No one else is talking. I'm going to settle into a routine. Get people used to seeing me around. Everything passes through the Lonely Troll at some point. It's the best place in the city to talk to the locals and learn about what's going on. There's an orc that frequents the establishment. Goes by the name of Mog. Something like that. He seems willing to talk, as long as you keep his mug filled, as most orcs are. If anyone knows something about the Ice-Reach Coven, I'm sure to find them in the Lonely Troll. Any trust I built up with the locals evaporated at the mere mention of witches. Won't say a word about them unless you count prayers to the gods. I guess they take dark magic more seriously this close to the Reach, but they'd rather shut their ears to it than court misfortune. Corvin came through for me, said some rugged types arrived on the mountain mares. Trying a little too hard not to be noticed. They put up postings all around town recruiting for something. Sharp girl. A recruitment flyer is stuffed in between the pages. Laborers and craft workers needed. Brave folk sought for distant and dangerous work in uncharted territory beyond the Drudok Mountains. Travel mandatory. Food and lodging provided. A year-long commitment required with rewards to match the risks. Inquire at the Lonely Troll Inn in Solitude. Note scribbled at the bottom of the flyer. Seen these postings across the hold. Nobody seems to know what all this labor's for or where it's needed. I noticed Red Guard ships making regular stops at the docks here. Considering my chilly reception, I find that curious. Cost me a good bit of gold, but the local snitch, Grega, who I found gambling in an alley, provided a solid lead. Red Guard mariners are bringing shipments up from Sentinel. Manifests say housewares. Crews look more like mercenaries than traders. She saw one discreetly marking some of the crates. I think I'll poke around. Tried to grab what was inside, but I got caught and I slipped from my hand before I could wrest it from the crate. I managed to lose the thugs who were after me. I'm just hoping they never got a good look at me. Supposed to meet Lyris Titanborn. Hey, it's our friend! Before her audience with Queen Gerhild at the Blue Palace. Tell her what I've found, so she can convince High King Svargrim that there's a threat to his domain. All I've got is suspicions. Nothing solid. I've heard the High Queen rules with a lighter touch. She might be the sympathetic ear that gets us in the door. Goodness. They got me the spicy chicken. Oh, it's so good, but man. I wasn't expecting it, so it caught me a little off guard. I'm not unhappy about it. Here, if I grab it from down here, they can't tell what I'm doing. Fragments of pottery, possibly urns lit at the bottom of a hidden compartment beneath packing. Hey, a strange ash or dust covers the fragments. Right. Now we get to go speak with our friend Lyris. We should swim down here so we're a little bit less conspicuous. You don't see me.
Sea giants and vampires are everywhere.
I'm sure they do. I will speak with you later. I'm going to do all of the quests I can find here. I'm not going to go do that right now, but that's something we're going to have to investigate. Red ominous smoke in the distance? That can't be good. Goodness.
Vestige? You're a sight for sore eyes. Feels like it's been ages since, well, you know. I'd invite you for a drink, but I'm about to present myself to royalty just as soon as my contact arrives.
Rundold isn't coming. He's dead.
He's what? Damn it. Queen Gerhild will be here at any moment. Look, Her Highness is expecting to talk to me and my contact. I need you to pretend to be that contact, or this will go very badly.
I like your armored Lyris. What's this all about?
We can exchange intimate details of our lives later. Right now, just know that the safety of all of Skyrim, maybe even all of Tamriel, depends on how this meeting goes. So follow my lead and be on your best behavior with Her Highness.
Follow your lead with what?
Lyris Titanborn. Your reputation is known even here in the West. Is this one of your famed companions?
No, but I assure you my partner is one of the Skald King's best. Go introduce yourself, partner.
I am Gerhild, Queen of Skyrim. Allow me to welcome you on behalf of our kingdom, our city, and our hold. Who might you be?
I am Marco Wolf, Your Majesty.
The letter that preceded your arrival said an attempt was made on the Skald King's life. It indicated that High King Svargrim would be next. My husband took that as an accusation and a threat. He will not meet with you, but I will hear you out.
I've witnessed some concerning things since I arrived here, Your Majesty.
Have you anything that would persuade my husband? It will take some substantial evidence to convince High King Svargrim to heed the words of the hated Yoren, the Skald King.
There's evidence of Reachman activity around Solitude.
Reachman transgressions will not be enough for Svargrim to accept outside help. He's a prideful man, and the bad blood between him and Yoren runs deep. I will speak on your behalf, but you and Lyris will need to bring me proof he cannot ignore.
We'll find that proof, Your Majesty.
Thank you for alerting me to this situation. I am eager to see what else you uncover. I will do what I can, but be as discreet as possible. If you run afoul of my husband, he won't hesitate to return you to Yoren, and not necessarily in one piece.
Why is there bad blood between them?
Eastern and Western Skyrim have been at odds since the kingdom was divided. Yoren's ambitions for the Ruby Throne, however, have created a new level of tension. Forming alliances and raising armies for conquest. Should we not be wary of such a man?
Svargrim thinks Yoren wants to take over his kingdom?
Frankly, yes. He believes Yoren hasn't marched here with an army as yet, because the Western holds are firmly united against Pact rule. My husband is certain Yoren plots to erode those allegiances. He will not easily earn the High King's trust.
What sort of proof will persuade him?
You must convince my husband that a threat greater than Yoren exists. Further, this threat must directly imperil the High King. Find proof of this, and I will assist you how I can. Helping to keep our hold safe will also allay his concerns.
I see. So you want me to go out into your hold, help your people, and in doing so, build his trust. That makes sense. What we found so far isn't enough?
It's enough for me to believe your intentions are sincere. Learn more about these suspicious activities you mentioned, then bring it to me. If this threat is as dangerous as Yoren claims, prove it, and I will make my husband listen to reason.
I just hope by the time we've proved it, it's not too late for your husband. I also sincerely hope that you're not part of the threat. A soldier accused me of being a spy. Are your people always so suspicious?
My deepest apologies. Between the Reach to our south and the Ebonheart Pact to the east, our soldiers have come to see all outsiders as a potential threat. I will look into this. Vigilance cannot be allowed to become a bludgeon.
Thank you, my liege. I will go find things
You
with
handled
Lyris.
that better than I expected.
I deal with royalty on a regular basis. He was fleeing pursuit and gave me a bundle of papers before he died.
Lucky thing he found you. Brondald was supposed to get the lay of the land before I got here. Without his information, my work for Yoren the Skald King could be over before it begins. What did he give you? Hand it over.
Here's everything I found.
Smugglers and Reachmen up to illicit business. Nothing unusual there, but Brondald thought it could be connected to the Coven. I'm short a good investigator, and you stepped into the role easily enough. Can I count on you to help me with this?
What do you need me to do?
Brondald mentioned some locals we should have a talk with. A snitch named Grega, who likes to gamble in back alleys, and an orc named Mog, who frequents the Lonely Troll Inn. Let's find them and see what they can tell us.
How do we know the smugglers and Reachmen are even connected?
We don't, but it's all we've got. Even if they aren't connected to the Ice Reach Coven, taking care of a few of Svargrim's problems might earn us some goodwill. Now, let's go check out the back alleys and the Lonely Troll Inn.
Can you explain what this is all about?
Succinctly? No, but I'll try. The Icereach Coven recently attacked the Skull King. We learned they're planning something in Western Skyrim as well. So Yoren sent me to warn them. Beyond that, we have the leads Brondald found, and that's about it.
Tell me about the Icereach Coven.
Reach witches from an island to the north in the Sea of Ghosts. Nords drove their kind out of Skyrim a long time ago, and we thought they were gone forever. Seems we were wrong.
Clearly. At least it's not hag ravens. Damnable nuisances, those. Why did Yoren send you to help Svagrim? They obviously have a bad history.
While it's true that Svargrim and Yoren don't get along, the Skull King doesn't want something terrible to befall Western Skyrim. That would be bad for the East as well as the West. Besides, Yoren was hoping for an opportunity to improve relations.
I see.
We don't. Succinctly? No.
I ran into the Coven.
The Icereach Coven
I overheard them
recently
plotting
attacked
something
the
about
Skull
destructive
King.
storms and a
We learned their
harvest.
plan- I had a run-in with the Coven too. First at their stronghold in the Sea of Ghosts, then in Eastmarch. They tried to... well, let's say they had plans of an unkind nature regarding the Skull King. I stopped them, then came here to warn Svargrim.
Okay. Let's go search the back alleys, Lyris. It is incredible to me that she just runs along with a two-handed battle axe in one hand.
Castle Dower is a monument to the Western spirit. Stony and cheerless. Maybe the new tower will liven up the place.
Hey, don't step on the dice. There a reason you're interrupting our game, pork face?
Brondald said you might know something about the smuggled goods from Sentinel.
Don't know any Brondald. Don't know you. Either way, I got nothing to tell you. Get lost. I'm on a winning streak.
Listen, Brondald's dead because of what's in those crates. They'll come for you too.
Dead? That's a new one. Nothing Kassala usually moves through port is worth killing over. You didn't hear it from me, but she's the one picking up those shipments. Her warehouse is down on the docks. You want to know more? Go ask her.
I'll talk to Kassala, thanks.
Borfrey, is that you? Listen closely, you insufferable clod. I need you to find my notes and... wait, you're not Borfrey? I can tell from the lack of heavy breathing and sniffles. Who are you?
I am Marco Wolf. Are you stuck in a bottle?
Stuck in the bottle? No. This is a devious and very stubborn illusion. One that you now have the privilege of breaking. I was conducting some research, you see, and inadvertently triggered this spell. Luckily, I know how to reverse it.
How exactly do you reverse this spell?
It's quite simple. I recorded the locations of 3 verses of a powerful incantation in my journal on the off chance something like this occurred. Acquire the verses, come back and dispel this illusion. I'll make it worth your while. I promise.
Alright, I guess I could do that.
My assistant Borfrey has my journal. Find it, read my notes, and acquire the incantation. Also tell him to come get me. Someone nearly took a swig of me. Oh, I suppose introductions are in order. I am Narcissus Dren, famed historian, etc.
How exactly did you end up like this?
Does it really matter?
I mean, kind of, yes.
Worth his salt wine subtracting an illusion at some point. Oh, very common, and thus not worthy of discussion or commitment to record. I will say, though, as magical traps go, Maelmoth's wards are top tier.
Magical traps?
Indeed. I acquired a powerful scroll from the Mages Guild. I thought it it might direct me to a legendary illusionist's secret sanctum. Unfortunately, reading it led me to this dismal state.
Oh, I see. That sounds pretty suspicious. Did you steal the scroll?
Steal? We're adventurers, aren't we? What you call stealing, I call daring investigation. Melmoth's works contain a wealth of secrets. If we don't pursue them, some other historian will. I, for one, have no interest in sharing the glory with,
Go on, you have no interest in sharing the glory with who?
why, with anyone other than you, of course. You really thought I meant to exclude you? Oh, you wound me.
If this is just an illusion, why can't you move?
Oh, illusion magic extends far beyond simple parlor tricks and mirages. Skilled practitioners exert power over the mind itself. Intellectually, I know I am not a bottle. But the spell fooled some primitive aspect of my psyche into believing I am.
So you can't move because bottles can't move on their own, and you believe that.
Precisely. The spell turned my knowledge of the natural sciences against me. Crafty, yes? A lesser intellect might have evaded the trap entirely. How's that for irony?
Tell me about this incantation. Someone hid the verses?
Yes, the mage Melmoth hid them all over Solitude, etched in wood, tucked under cobblestones, and so on. Just another one of his insufferable games. In retrospect, I probably should have gathered the verses before, all this.
Who is Melmoth, anyway?
Who was he? Past tense. Melmoth was one of Skyrim's most gifted illusionists. A contemporary of the great Shalador, if you can believe it. Of course, he's been dead for hundreds of years now. I'd say his claim to secrecy died long ago.
So he kept many secrets.
Ah, countless secrets. He was a master illusionist, after all. Unfortunately, illusionists always cloak their discoveries in puzzles and traps. Insufferable, if you ask me. No matter. I never shrink from a challenge of the mind.
Fair enough. But that takes a secondary seat to our current quest. We'll free him if and when we can.
You must be Mog. I have questions.
Questions? Happy to oblige. Buy a few rounds and let's chat.
You're going to answer me, Orc, or...
Hey! Nobody intimidates my friends.
Princess Svanna.
A princess, huh?
Who gave you the right to walk in here and bully my friend? Did my father send you?
Why would your father send someone to bully Mo?
Because he doesn't like Mog. But I like Mog. Mog doesn't care that I'm a princess, and it doesn't matter to me that Mog's a scoundrel. If my father didn't send you, why are you threatening my friend?
We wanted to ask if he saw the people putting up the job postings.
Smelly bastards. Cheap, too. Wouldn't buy us a drink. They hung their flyers and left without saying a word. Then, a different smelly bastard showed up to sign on workers. He was a charmer, though.
You remember anything about this charmer?
His breeches fit well. And he was handsome. Not a Nord. Breton, maybe? I didn't really listen to what he was saying. A half-dozen workers left with him. Off to the Drudok Mountains or someplace. He hasn't been back since.
I see. Thank you, Your Highness.
Let's talk outside, partner.
Oh, well done. You handled the princess with skill and aplomb. Saves me the trouble of having to talk her down. I'd say I'm in your debt, but it was your she-giant that provoked her in the first place.
Fair enough. Do you remember anything else about these job postings?
That's what this was all about? You and this she-giant looking for work? You're too late, I'm afraid. The posting agent has come and gone, and with a handful of laborers in tow. The flyers are still around, so perhaps they'll return.
Any idea where they went?
I heard mention of the Druidok Mountains, but I doubt that was anything more than a false trail. Most of these mining concerns like to keep the true location of their hoard a trade secret. Well, is that it? You a competitor out to steal their mine?
What do you think this has anything to do with mining?
Overheard snippets of conversation and a feeling in my gut. While the hiring agent might have been a Breton, his associates were clearly from the Reach, by the way. I also heard talk of a lodge outside the city. Perhaps a stop along the way.
Thanks for the information. Good thing I stopped to talk with him, because he didn't tell me to, but
So we've got
some
a
good info.
mysterious Breton possibly working with Reachmen, recruiting workers for some unknown purpose. Plus, there's a smuggler hiding unknown contraband in a warehouse down by the docks. I say we deal with the smuggler first.
Why the smuggler?
We know where to find her, and we more or less know what she's up to. And if the two are connected, maybe the smuggler can help us narrow our search for the Breton. Ready to visit Casella's warehouse?
I'm ready to go to the smuggler's warehouse. Damn, there is you big. Not a bad thing, but damn. Make a man feel small.
I killed a man.
Kyne's Aegis needs your help. Sea giants and vampires are everywhere.
That's Casella's warehouse. Only one sentry. Let's try not to cause a scene.
Private property. Get lost. Wait. A half-giant? Is that Lyris Titanborn?
You know Lyris?
Blood and Blade. Everyone knows Lyris Titanborn. What a woman. She's even larger than I imagined. No wonder she fought Swordmaster Sai Sahan to a draw. Wait, is he here too?
No, just us. We need to see Casala.
Until Casala returns, I'd be happy to keep fair Lyris company in her stead.
Perhaps we could wait inside?
Alas, Casala doesn't allow visitors when she isn't here to conduct business. But we can wait out here. Do you think Lyris would autograph my ancestral scabbard? It would mean so much to my son. When I have one. Do you know if Lyris is betrothed?
I'm not sure, but if you get your scabbard, she'd be happy to autograph it.
Oh, thank you, thank you! You don't know how much this means to me.
I don't know what you said to him, but this... Good job with the sentry. You got rid of him and I didn't have to bash him or anything. See if you can pick the lock while I keep watch.
Poor guy.
See what's in those marked crates. I'll watch the door.
I knew whoever was poking through our shipments would return. Brought muscle this time, I see.
More than you. Care to try me?
I'll pass. I just want to know who's been meddling in my business. I
I had a feeling it wasn't just an opportunistic thief trying to steal my cargo. What are you after?
Proof of a plot against the High King. Care to explain what's in these crates?
A plot against the High King? Involving plundered antiquities from Hammerfell? Preposterous. I'm simply facilitating a transaction between treasure hunters and a rich collector. So, who am I paying the bribe to? You or the High King?
Neither. What about these reach fetishes?
Give me that. Tribal crafts my arse. I told that son of a skeever I don't deal in arcane goods, especially ones from the Reach. Nothing but sorrow comes from such business.
Who hired you to smuggle it?
Is it? No name, just instructions and gold. Shipments come in, I make sure no one looks too closely and wait for a pickup. Never see same face twice. Last time it was a smooth-talking Breton with Nord laborers in tow. You want more? I need assurances.
I'm sure we can work something out.
They're taking the cargo to an abandoned lodge in the foothills north of Solitude. Occasionally used it myself when the city guard was being thorough. Want to catch them? Start there. If that's all, we're leaving. I'm not losing my head over this.
Can you tell me if anything else about this Breton and his laborers?
The Breton was sly. Handsome even. Thought he could charm me into taking on additional shipments. Now that I know what's involved, the trouble isn't worth it. The Nords were local, hired hands from the Lonely Troll.
Never check your cargo?
I'm paid not to ask too many questions. This arrangement was a lucrative one. I trusted them, but it seems they took advantage of my natural greed. That won't happen again.
Rondold had good instincts. We're definitely onto something. Our mystery buyer is hiring locals to haul these urns and reach fetishes out of the city. But for what purpose?
Some kind of ritual, maybe?
Without a doubt. The Coven's attack on Yoren involved a ritual. Why hire locals, though? Seems like an unnecessary risk. And how does the Breton figure in? I suppose using different people draws less attention. Something doesn't feel right.
We should check out that abandoned lodge.
No reason not to. Head there while I circle around from the other direction in case they're already on the move. Just be careful. I'd rather not lose another partner before we actually figure out what we're up against.
See you at the lodge.
Give your sentry my best, and tell him I owe him an autograph.
Oh, he's gonna get more than an autograph if I see him again.
Poor guy.
More than I...
Moithra's path leads us to victory.
Well, that was easy. He didn't even get to finish his sentence. Huh. Well, that's, not good. Decidedly.
Over here, partner. All I found were these Reachmen stalking the pass. Decided they'd rather die than talk, so I obliged. They don't look like they're from Icereach, but they are wearing the Coven's medallions. Anyway, did you find the lodge?
The lodge was empty, but I found a letter for the Breton and killed the Breton. Orders to send the shipment to Kilcreath.
Kilcreath? The temple to Meridia? Why would the Icereach Coven target a local Daedra cult?
I don't know. The letter said they were ready to start the ritual as soon as they arrived at the shipment.
Damn, we're running out of time. I'll head back to Solitude and try again to warn High King Svargrim. You go to Kilcreath Temple and alert Meridia's priests. I'll meet you there as soon as I can.
Warn the priest? Shouldn't I attempt to stop the ritual?
You'll be going up against the Coven by yourself. Warn the priests. If there's an opportunity to safely stop or delay the ritual, by all means. But don't take any unnecessary chances. I still don't want to lose another partner. Good luck.
I'll see you at Kilcreath Temple after you warn the High King.
Stop! A disaster has befallen Kilcreath Temple. Don't be alarmed. I mean you no harm. But there are Harrow fiends swarming around Kilcreath Temple who do. Head back to safety before they find you.
I was sent to warn the temple priests.
I'm sorry, but you're too late. An unnatural storm struck the temple, and now the entire area is overrun by vampires and Harrow fiends.
What are Harrow fiends, and for that matter, who are you?
Harrow fiends are feral vampires, a byproduct of the unnatural Harrow storm. As for me, I am Fenorian of House Ravenwatch.
Oh.
I came here on the trail of remains stolen from a mass grave in Bankurai. They were shipped to Solitude in ancient urns.
I found the urns and crates smuggled into Solitude. They seem to be related to the Icereach Coven.
Yes, I've run into the Coven as well. The urns and the stolen remains play a part in a ritual to summon the storms. If you're willing, I could use your assistance. I need to finish my investigation of the site to see what else I can learn.
What do you need me to do?
I could use your help to examine the strange pikes erected around the temple. Harrow fiends and vampires roam the area, making it difficult to get close. Hence the need for your assistance. You see, I'm not that confident in my combat prowess.
No, but you have good hair game, so it makes up for it. Aren't you a vampire?
Is it that obvious? But have no fear. As a member of House Ravenwatch, I have pledged to never take blood from an unwilling subject. I assure you, I'm only here to help.
How can a vampire help stop the Icereach Coven?
I am much more than just a vampire.
I know what House
In addition
Ravenwatch
to
is, so I'm
being
not
an
asking
agent
that
of House
question.
Ravenwatch, I am a master alchemist and an expert in arcane studies. I do try to avoid direct violence, though, to make sure I never give in to temptation.
What has exactly happened at Kilcreath Temple?
The Icereach Coven performed a ritual that unleashed a Harrow storm on the temple. It struck without warning and evaporated as quickly as it began. But in its wake, it left behind Harrow fiends. Innocent priests and pilgrims transformed into monsters.
What's a Harrow storm?
That's what I heard the Icereach Coven call the storm that struck Kilcreath Temple. It's magical in nature. The result of some sort of ritual performed by the witches. I'm still investigating, but I think Harrow fiends are a byproduct of the storm.
Goodbye.
priest of Meridia. Maybe they can tell us more about what happened at the temple.
I heard Tenmar Walk was full of Daedra. You're no milk drinker, that's for sure.
Oh, thank Meridia! The priests and pilgrims of Kiltrith Temple. We need assistance. A great and terrible storm struck, and so many of us were lost.
What's Kilcreath Temple?
A temple dedicated to Meridia, the Lady of Light. Pilgrims come from across Skyrim to pray and seek blessings, especially at this time of the year. Please, talk to Priest Bavian. You'll find her in the nearby cave, tending to the injured.
Who's Priest Bavian?
She's the ranking priest, after High Priest Varkor. But we haven't seen the High Priest since the storm hit. Bavian led a group of us to safety. There are more priests and pilgrims out there. If you're willing to help, please talk to Bavian.
I'll talk to Priest Bavian.
The living take precedence. We should search for survivors while investigating the pikes.
Another pilgrim seeking shelter from a storm? No, you don't appear to be a pilgrim. What brings you here?
I met a priest outside. He said you needed assistance.
Even in our darkest hour, Meridia provides a light. We were on our way to see High Priest Varkor when the storm hit. I've never seen such power. It raged like a thing alive. I gathered who I could, but the others are still out there.
Where do you want me to look?
Start at the stables to the northwest. I saw Acolyte Yold, Priest Irena, and Roligmorth the Pilgrim seek shelter there. If you find them, send them back here. After that, meet me at the Pilgrim's Lodge to the west of the temple.
I'll look for the people you mentioned at the stables.
Look for Yold, Direna, and Roligmorth at the stables. Then meet me at the Pilgrim's Lodge. I will head there after I finish caring for these injured souls. Meridia's light shine upon you, good friend.
Tell me about Kilcreath Temple.
Kilcreath Temple provides a safe haven for the priests and pilgrims of Meridia. At least it did, before this terrible storm struck. The Lady of Light has always protected us. Why today should be different, I don't understand.
Are you in charge of the temple?
No, that honor goes to our High Priest Varkor. I am but her humble assistant. She is my mentor and my friend. After you find the others, I'll meet you at the Pilgrim's Lodge, and we can search for the High Priest together.
Tell me about the storm you experienced.
We were on our way to the temple for prayers when an oily black ichor roiled in the sky. The wind picked up and red streaks of lightning struck all around us. We barely made it to the safety of this cave. The storm abated. Then the sounds started.
What sounds?
Groans, shrieks, blood-curdling screams. It sounded like wild and feral beasts followed in the wake of the storm. I sent Priest Osofnir outside to keep watch, but I told him not to take any unnecessary risks. We're priests, not soldiers, after all.
Are you in charge of the temple?
No. That honor goes to our High Priest Varkor. I am but her humble assistant. She is my mentor and my friend.
I see. You're out of information.
After you find the others, I'll meet you at the Pilgrim's Lodge, and we can search for the High Priest together.
Right. Alchemical residue.
An alchemical residue. That should prove useful.
See.
What happened to this poor woman? She looks distraught.
Check with her in a second.
Jock must like.
She, I think, has become a vampire.
Why has Meridia forsaken me? High Priest Vakor will find me. Meridia will save me. When things are darkest, her light shines the way. Please don't eat me.
This Bavian sent me. I'm here to help.
Priest Bavian? Where's High Priest Vakor? Did those horrible creatures get her? We hid in the stables, but then Priest Arena changed. That's when I ran in here.
Go meet Priest Bavian and the others in the cave in the southeast. I'll check on Priestess Dorinda.
Rest and no peace.
Ooh, another heavy sack.
It's depleted. Just ordinary sticks and rope now. Interesting.
Isn't it just? I do like House Ravenwatch.
Acolyte Ivina! Please, wake up!
No visible damage despite its proximity to the Eye of the Storm.
Looks like she's also been affected.
Acolyte Ivina can't hear me. She's standing right here, but she's gone.
That acolyte, she's just like Priest Dorinda at the stables.
Is this what would have happened to all of us if I hadn't gotten the others into the cave? I tried to heal Ivina, but Meridia's light had no effect. But what was that about Priest Dorinda and the stables?
I found the people you sent me for. Yolta's safe, Religmoth is dead, and the other...
Is like poor Ivina. We must find High Priest Vakor. If anyone is powerful enough to cure this unnatural ailment, it will be her. Meridia willing. We'll find the High Priest and everyone else safe in the temple.
Let's head to the temple then. I think what's happening is that they were being turned into vampires, but Meridia's influence is preventing it, but not saving them, I think. It's like not letting them turn, per se, but not letting them do anything else either. Hey, some free shrooms.
A potent find, Tamit.
Oi, no black sacramenting out here.
We emerge victorious.
Can you feel the lingering energy? That's Daedric, if I'm not mistaken.
I would imagine so.
These depleted witch pikes expended a lot of power to summon the Hero Storm. Now they're just ordinary sticks, but even in this state, they tell us much about the ritual that flowed through them.
Remind me, what did we learn by examining the depleted witch
I'm
spikes?
sure now that the pikes play a significant role as focal points for the storm ritual. The prepared pikes are depleted as the ritual runs its course, but I sensed lingering energy, including a Daedric taint. And we found an intriguing residue.
What's the significance of the
The
residue?
remains of an alchemical poultice that was spread over the pikes. Smells like rotting fungus, doesn't it? With a little study, I should be able to identify each ingredient in its makeup. Then I can begin to understand the ritual.
Should we take a closer look at the temple now?
One other thing I want to check first. I noticed the pilgrims leading a cart away from the temple right before the storm hit. Coven members could have tried to slip away among the innocents. The cart should be along the road south of the temple.
Let's go check on them. Seems a reasonable diversion. People take precedence. We can check the rest of it in a moment. We'll still be there. Hey, at least it's not a vampire bear.
Strange. They're alive but unresponsive. Check the crates and see if they contain the smuggled items.
They do.
You seem to know a lot about a great many things, vampire.
I'm surprised you're not trying to kill him if you know he's a vampire.
Did you find anything of interest in the crate?
Crate was empty except for some dust and ash.
I can't believe anyone knowingly involved would have let themselves be exposed to the storm. Perhaps the pilgrims were tricked into transporting the crate. Or maybe it was slipped into their cart.
Should we check on the temple now?
Yes, of course. Though I fear what we may find there. The temple was clearly at the center of the storm. Regardless, there's still a lot we don't know about the effects of this ritual. Observing the target area could offer new insights.
Let's head to the temple then.
Oh, Ivy.
I'm just surprised that a priestess of Meridia isn't immediately trying to slay the vampire. They are not exactly friendly to the undead, and especially not vampires. Servants of Molag Bal, each of them, after all. Not all willing servants, but servants nonetheless.
Be gone! Be a lesson.
By Meridia's light, so many dead. How could Meridia let this happen to her faithful?
These are temple priests and pilgrims. It seems the storm killed them.
Probably a mercy considering the alternative.
These were good people.
I'll need to perform more tests.
Alright, I'll help Valvian right now. The alchemical instruments I don't think are that pressing. But I think the temple could be very pressing. There could be people alive down here. So we'll take care of that first. The alchemy can come second. He doesn't seem like it's a pressing matter. He's not worried about it, like, degrading.
We need to find the temple priests.
We'll put down all the followers of Meridia we can find. They would not wish to be left this way.
I will watch over you.
Take his Meridian medallion so we can remember his sacrifice.
It will take down everything that moves in here. The followers of Meridia would not be willingly left in this state. And Meridia will not suffer there to be monsters left in her temple if we can prevent it. And we really don't want to piss off Meridia. There are Daedric princes to be on the dark side of, like Molag Bal. Nobody likes Molag Bal. Everybody who follows Molag Bal is just afraid of him for the most part. But Meridia is not one you want to trifle with. Bunch of vampire hunters that'll just endlessly...
Our own brethren have turned against us. They've become monsters.
Calm yourself, Acolyte.
I'm safe in here, but the rest of the temple, it's overrun with monsters. Worse, they're our own priests and pilgrims. I saw one pilgrim attack poor Larolvor, ripped at his flesh with her teeth.
Did the storm cause your brethren to change?
The storm? I hadn't thought of that. Terrible things started happening after it began, though. This may be heresy to say, but Meridia has abandoned us. She doesn't care what happens to this place. I'm going to stay here until the danger's past.
You should leave the temple before those creatures find you.
Who's there? Is that you, High Priest?
Damn.
Brethren, like vicious animals. We must find the others.
Damn. All I can tell you is this is going to be a war between Molag Bal and Meridia. Not that that's anything new, but it will be bloody.
Murnazu gave me no choice, Badly. I swear it. Just this morning, we were debating the mysteries of the colored rooms. Now he's gone. He attacked me. He tried to devour me. I had no choice but to kill him. To kill a cherished student.
Did he show any signs before he attacked you?
Signs? Do you want to know if he announced his intentions before he turned into a ravenous beast? No. Nothing. One moment he was fine. The next, he was a monster. The High Priest took the survivors and fled to the catacombs. You need to help them.
We'll go to the catacombs. You need to get out of here.
Wait. Follow me. He fled into the vestry.
Hang on, let me eliminate these guys for their safety. Not to mention, again, we don't want to piss off Meridia, and I feel that cleansing her temple would be what she would want. While we can. So if it moves in here and it's not one of our friends, it's an enemy. And it must die.
Please, you don't want to do this.
You are a slave to your hunger no more.
Don't worry, Zareth, we'll put them down. You may have been a follower of Azura, and as such may not have any love for Meridia, but I don't think Azura and Meridia are perhaps at odds, per se, just... I don't know. I imagine being princes they'd be rivals, but... perhaps that's too simplified of a thought. Daedra are, in fact, usually beyond the ken of mortals.
They're mad, beyond all reason. Even in this temple, Meridia's light does nothing to help those afflicted with this feral curse. We need to reach the catacombs and find High Priest Varkor.
For your sake, I hope that they're alive. How do we reach the catacombs?
The catacombs can be accessed from deeper within the temple. We just need to get the key from the Chamberlain's sanctum. I think I know why the High Priest went to the catacombs. It's not only a defensible location, it's where our relic is kept.
What relic?
Meridia's brilliance. It has the power to channel her light and purge the temple of this corruption. At least, I hope it does. High Priest Varkor wouldn't just hide in the catacombs. She must have a plan to save us.
I'll get to the Chamberlain's sanctum and find the key.
Dadna, Exavija.
Hey, Mark, are you there?
Yes.
Oh,
How are you?
sorry, 1 second. Alright, hi, now I can hear you. How are you?
There we go. I'm decent. Just exploring the story a bit further in places that I haven't been yet.
Yeah, that's cool. Hey, I was gonna send Snow some more stuff, and I can't remember his username. Can you
Snow Shadow.
Snow Shadow, okay. I
Uh-huh.
swear I will remember that at some point.
I've taken to every time I get on, I send him one mail and I copy his name down and then I just paste it into the bar and then
Yes. Okay, I'm gonna
send
just write
for,
it
like,
down.
the
so I
rest
don't
of the day.
forget, yeah. Okay, thank you so much. I just have so much stuff I'm gonna send right now that's taking up a lot of space that...
Yep. I do the same thing. Like every time I clear a dungeon, I have to go clear my inventory and send it to him. Dismantle things as much as I can, send it to him, and then dismantle the rest and send it to him.
Yeah. Yeah. No, I've just been deconstructing like everything, so...
Yeah.
Okay, thank you so much. I appreciate it.
No trouble. Happy to help.
Okay, bye.
This place is unusual. And in rubble, too. It was only just, like, it was a working temple, like, not that long ago. So I'm surprised that the statues and everything else are rubble now. Can't imagine these things did that much damage that quickly. I mean, it's possible, I just...
Peace. For now. Azura, give us strength. Your soul is bound for Cold Harbor.
Alright, this looks like the door that we'll be going through to go further in, so we must have to go up and get the key from that upper path. But now that we've cleared the bottom here, though they'll probably respawn in a few moments. That is one thing I kind of find a little frustrating. You can't actually, like, clear a dungeon. I kind of wish they were individually instanced, so that things would at least not respawn in behind you in most of the places. I could make sense in a couple of them, where like it could be like bandits returning from a raid or whatever, but it doesn't make it any less annoying.
Down here. Did you find the key that opens the catacombs? Did you retrieve the key from the Chamberlain's sanctum? We need it to open the door to the catacombs.
I have the key.
Perfect. There are only 2 keys that I know of, and the High Priest has the other one. Now open the door, and let's find High Priest Varkor.
Hopefully find High Priestess Varkor, and hopefully have him not be a vampire. It's not looking good, though. It's not looking good. Not looking good at all. They're undead even this far down in Meridia's Sanctum.
The High Priest with the light! Quickly, retrieve the relic. Retrieve the relic, and we can escape through the old air shaft.
Azura, give us strength. We are victorious by the strength of Alkarsh.
Oh, the Beacon of Meridia.
This way, my friend. Let's meet back in the cave.
I'm sorry your High Priest was converted to a vampire. For what it's worth. That's a big pig. So confused. How the fuck am I supposed to get up there? She's probably back in the tunnel. That makes sense. I didn't think about that.
How fragile my faith, when I can depend more on help from a stranger than from my God.
At least there are some survivors. What will you do now?
And such terrible things we witnessed today. An unnatural storm, vampires, innocent people turning into monsters. I fear this corruption cannot simply be prayed away. It seems that Meridia has abandoned us to our fate. Why? I cannot say.
Here are the Meridian medallions I retrieved.
Thank you. These belonged to Roligmolf and Acolyte Laurelvor. I wish we could have saved them, but at least we can use these to remember them. I doubt we can recover their remains before the temple is sealed.
How are you going to seal it?
Meridia's brilliance. I'm not sure my faith is strong enough to use it after all this, but I suppose I have to try. I owe that much to High Priest Varkor's memory. Do you have the relic?
Here it is.
I'll work with our remaining priests. Try to use the relic to purge the corruption and seal the temple. If that doesn't work, well, let's hope that it does. Thank you, my friend. You stood with us while Meridia turned away. We won't forget that.
What will you do now?
The injured still need to be treated, and the temple's corruption needs to be dealt with. Despite the way I feel about Meridia now, I still have a responsibility. I won't walk away from it. Not like Meridia walked away from us.
Sounds like you've lost your faith.
I lost a lot of things today. We all did. But that doesn't mean I won't keep trying to help the faithful. There are injured to tend to, and those poor souls who lost their mind to the storm. I want to find a way to help them all.
Do you know how to use the relic?
High Priest Varkor claimed it contained Meridia's divine light. There are rituals for releasing such power. Whether I or one of the other priests can make use of it, we'll see. I just hope we don't experience any more of those storms.
We can heal the injured, but Meridia's light does nothing for the corrupted. Hopefully you can find a way to save us from these cursed storms.
Yes, unfortunately.
My equipment isn't too far. Let's go retrieve my pack and find a safe place to analyze the residue we took from the witch pike.
I'm still flabbergasted by the fact that they aren't, like, immediately trying to kill this dude. I'm glad for it, but, like, it makes no sense. Meridia is very unforgivably anti-undead of all kind. Doesn't matter if they were accidentally turned. Doesn't matter if they're peaceful. They must be purged, according to Meridia's followings. There are no exceptions. But with their faith shaken the way that it is, I suppose it makes sense.
Close enough, Leech.
Wait! I'm not part of the coven!
Looks like I made it back just in time. This place is crawling with vampires, and that one was about to make a meal out of you.
That's Fomorian of House Ravenwatch. He's investigating the Icereach Coven just like us.
House Ravenwatch. I've heard of them, but he's a long way from Rivenspire. Well, if you're willing to trust a vampire, I suppose I can too. I spotted a Coven Witch. If we hurry, we might be able to catch her.
Coven Witch?
On the
Where?
cliff overlooking the temple. Calls herself Sister Embrit. I was going to rush her, but I wanted to make sure you hadn't run afoul of any of these monsters first. No offense, Fen. Come on. If we're lucky, the witch is still up there.
Alright, I'll meet you there.
Perhaps I could question the witch before you introduce her to your impressive axe blade?
I love that we're just ignoring his equipment.
May your spirit know peace. You will not last.
Why was Lyris running this way? I have no idea. This does seem to be a bit of the work of the Grey Watch. Or the Grey Host, rather.
Seems the ritual needs refinement.
Kill her before she can summon another storm.
Willing sacrifices. How nice.
Sacrifice? I'd rather give you my axe, witch.
I hoped you could take her prisoner. No matter. I found something. This way?
Go with your vampire friend. I'm gonna look around here.
Be careful, Lyris. We've already been to Molag Bal's domain once. I don't think you want to go there again.
Do you see? These are the same as the urns smuggled from Bankurai. They didn't just shatter. They exploded. I can sense traces of magicka clinging to the shards that match the energy used in the storm ritual. These other fragments, though.
Other fragments?
All this rubble scattered around didn't just come from these urns. The texture and patterns are different. They appear to have used the funerary dust in the urns to summon the Harrow Storms. But I'm not sure what was inside the larger vessels.
Larger
Look
vessels?
At the shape of the fragments. They come from a hollow receptacle of some sort. Something at least as tall as you. Perhaps larger. Just another piece of the puzzle. Maybe when I analyze the witch pike residue, an answer will suggest itself.
Come to Solitude with us. There must be a place there you can set up your equipment.
Thank you, but no. I try to avoid large population centers. Be temptation. You understand. I'll find someplace nearby, but out of the way where I can set up my equipment and work undisturbed. I'll send word when I have something to report.
Do you have a location in
I
mind?
met a clever woman who lives in the bog near Morthal. Old Mjolin's a dying breed among the Nords, a practitioner of the old magic. The locals both admire and fear her. If anyone can help me untangle the Coven's ritual, it's her.
Where's Morthal?
Western Skyrim consists of 3 Hodes: Hothengar, Hjalmarch, and Carthalt. Morthal is the capital of Hjalmarch. It's located southeast of Solitude, along the river Hjal. Old Mjolin lives in the marshlands nearby.
What makes you think old Mjolin can help?
Mjolin's experience with the old ways and reach magic make her ideally suited to assist me in this endeavor. She's the closest thing to an expert we're likely to find out here. At least one who doesn't want to feed our eyes to a harpy.
Fair. Have you dealt with anything like this before?
The Raven Watch has had to curtail rogue vampire clans and put down feral blood fiends on occasion, but I've never dealt with anything like this before. People turning into harrow fiends or becoming mindless harrowed. It's a nightmare.
Right. You had a theory about the effects of the Harrow Storm.
Yes, but more research is required to confirm anything. Still, from what we observed here, it appears the Harrow Storm produced 3 distinct results in those caught within it. It turned them into harrow fiends, or harrowed, or it simply killed them.
Well, there were also people caught in it that didn't have any effect, though, so...
So, what did your vampire friend discover?
Fenorian thinks the Harrow Storms created the Harrow Fiends and the Harrowed.
Each witch is summoning magical storms to create feral vampires? That's horrible, but to what purpose? Well, that's the next puzzle to solve. First, we need to get this information to the Queen. Here. This was for Brondel, but it's yours now. Queen Gerhild needs to hear what we discovered at Kilcreath Temple. Hopefully that will be enough for her to get us an audience with High King Svargrim.
Do we have enough evidence to convince the King and Queen of the danger?
The Queen seemed reasonable. She'll believe us. As for Svargrim, who can tell? I haven't met the man, but everything I've heard describes him as prideful, arrogant, and hard-headed. Even with the Queen's help, there's no guarantee.
So what do we do if High King Svargrim refuses to see us?
I'd like to knock down the palace door, grab him by the throat, and shake him until he listens. That would probably start a war, though, and Yoren specifically asked me to avoid that. For now, let's bring our evidence to Queen Gerhild.
Let's go see the High Queen.
If there's anything else we need to discuss, let's get it out of the way now, before we return to Solitude.
Why do you think they want to turn people into Harrow
You and
Fiends?
Fenorian came to that conclusion, not me. Still, it makes as much sense as anything. As to why, I have no idea. This connection to vampires, though, that's troubling. We should keep Fen away until we get into Svargrim's good graces.
Fen is going to seek help from a clever woman near Morthal.
Clever woman? Out here? Nords are extremely distrustful of magic, especially Nords from Western Skyrim. I'm surprised the people of Morthal tolerate her presence. If anyone can help Fen figure out the Coven's ritual, though, it would be her.
Should we help them with their research?
Our priority remains getting an audience with High King Svargrim. We need to convince him that the Icereach Coven is a threat to his kingdom, and get him to help us stop them. Let's return to Solitude and present our findings to the Queen.
What's a clever
Clever
woman?
men and women are Nords with an aptitude for magic, though most use the term to refer to practitioners of the old ways. They're rare, not the usual adepts found at the Mages Guild. Distrust of magic runs deep in Skyrim, especially out here.
Why do the people of Skyrim distrust magic?
Could be that the elves our ancestors fought soured our taste for magic. Or maybe there weren't enough skalds singing about wizards going to Sovngarde. Might be that Nords just prefer their natural talents. Either way, magic isn't popular here.
Fair. Well, it strikes me to say that we should definitely head back to Solitude. So I'll just teleport over there for now. I see no point in piddling around out here.
I think I read about this place in a book from my time. It is quite different from what I recall. Perhaps I misremember. Pay me no mind.
Queen's attendants.
Shit.
Let's get inside.
Be strong, Svanna.
Mother! No! No!
Svanna, your father, the kingdom. Watch over.
Mother! No! You can't die! Mother!
Sire, the assassins might return. You must get to somewhere safe.
Have Yoren's lackeys come to gloat?
We came here to warn you, Your Highness.
And yet my wife lies dead.
If you had listened to us...
Like she did. If I determine Yoren had a hand in this, there will be war! Someone take care of my wife!
Father, please.
That's not ideal.
What a disaster. The Queen's been assassinated and Svargrim still refuses to listen to reason. We need to find a way to set things right.
How did an assassin get that close to the Queen?
Good question. The guards should have been able to handle a run-of-the-mill assassin. This could be connected to the Icereach Coven. In fact, I'd wager my axe that it is.
So what do we do now?
Look around. See if you can find any indication of how the assassin got in and out of the palace so easily. Maybe even turn up something that ties the murderer to the Coven. I'll make sure the princess is all right.
I'll see what I can find.
Svanna's taking this pretty hard. I suppose most daughters feel close to their mothers. Not that I'd know, I never knew my mother. Sorry, don't mind me. Did you find anything that might lead us to the assassin?
Found this medallion nearby.
I've seen these medallions before. On the Reachman near Kilcreath. And I saw them on the witches in Icereach. The assassin definitely seems to be in league with the Coven. But can we get Svargrim to believe that and accept the danger he's in?
The High King seemed pretty angry.
Svargrim has every right to be angry. He watched his wife die right before his eyes. But he's the High King. He doesn't have the right to be stupid. Time to make Svargrim confront some hard truths. Come on, the Sword Thane led the king upstairs.
Lead the way. Shouldn't we just go through the door they went through? Whatever. That's a rather lifelike portrait.
We need to see the High King.
I should think not. The High King is in mourning. He's not to be disturbed.
The Queen's wasn't the only life lost today. Now get out of our way.
Go right in.
Your Highness, please. Your kingdom is in grave danger.
My queen's blood hasn't yet cooled, and already Yoren's lackeys hound me.
We have proof that the Coven threatening your kingdom is responsible for the Queen's death. Show him, partner.
Does Yoren think me so weak that he believes his half-giant can twist my arm and fill my head with lies? I am not so easily duped, outsider.
I think that's the voice of Sheogorath.
Reach witches. They pose no threat. We've beaten back those wild dogs time and time again, while our brothers to the east bow down to a poetry-writing milk drinker. I will not be lectured on such matters by the likes of you.
Have you heard about the Harrow storm that struck Kilcreath? It turned your people into Harrow fiends.
Tales told around campfires to scare the children. Storms happen here all the time, and none of them spawn monsters. The last spy who spoke of such things, well, he no longer speaks of such things. I am the Wolf of Solitude. I know my enemies.
Your queen asked us to bring you proof. That might be why the Coven killed her.
You dishonor my wife's name by letting it pass through your treacherous lips. Away with you! And pray I don't find evidence that ties you to the Queen's murder. That would not go so well for you.
We'll leave you to your grief, Your Highness.
I'd have punched him. Nords respect a little bit of punching here and there. I'd have knocked him right onto his fucking fat ass and been like, listen, you piece of shit.
Is it true? Mother told me you were working for her before she...
I'm sorry, Svanna. I would have saved her if I could.
My mother. She told me she gave the mighty Lyris Titanborn an important task. Tell me, what were you doing for my mother?
We were gathering evidence to convince the High King of the threat to your kingdom.
Threat? What threat? And do you think this is why someone came into the palace and killed her?
The Icereach Coven has come to Western Skyrim. It looks like they killed the queen.
And did you tell my father all this? Is he rallying the soldiers? Alerting the other holds?
The High King won't listen to us. He thinks this is all some plot of the Scald King.
My father sees Yoren's plots everywhere, even in his spicy venison stew. Well, I won't let my mother's death be for nothing. She trusted you, and so will I. My father be damned. Please, find whoever did this and stop them.
We'll do what we can, Your
I
Highness.
saw the assassin. He moved fast. Unbelievably fast. He leaped through the window after stabbing my mother. By that time, the guards had gathered, so I guess he decided to flee. Try to follow his trail. Someone outside must have seen something.
Did you get a good look
He
at
was
him?
fast, that's for certain. Here and gone before the guards could even draw their swords. Other than that, I didn't get a good look. The inside of his hood was nothing but shadows.
Are you going to be alright?
No. My mother... The last time we spoke, I hurled a mug at her. But I came when she summoned me. Just in time to see her murdered. I need to pull myself together. She asked me to watch over my father. The kingdom. I can't let her down.
Could you talk to him? Maybe he'll listen to you.
My father? Listen to me? When horkers fly, maybe. But probably not even then. He gave up on me a long time ago. I'm sorry. I'm no use to you. No use to anyone.
I heard what your mother told you. She didn't believe that, and neither should you.
I'm not my mother. Never will be. But I swear I'll do whatever I can to help you. You have my word on that.
Come on, Princess. Let's get you somewhere safe.
Don't call me princess. Just Svanna. There's nothing noble about me.
She's too hard on herself. Far too hard on herself. And that woman that ran screaming from here must know something.
My wife, she is like ice, so cold, so pale. All the warmth sucked out of her.
What happened to your wife?
There was a commotion at the palace. Everyone was headed that way, except one man. No, not a man. He wore an eye patch, but his face was bestial. He dragged her along like a bone between a dog's teeth. Then he tossed her aside, pale as snow.
Where did this man go?
He was fast, so fast. Ran toward the Hall of the Dead. He never even looked back at what he had done.
Probably seek help from the priests. I think she may turn into a vampire. But I suppose that can wait. To the hall. It's like two more.
Will you pray with me for these poor souls? Cut down and bound for the Hall of the Dead much too soon.
What happened here?
It was a monster, a vampire. I have seen such creatures before, but this one wore an eye patch. It moved like a shadow and took sustenance from these poor souls. I called upon Arkay's grace, and the vampire fled before his sacred presence.
Which way did he flee?
Toward the main gate. I pray the guard finished off the depraved creature before it took another innocent life.
Let's see.
You again? Didn't I warn you about putting your nose where it doesn't belong?
The priest said a vampire came this way. Is that what happened here?
A vampire? I don't know what you're talking about. But whoever it was tore out Cenolia's throat and fled through the gate before I could stop him. What do you know about all this? And why is it any of your business?
The vampire assassinated your queen, Whelp, and your princess asked me to track him down.
The queen's dead? What about the High King? He'll have my head for letting the assassin slip away.
No one was able to stop the assassin. You did what you could.
Yeah. It's not like I opened the gate and let him slink off.
Ooh, Rogvir reference. Rogvir reference.
No more questions. I've got to secure the gate and take care of poor Senolia.
This is Svargrim's fault. He should have heeded us from the start. Damn Svargrim and his distrust of Yoren. How many more of his people have to die before he accepts the truth and lets us help him? Forget that for now. Tell me about the assassin. Did anyone get a good look at the murderer?
The assassin killed more people as he fled out of the city gate. A priest identified him as a vampire.
That would explain the assassin's swiftness and ability to escape so easily. We knew the Icereach Coven had vampires on their side, but using them so blatantly. Anything else to report? Well then,
Wore an
time
eye
to fight
patch and
fire with
escaped.
fire. They've got evil vampires, and we've got a friendly one. Let's find out exactly what your friend Fen knows about vampire clans in the area. Where did you tell me Fen was going again?
Fenorian. He said he was going to see a clever woman near Morthal.
Right, to research the ritual. Go find them and see what you can learn. I'll stay with Savannah. Bring her up to speed on everything we've uncovered. We're going to need her to get the High King to trust us. And I'm calling him Fen. It's simpler.
Fen it is. I'll find him and see what he can help us do to track down Queen Gerhild's assassin. Anyway, let's go take a cold plunge and search our way to Morthal.
The potential for health or harm.
Welcome to the middle of nowhere, my friend. You must be freezing. Warm yourself by the fire, and tell me how your audience with the High King went.
Not well. The Icereach Coven assassinated Queen Gerhild, and now Svargrim distrusts us even more.
A bold move, even for them. Old Njolin and I have been comparing notes, and we've made some progress studying the Harrowstorm ritual. What happened to your large friend with the axe, by the way?
Everyone always liked Lyris so much. Lyris stayed behind to safeguard Princess Svana. I need your help. The assassin is a
We knew
vampire.
that vampires were working with the Coven. And old Mjolin and I can say with certainty that the feral Harrow fiends are byproducts of Harrow storms. You think the assassin was one of the vampires in league with the Coven?
I know it was a vampire. He wore an eye patch and dropped his medallion as he fled.
Eye patch? That's uncommon. And this insignia, I've seen it before. It's the same as the symbol that decorates the urns smuggled out of Bankurai. If it belongs to a vampire bloodline, I'm not familiar with it. I suggest you ask Mjolin.
I don't know how she'll know, but...
Local wisdom dictates that only the very brave or the very foolish seek the counsel of vampires and old crones. Which are you, I wonder? Well, out with it. What can old Mjolin do for you?
What can you tell me about this medallion?
A grim talisman. It bears an enchantment of some kind, though the symbol upon it holds no significance that I'm aware of. I can help find the owner of this medallion. But I need some specific items to cast such a divination.
What do you need?
Bring me the bones of a wolf and a deathbell plant pulled up by its roots. I need the plant alive. The wolf, not so much. With those reagents, I can conjure a divination that will lead you directly to the last person to wear this medallion.
How dare you ask me to slay one of my kin, but I'll gather the reagents and return soon.
Deathbell grows throughout the bog. You should have no trouble acquiring it. Wolves are plentiful in the wilderness around Morthal as well, but be cautious. Many seem afflicted by a strange curse. I would hate for you to run afoul of it.
What kind of curse?
An icy rime clings to the wolves, sapping the heat and life from their bodies until only a frigid, shambling corpse remains. You are safe from them here, but be mindful out in the wild.
I see. Well, at least I'm not putting down a healthy one. I suppose there's some blessing in that. Very well.
Good, good. Divinations can be fickle. The longer we delay, the colder the trail grows. Let's see if we can catch the scent of your prey. Mother Wolf, hear me. We seek your blessing in our hunt. Lead us to our elusive quarry. Mother Wolf smiles upon you. She has seen fit to join your pack and aid you in your hunt.
How will that help me find the vampire assassin?
Mother Wolf has the scent and will lead you to your quarry. I have enchanted the medallion with a divination spell inextricably linked to its owner. Hold it to your nose and breathe deeply. It will guide you along his trail.
It'll take me directly to him.
Mother Wolf will guide you along the way, but you must still complete the hunt and find him. If the assassin eludes you, use the medallion to recover his trail. The wolf is relentless in her pursuit. The question is, will you be like the wolf?
Yes. I'll find her.
And look! The magic points to the west.
Too much stock in rumors and all wildest tales.
I don't think we are the first to camp here. Lots of fresh tracks.
Allow yourself some rest. The Divines are watching over us.
They say Reachmen are prowling around.
I feel exposed out.
Carry the Divines with you, and you...
Is there something I can do in my inventory with this thing? I guess not.
Fair potential for fine adornments.
The assassin drained her of blood. Judging by the state of her body, she hasn't been dead very long. He must have been desperate to feed while trying to escape. Is it wrong to find these visions so intriguing? This one showed your assassin again, eye patch and all, by a cave near a waterfall. And the ball of magicka drifted toward the west again. I suggest we go that way as quickly as possible.
What about the victim we found here?
There's nothing we can do for her. The vampire assassin drained all the blood from her body. He took his time with her, I think. Probably needed to recover his strength after the events at the palace. Let's get after him before the trail grows cold.
I mean, as long as we don't have to worry about her becoming another vampire and rampaging out here, that'd probably be for the best. I mean, that's like the last thing we would ever want here. After all, we don't want random vampires, no offense, Fen, wandering around. It would not be for the best. Especially newly formed ones that don't know what they're doing.
Jone and Jode, guide our steps in this troubled place.
Hedrin isn't well. A Charis bit her. One of those giant cave bugs. The bite of a Charis, it carries an acidic...
Okay, I'll speak with him.
Oh, traveler, you must turn back. Chillwind Depths, it's crawling with giant insects. I need to go inside and gather ingredients to heal my sister. But the things in there, they keep chasing me out.
What's wrong with your sister again?
I'm a humble healer from Dragonbridge. My family, my brother, my sister, and I, we came to gather plants and other medicinal ingredients. Hedrin wandered too close to this cave. That's when the Charis attacked her.
A Charis?
One of the giant insects I told you about. My brother needs to stay by Hedrin's side. So, I'm trying to enter the cave. If I can gather a few special ingredients, I can make an elixir to heal my sister. Would you help me?
I'll help you gather the ingredients to save your sister.
Oh, thank you. I wasn't able to take 3 steps into the cave before something attacked me. I am a healer and not very good in battle. We need to find a chillwind mushroom, deep lichen, and an unfertilized Charis egg. Then I can heal my sister.
What else can you tell me about Chillwind Depths?
The cave system consists of winding caverns. There's a lot of wildlife down there. Some of it is the usual things you'd expect to find underground. Some of it, like the giant insects, is more exotic. It's dangerous, but we need those ingredients.
Tell me more about these ingredients.
Chillwind mushrooms can only be found in this cave. The bugs eat them, and the deep lichen that grows on the walls. Well, when they aren't munching on people. Mixed with an unfertilized Charis egg, they create a powerful antidote to Charis poison.
Okay, that makes sense. Kind of, I guess. Tell me a bit about your sister.
Hedrin's as sweet as honeysuckle, but tough as steel. Everybody loves her. She's younger than me, and I've been training her in the healing arts. But if I can't make the elixir in time... No, I can't think like that. We'll save her. We have to.
Goodbye. Alright, let's go get the stuff and then find this dude down here, hopefully, and take care of both at once. May as well, since we're right here after all.
Yes, this is definitely the place in the vision. I'll slip past and scout ahead.
Makes sense. I guess we'll go to the right, circle our way around. Makes the most sense, I think. Except that that does not appear to be a way we can go, so... What are you? Damn giant spiders. Alright, well, we can't go right, so... Guess we'll go left. A bit less ideal, perhaps, but... Such is the nature of the thing. If we can't go one way, we must go the other. Okay, nothing of interest in the spider webs. Yeah, now they're all over us. Perhaps wandering about isn't the best way to go about things, but...
Remember, we are looking for a...
I think this is where I found the harp that I ended up with. Yeah, because it was right here in this spider web. I remember now when I got this. Stupid underground complex, stupid delve. Why I let Obor talk me into this job, I'll never understand. Wasn't the promise of gold? Almost certainly. Did it have anything to do with fame and possible jarldoms? Maybe. Anyway, it was supposed to be simple enough. Sneak into the caves, look around for a bit, find evidence that these mythological pale creatures with a taste for flesh were real, and bring it back to Obor. Collect my reward and earn the adulation of thousands. Seems a bit ambitious for a simple cave delve, but I mean, who am I to say? Right, and I have swampland to sell to an Argonian. I'm not sure what these things are. I've heard of them called Falmer by some old locals. They look like some sort of goblins to me, but what do I know? Not enough, apparently, because one of the foul monsters took a good chunk out of my side. I'm bleeding like a stuck horker, and now I can hear the damn bugs too. They're getting closer. Obor, I hope somebody kills you, you bat. Shame. We'll say the glowing fungus and stuff that's down here in the Dark Reaches is pretty damn cool. I'm gonna smash your babies. Looks like it leads to the upper levels that go this way. But it looks like we have something to do over here on the left as well, so I'm not going to go through there just yet. That might be a way back out even, it's hard to say. But there's definitely stuff that needs done over here. Ooh, goodness. So we're going to go over here and take a look. Damn things are huge. It's a wonder she even survived if she was bit by something that size.
Dagna exavija.
Deep lichen. Giant insects love this stuff.
Is there anything important up here? Certainly doesn't seem like it, but... Not really, no. Not much of any import. Well, it was worth a look, at the very least. Damn, that's a pretty long one. Not terribly critical, I think, though. So I'm not going to stop to read it. Aside from a general skim that I just did, which was mostly about Falmer. And a bit of the hunt for Falmer. Ooh, a new lockpick. I can always use more of those. I love it when you talk Khajiit, damn it. Not gonna lie, it excites me in ways I don't quite care to explain.
Let us fight.
A Chillwind mushroom. Ah, and a fine specimen at that. Good work.
You know, for a healer, you're not much in the way of helping me fight our way through this cave, you know. Contemptible creatures.
Let us fight.
Watch out for giant bugs. They poisoned my sister.
Okay, so we need to go back the other way now. As we've circled back around to where we were. Okay, let's go up that way a bit. Already looked over there. chest.
Make some well-placed bets, and you may be lucky enough to double that find.
Okay, so this looks like it goes down in. I want to see if there's anything on top of this. So many dead explorers. Nothing good. Nothing really all that worthwhile. More Falmer. More lockpicks. Never have too many of those, I suppose. Nothing of any consequence up here, though. Or on this poor sod. So down through we go.
I never would have gotten this far without your help. Let's be careful and find the rest of what I need.
Okay.
That's everything. Meet me outside and bring those ingredients so I can prepare the elixir.
I'll escort you outside the cave, or at least back to the entrance, if nothing else.
I will watch over.
Why is there a bear there? Must have missed that one.
It is over.
Alright, to hell with these spiders, let's get through here. Oh, damn spider and Falmer, follow me if you wish.
I'll deal with you next time you fight.
Anything good here? A book that I can't read. Weird.
Once again, I prove that I'm a scholar, not a warrior. I don't think he expected another vampire, though.
Yes, you found him.
I found the camp. Thought it was deserted, but the assassin must have been hiding in the shadows. He got the drop on me.
At least he didn't hurt you too badly before he got away.
It had more to do with your arrival than anything I did. Luckily, he left behind his belongings when he departed. I saw a map and some documents over there. Why don't you take a look while I deal with this wound?
See what I can find. Pentorp Corb. The Harrowstorm at Kilcreath met with unexpected resistance. Our enemies have taken notice of our movements and seek to expose our plans. They are meddlesome, but few in number. Deprive them of their sympathetic ear at the court, and we may pluck a 2 thorns from our side in one simple stroke. The Coven has lost a beloved sister, and they cry for vengeance. Indulge them, my brother. R. Pentarch Corp. The mining consortium is in place and ready for your use. None of these stupid miners have any idea what they have unwittingly signed on for. nor do they truly know the extent of their majestic terrain spread before them. They will do the work and guard their secrets closely, ensuring our own secrets remain undiscovered in the darkness below. We shall continue to replenish the workers periodically, so feel free to dine or send them to your alchemist as you see fit. And when the time comes to perform the ritual, they will be in place to provide the energy we need. Sister Tharda. I see.
I didn't get a good look at that before. Mind bringing it over? Let me take a look at what you found.
Of course, there are 2 letters and a
The
map.
letters are both addressed to the vampire assassin, Pentarch Korb. That's an unusual title. This one gives the order to assassinate the queen. There the language is guarded. The other talks about miners and a final ritual. Very ominous.
I will agree that Pentarch is an unusual title, I suppose. It's not something I've come across before. I'm not even sure I could tell you the definition of the word Pentarch. Might be something they made up for this, or perhaps some other ancient descriptor. In fact, here, I want to kind of look up to see if it is a real word. Pentarch. Definition. A Pentarch is a ruling member of a body of 5, or a federation of 5 nations, each under its own government. Okay. Can also refer to 5 joint rulers. So we killed 1 joint ruler already. This guy would make 2. But it's a bit like the Black Hand, how there's 5 fingers. And then there's the palm that nobody talks about, which is the wrath of Sithis. Pentarch describe a group of 5 countries or districts. Oh, I see. So it is a real term. Well, I learned something. And if I learned something, that means you guys probably learned something too. Because I didn't know that was a thing. What do you make of the map?
It looks like a map to a mine in Carthald. It could be the one mentioned in the letter. If that's the target of another Harrowstorm ritual, we need to stop it. Head south to the mine. I'll get word to Lyris and have her meet you there.
Lyris is in Solitude. I thought you tried to avoid large cities.
My particular habits aside, one of us needs to find the assassin, and the other needs to alert Lyris Titanborn. I can handle the latter. Besides, I have no intention entering Solitude. A courier should have no trouble picking Lyris out of a crowd.
I would suppose that's fair enough. I'd recommend concealing your identity, though. If that courier thinks you're a vampire, it would look bad. Because a vampire just assassinated the queen and all that. Nothing against him, per se, but... just one of those, sad facts of the situation. But a courier wandering around town talking about Lyris Titanborn getting a letter from a vampire can't be good. And I suppose he is wounded, so he'll need time to heal. Although how he's going to do that, I don't know.
Quickly, Traveler, give me the ingredients so I can make the elixir for my sister.
Here are the ingredients we gathered from the cave.
Chillwind mushroom, a patch of deep lichen, and an unfertilized charis egg. Perfect. With these, it's only a matter of time before Hedrin is as good as new. Thank you. Please, accept this humble gift along with my gratitude. You have done a great service for my family, Traveler. Now my sister has a chance. I'll craft a curative and administer it to her as soon as possible. Thank you again.
I hope it's not too late to save your sister.
Mara and Kain willing, my elixir will work and she will be on her feet in no time. I couldn't have done it without you, Traveler.
Happy to have helped. What it's worth, I hope she gets better soon.
You kept my brother safe and made it possible to heal my sister. You have my thanks, Traveler.
Looks like their wagon might be a little dug in. Getting them out of here later might be a bit of a problem, but I'm sure they'll figure it out.
As evil lairs go, I'm not impressed.
I'll take that as a good sign.
Well, that was quick.
We think this old mine is where our assassin fled to? Good a place as any to bury him.
I suppose that's fair enough. Did he inform you of our findings?
The clever woman helped you track the Queen's assassin to his hideout in Chillwind Depths. He got away, but left behind evidence that the Coven's planning another Harrow Storm in this mine, and we're going to wreck those plans. I miss anything?
Since the assassin escaped, they're probably expecting us.
Good. Less chance of them scurrying away if they think they have the advantage. I'm tired of chasing these rats through the shadows. Are you ready to end this?
Let's go. Hopefully we kill at least one of the Pentarchs.
These tunnels better be dug on a large size.
Yeah, that would be a bit of a problem, wouldn't it, Lyris? We'll go down there in a second. We're just making sure there's nothing else special over here. Looks like there's some sort of passage that goes beyond that way. But nothing more. Nothing that we can follow, so see no reason not to
Let's follow it down.
Careful. The structure doesn't appear to be completely stable.
Relax. It'll take more than a rickety structure
What
to take down
might you
Lyris
make with that?
Actually, I was more concerned for my
Ah,
own well-being.
I guess we found
But if you insist.
It's interesting that we found a flute down here. I'm guessing that there's probably hidden musical instruments in nearly every place in Western Skyrim that we are able to find and do, goodness only knows what with, other than put them back in that museum.
I think there's a cavern up ahead.
Oh my.
It's just like the old legends. Blackreach.
Huh.
My research into Skyrim included the legends of Blackreach, of course, but I never expected to see it. It's massive. That letter you found in the assassin's hideout, it mentioned a mining consortium in the darkness below. Could this be the place? Right. If the assassin is part of a vampire clan working with the Coven, I couldn't imagine a better hiding place than this land of constant night. My guess is that most of the miners have no idea what they've gotten themselves into. You and Lyris should. It's our best lead for finding the assassin. But if the miners have even an inkling of vampire activity down here, my presence might confuse the issue. I'm sure I can find something to do while you investigate the town.
You have something specific in mind?
I'll keep out of sight and check the surrounding area while you and Lyris investigate the town. Meet me on the far side of town when you're finished, and we'll compare notes.
You mentioned your research included the Blackreach legends. Anything we should know?
Most of the legends are superstitious nonsense. It was once supposedly ruled by the dwarves, though. If that's true, we'll see their ruins. There are also a lot of tales about monsters. Pale, feral humanoids, giant insects. Be on your guard.
Falmer and Joris, I imagine. We've seen plenty of those, so I would imagine that's true.
And that's coming from someone who's been to Oblivion and back. I can't believe there's someone living down here. But at least it gives us a place to start looking.
No sign of the assassin yet.
No, but all the evidence you found suggests he's down here somewhere.
We still have that damn necklace, why don't we use it?
Can tell us. But be ready for anything. This place has ambush written all over it.
How do you want to handle this?
Let's split up. Take a look around. Ask some questions. If the assassin passed through that ramshackle town, maybe someone saw him. Call out if you run into trouble, but don't make a move until we're all back together.
You really think we should split up?
We can cover more ground that way. And lone travelers are less conspicuous than a large group. Plus, if one of us gets into trouble, the others can come to the rescue. Just stay close to the town. We don't want to become totally separated down here.
I mean, especially not when we're dealing with an assassin, so yeah, I would agree. Thankfully, I've been down here once before.
Did those two idiots set these things throughout all of Blackreach?
I want to move with some expediency. We'll speak with them about these other quests later. I want to deal with the main threat first.
You've done it, Club. What an exciting case. I simply must write down this new development.
Focus on the task at hand. There will be time for that.
Ooh, a heavy sack.
Something of value left there. Only fair that it become yours.
A blessed bounty for potion making.
Go bother someone else, Horker. If I don't finish this by the end of my shift, the Overseer will have my hide.
I'm looking for someone who wears a patch over his left eye.
What do I look like? The town crier? If the Overseer wanted us to be observant, he wouldn't have blindfolded us when he brought us here.
You were blindfolded?
You weren't? Up to this point, the Overseer and his wife have been extra careful about keeping the exact location of this mine and the mining town a secret. What makes you special, I wonder?
I'm just looking for a man with an eye patch.
Well, I haven't seen anyone like that. Now pick up a shovel and help me or hork off. I can't afford to lose this job.
Fair enough.
You must be new to Dusktown. You've still got that look. Well, get settled in. You won't be allowed topside again until you complete your contract. So you might as well get comfortable.
You're a prisoner down here.
Prisoner? No. Why would you think that? But we did sign a contract. Promised to stay until the work was done and never breathe a word. Otherwise, being a bonded miner with the Bitterblade Mining Consortium is a lucrative opportunity.
Have you seen a man with an eye patch come through town?
Can't say that I have. And I haven't seen any ghosts or monsters either, come to think of it. Even though the rest of the town can't stop talking about them. Anyway, welcome aboard and good mining.
Ghosts and monsters?
Oh, don't let the rumors scare you. Miners are a superstitious lot. And being this far underground can play havoc with your senses. If you need to know anything else about Dusktown or working for the Bitterblade Mining Consortium, just ask.
So you haven't seen or heard about anything suspicious going on down here? I mean, aside from being in Blackreach surrounded by Falmer.
Setting up their ghost traps. They're harmless. And if they make the superstitious miners feel better, I'm all right with that. Elle and Overseer Ulvar have been nothing but fair and honest with all of us.
Ella and Overseer Ulvar?
Elle Bitterblade. She owns the consortium. Ulvar's her husband and our Overseer. They built Dusktown to support their claim. They're savvy business folk. Secretive, but that goes with the territory when you break a new mine.
Have you seen any locations where the bandits could hide down here?
What a curious question. This whole place was tailor-made for undesirables. Tunnels, sunken barrows, dwarven ruins, lots of secluded spots. But don't worry, we're the only ones down here. Elle's precautions make sure of that.
How did you get involved with this mining operation?
Same as most of us, I reckon. I saw a posting in a tavern, talked to an agent, signed some papers, and here I am. Well, after they blindfolded me and walked me all over snow and creation. The work is hard, but the wages are excellent.
I see. Should probably walk a little bit of a ways away from people before we talk. But look at the view, though. This place is really, really something.
My ears are open to you.
Sorry, Zareth. I meant to talk to Lyris.
Time. These people have no clue as to what's going on down here. I wonder if being stupid was part of their service contract. Did you turn up anything?
No, not really. No one has seen a man with an eye patch at all, and most of them just couldn't care to notice either way.
Just because no one saw him doesn't mean he wasn't here. Let's talk to Fen before we start turning this place inside out. Maybe he's had better luck.
Fen said he'd meet us outside this far side of town.
Right. Skulking in the shadows. Lead the way. I'm right behind you.
Alright, let's go see him. I do like Fen. He's kind of interesting. But then again, I like most of the Ravenwatch folks. They seem an alright sort.
You're just in time. I spotted the vampire with the eye patch. He met with the Coven Witch, who immediately ordered her lackeys to place witch pikes around the area.
How can they summon a storm
With
underground?
arcane phenomena, anything's possible. If we hurry, we can stop this Harrow Stone before it causes any damage. You and Lyris should split up. We need to destroy all of the witch pikes.
What will you be doing for while we deal with the witch pikes?
I'll track the Queen's assassin and the Coven Witch. You focus on stopping the Harrow Storm. I'll find you after that, and we'll confront the vampire and the witch together.
Okay, that makes sense.
Move.
We'll take care of
You
the
take
pikes.
the east side. I'll take the west. Then meet in the middle.
A sturdy find indeed. Liquid treasure. Such potential from the veins of Nirni. Imagine the fine attire you might make with that.
Bit of torn fabric. I mean, I suppose we could. A to-do list, huh? My goals for today: find some mining samples and bring them to that damned Ingfrid the Tall in Dusktown. Finish my poem to Inguya, Heart of Blackreach. You have stolen mine, and so I screech. You are my peach, I beseech. Terrible poetry. I love it. A small bag of mostly worthless rocks. Well, I suppose we can take that back to them. It's a shame he isn't going to get to deliver his letter, but there's only so much we can do about that. Poor thing.
that rune means.
Okay, it looks like it's a good ways over there, so we'll deal with him first.
Well done, my friend. Before the witch could even begin her ritual, I saw the magicka disappear like the flame of a snuffed candle. The witch and the vampire assassin fled to Kogendams, a dwarven ruin. We can deal with them in there.
We should find Lyris first.
Time is of the essence. You get to the ruin, I'll find Lyris, and we'll meet you there. It's southeast of Dusktown. If you get there before us, go inside and guard the entrance until we arrive.
There's a lot to be found down here, materials-wise. I really shouldn't be farming these, though. I don't know what I'm going to do with them. I don't exactly have inventory space for this stuff, but I think grabbing them when I can, just so it marks it on the map, is probably for the best, so that if I need to find things again, I can easily just check some of the key places. I do kind of wish that it was specific spawn points for things, but it seems more general than not.
For something to attack.
I am going to quickly just dip over here to turn this quest in, to give him time to find Lyris, and then head over there, since it's just here.
Corpse, eh? Well, call me not surprised. He never was any good at this. Always came off like he was better than us working folk. But the only thing he was good at was slacking. All right, I'll pay you for his samples.
You expected him to die?
Yeah, so what? He was going to die sooner or later. I didn't make him take the job, so him being dumb don't make me guilty. Just give me my samples and move along.
Jeez.
Judging by this bag, it looks like he died for nothing. Figures. Now I got to find a miner who actually knows how to prospect. Well, I said I'd pay you, so here you are. Walk off, pal. No time for useless chatter.
You're not very friendly.
Mining is expensive and hard. It's even harder down here. Miners only survive when they're tough. How about you take your friendly and move along?
Looks like that way, and then sort of to the right. think it's up and around that. So I don't think we go up further. I think we go down and then sort of around. Okay, that should have given him time to find Lyris.
Furnishing, perhaps.
No, furnishing wouldn't be a bad idea, honestly, Zarathar. Not a bad idea at all.
A potent find, Tamid. The spirits smile upon this place. Beba Stinrazi. You do not know what a blessing water is until you have gone long without it.
I do think it's interesting that they did it like this, though. It makes some of the animations not make a ton of sense. But, that aside... Actually, I should check that while I'm down here. Do I have anything for Blackreach, for antiquities? No, I guess there are no antiquities here in, Blackreach. Which is shocking, you'd think there'd be tons. After all, this was the Dwarven, motherland, kind of. I mean, at least to my knowledge. Could be I'm mistaken, but...
Jet, useful not only for its luster. An inspired find, Tamid. Perfect form.
Oh, I was wondering where he was.
Your feast fights back.
But he's here. He's just not here. It was a little weird that we didn't have a conversation with them when we started things down here, though.
Not the result of the ritual is not. So they must have brought it from someplace else.
Well, that or they carried out a smaller scale ritual, perhaps. Who am I to say? But we should eliminate them all just the same. We don't want to get swarmed from behind.
Rest now.
Now we need to find Sister Tharda.
Did he just turn into a Falmer? Pretty sure that man just turned into a fucking Falmer. Because that wasn't a vampire lord for sure. It looked like a Falmer.
No choice.
I'm not quite sure what happened there, but...
Let this be a lesson. Silence at last.
Need to stretch a little. Oh, goodness gracious. Oh, great balls of fire. Hmm.
I'll unlock the door.
And be reborn.
The Ashen Lord commands it, and so we live once more, Orfra.
Alive again? How?
You have the Ice Reach Coven to thank for that, werewolf.
Using my recipes, witch.
I meant no disrespect, Exarch Singalis.
We're being watched, brother.
Next time, Tharda, the Ashen Lord, will expect more than the restoration of a single reliquary. Now deal with the intruders, or I'll toss you to the Harrowfiends.
Come out, little cleavers. Come out and play with Sister Tharda.
How many of your sisters am I gonna have to kill before you give up?
Well then. We learned about these with Gwendis.
Peace. And that cheek.
They're wearing Hagraven masks. They're not Hagravens themselves. Interesting. Listen, Necromancer scum. If you're going to be a Necromancer, at least have some class about it. Be good at it, you know?
One more witch for the pyre. Let's go after the other two.
I feel like this also blends to the Raven Watch quite a bit, because it seems like there is quite a bit.
Damn, we lost them. Damn it. The vampire and the werewolf are long gone. They call themselves Singalis and Ulfra, and they had an unusual rank or title, Exarch. I wonder what that means. Yeah, I heard. No idea who or what that is, though. Maybe Fen can make sense of what we saw down here. In the meantime, I'm gonna head back inside. I want to get a better look at those stone husks that were left behind.
What do you want me to do?
While Fen and I examine that ritual site more closely, you should return to Solitude and inform Svanna that her mother's assassin has been taken care of. She'd want to know. More than that, she deserves to know.
Fair. I'll go tell her the news.
I left Svanna back at the Lonely Troll under the care of that drunken orc Mog. Unless he ignored my rather stern warnings, he should be keeping the princess there. I'll meet you back in the city once we finish here.
What are you hoping to find back there, honestly?
Anything that tells us more about what the Coven and its allies are trying to accomplish. Maybe something about this Ashen Lord. I'd even settle for a clue that points us to any other strongholds they have down here. We need something more to go on.
Why did you leave Svanna at the Lonely Troll?
Because I don't trust the security at the palace. Vampire or not, the assassin had too easy a time getting close to the Queen. Besides, Svanna feels comfortable at the tavern. I figured she needed some comfort after watching her mother die.
I mean, and some booze probably wouldn't hurt either. What are you hoping to find at the ritual site? Oh, we already asked that. Alright, let's see what Fenarian thinks.
You saw it too, right? That werewolf shed that statue like a snake sheds its skin. Was she inside that stone husk the whole time, waiting to be awakened? Or did the ritual somehow summon her into that vessel? There's a lot I still don't understand.
What do you think Sister Tharda was doing in there?
A ritual, obviously. Remember the altar at Kilcreath? We found the urn, the reliquary, and shards from a large stone vessel. I think they were the remains of one of those stone husks. I'm not sure how, but it all ties back to the Harrowstorms.
How do the stone husks tie to the Harrowstorms?
I thought the purpose of the Harrowstorms were to create Harrow Fiends, but now I think that's only a byproduct. The storm somehow gathered energy that the witch used to summon Ulfra the werewolf. Ulfra seems to think she was brought back to life.
Back to life. Is that even possible? Yes, it is. We've already discovered that. We already did some of that Ravenwatch thing. We learned about that.
Then return to Old Mjolnir to finish studying the Witchpike residue. Maybe that will help me understand how the ritual works.
You can really figure out the ritual by studying the residue.
Theoretically, using my knowledge of alchemy and Old Mjolin's understanding of reach magic, we should be able to figure something out once we know what components were used in the ritual.
I guess that's fair enough. We heard them mention Exarchs and the Ashen Lord. Do you know any of that
I don't know
means?
of any Ashen Lord, but Exarch. I came across the term after the incident at the mass grave in Bankurai. It's a rank used by the ancient army. Its members were buried in that unhallowed grave, and their remains were smuggled here.
What ancient army?
The Grey Host.
I had a
It
feeling.
was an army of vampires and werewolves that rampaged across Hammerfell during the First Era. There aren't a lot of records remaining, and even the burial site was a closely held secret. Exarch was a rank, like general, I suppose.
Do you think someone is trying to bring the Grey Host back to life? I mean, we already kind of know they are.
I don't know. But that's the impression I got from the witch's conversation with the Exarchs. I wish I knew more about this Sengalis and Ulfra, though. And the Ashen Lord, for that matter. That's why I want to check the ritual site.
Fair enough. Because, at least from what I recall, we definitely seem to already know that that is, in fact, the plan. Because we went on that adventure with Gwendis and we discovered, a good amount about, things of that nature. We'll come back for the cloth or not. Is there anybody up here actually trying to fight this thing? Seems there is. I'll join in. I don't know if we have the damage for it. I don't think we're going to be able to do this, so I'm not going to stick around. I will, however, go back to Solitude. There just doesn't appear to be enough people there dealing damage to be able to really do anything. Why can I not teleport? There we go. Took a moment. Dr. Svana. Right, I was thinking about going to the palace, but she's not there. She wouldn't be anyway. Should be over here. That's good. Cheeses of Skyrim, Whiterun, Winterhold, and Eastmarch. Now there is one thing I want to check real quick. Before it gets too late in the day and the day resets. Because I hadn't bought my mount speed on this character, which is odd for me. I would normally have done that. So maybe I wasn't up at reset like I thought I was. So I want to make sure that I bought them on these other characters real quick. Momentary interruption, but important nonetheless. Okay, I think we're back. It's possible I just forgot to buy it on my main, but I want to confirm that on all the other characters. Starlink must just being a little bit dippy tonight, so I'm sorry if it cut off the stream there for a moment. But we appear to be back. All appears to be fine and well. We bought it so far on everybody, but we've only checked a few after all. I do want to make absolutely sure. Because it would pay to do so, and if I don't, and I haven't, then it would be sad to waste it a moment. Just a second. Okay. Why am I on this side of town? Oh well, let me head back to the other side of town. Why it's randomly updating sets, I'm not sure. Maybe I forgot to dismantle stuff. Did I forget to dismantle? It's not really important, but I suppose I did. I don't have much in the way of inventory, that's probably why. But it's not critical right this moment. I'll take care of that later. I want to make sure I've got all my mount speeds. I should also probably check that I did my daily writs at that point, but I'm pretty sure I did. But then again, I also was pretty sure I had bought my mount speed, and apparently I hadn't, so... Can't hurt to verify, I suppose. Oh, look, I had forgotten this one. See? It's a good thing I did check. I'd have never noticed. Or never known. Still check the rest of them. Because if I forgot one, it's likely I forgot more than one. Whoops. Didn't mean that. Can't believe I forgot on one of them already. Wait, did I log in on the Argonian? I don't think I did. I just accidentally moved her and then skipped down to the one below her. So I'll check this one since I'm already here. Good, I already did. I don't think I logged in on the Argonian, though. I definitely logged in on the Orc. Right? I'm so confused at this point that honestly, even I'm not sure anymore. Okay, I did. Very confused, though. It seems... It's not like me to forget to buy the mount speed. I'm usually very good about that. Only one more to check. Okay, so I did buy them on almost all of them. I just missed one. I mean, it's good to know that I missed it, because at least I caught it in time before the reset happened. But, I mean, I wouldn't have known had I not, but...
Finally! Waiting in a tavern without a drink is maddening. How do other people do it? And Mog hasn't been helpful. His solution to every problem involves a great amount of alcohol. What news of the bastard who murdered my mother?
Nobody ever said you didn't have to drink. Probably best not to, but... We tracked down and killed the Queen's assassin, in fact.
I would have preferred to see him dragged back here for a proper trial and execution. But at least justice has been served. Were you able to determine who was behind the murder? Was it connected to the threat you came to warn my father about?
Yes, it was. The assassin was a vampire who was working with the Icereach Coven.
Damn those Reach witches! And damn my father for being so obstinate! But what does the Coven want? Are they planning to kill my father? What else can you tell me about this threat to our kingdom?
The Coven can summon devastating storms that wipe people's minds and turn them into monsters.
It's horrible. But there must be more to this than simply turning my people into monsters. Well, I'll do what I can to help you. Mother would have wanted me to. What you've done and discovered will be enough to convince my father. It has to be.
Well, I guess I have a full inventory. I should rectify that. Oh my, yeah, I've been farming those damned materials. I really shouldn't have done that. Well, it can't rightly be helped, I suppose. Is there anything I can just, like, eat, essentially? Oh, I could get one by turning that in. Or selling off this trash here in the inn. Where's the merchant? There's always a barkeep in these inns. Innkeep, brewer, doesn't matter. As long as I can access a store. Sell off a few of those. All hail the holy sweet roll. Fluffy, gooey, warm, and sweet. All hail the holy sweet roll. All hail this delicious treat. This is funny. All hail the holy sweet roll, drizzled with its blessed glaze. All hail the holy sweet roll. Our mouths too full to call out praise. All hail the holy sweet roll, nestled in its ebony crate. All hail the holy sweet roll, served upon its divine plate. All hail the holy sweet roll, fluffy, gooey, and warm and sweet. All hail the holy sweet roll. All hail this delicious treat. That's funny. Somebody got paid to write that. Hello.
Hello.
Somebody got paid to write a little, like, rhyming thing for a sweet roll in this game.
Wow.
All hail the holy sweet roll, fluffy, gooey, warm, and sweet. All hail the holy sweet roll. All hail this delicious treat. All hail the holy sweet roll, drizzled with its blessed glaze. All hail the holy sweet roll, our mouths too full to call out praise. All hail the holy sweet roll, nestled in its ebony crate. All hail the holy sweet roll, served upon its divine plate. All hail the holy sweet roll, fluffy, gooey, and warm and sweet. All hail the holy sweet roll. All hail this delicious treat. Someone got paid to fucking write that.
You know what? They probably expensed a fucking dozen of them, too.
I know.
Needed inspiration, right?
Right. Lies with my father. If Svargrim would have listened, we could have mobilized our kingdom's forces before that assassin struck. But tell me more about the Coven. What can you tell me about this threat?
Fuck.
The Coven can summon devastating storms that wipe people's minds and turn them into monsters.
That's horrible. But there must be more to this than simply turning my people into monsters.
Doing the Western Skyrim story.
I'll do what I can to help you. Mother would have wanted me to. What you've done and discovered will be enough to convince my father. It has to be.
It's actually not so bad so far, and Lyris Titanborn's part of it, so getting to see Lyris again is kind of cool.
You counted on my mother to be your advocate, to convince my father of the Coven's threat. Now she's gone. I'm no substitute, but I'll speak for you.
Will the High King listen to you?
My father hasn't heard a word I've said since I was old enough to talk. But with Mother gone, someone has to make him see reason. You know, she tried to teach me, but I never listened. I guess maybe I'm more like my father than I care to admit.
Everybody been raving about these instant pot
Mhm.
appliances.
Yeah.
I'm like, fuck, okay, whatever.
I think they're a little bit
tried one.
oversung with the Instapot brand specifically, because it's basically just a glorified crock pot with a slightly higher pressure cooking capability.
Well, it's more. I mean, pressure cooker is fucking amazing, to be honest. So much better than a stovetop. I had one of those old fucking nightmares. Fucking bombs sitting on the fucking stove. But, no, it does all kinds of stuff too, like rice cooker, all that shit. It's pretty impressive, actually. I even got the air fryer lid. So, there is that. But first thing I tried in it, I think I'd mentioned that I'd had chicken breast with bacon and broccoli. I poured mango nectar over it.
That does sound good.
Yeah, it was actually really good. With onions and shit. Anyway.
I mean, you gotta have onions. Just
you would not believe how well onion goes with the mango nectar. Unfucking believable.
Yeah, it's a bit of that salty spiciness of the onion and the sweetness of the mango. But the mangoes also contain a bit of a bitterness to them. Did you know the skin's poisonous?
No, but I've never tried to eat one either.
I
So,
need a moment to think about how to
I
approach this. Consider the words
I
to
kept
use.
all the drippings from
Courtly
it.
manners are a bit rusty, and I've never been much
Kept
for
it in
diplomacy and
the
fancy
pan. I
speeches. Sore's bones, I could use
cooked
a
it in,
drink.
and I put it in the freezer so it froze. Popped it out when I went to go do this. Broke it all up, stuffed it down the sides around, because I laid down whole potatoes, chopped carrots, and then put this pork shoulder in there. And I threw in the drippings from the other in there, and that was my sacrificial liquid, right?
Yeah.
Well, oh my God. At the end of it, it was still thick. Like, much thicker than it should be. Like, you've got the drippings from the, before. You're going to have drippings from the ham. But because it's been steaming it off,
Yeah.
In pressure cooker mode, made it thick like syrup. It's like this sweet gravy. Oh my God. Just like a ready glaze. Oh, fuck.
It sounds good. But yeah, mango skin contains urishol, the same thing that makes poison ivy a bastard.
Very good.
So people that are allergic to poison ivy should avoid touching the skin at all, let alone eating any of it. And the interesting thing, though, is that while the skin contains it, the inside of the mango does not. Or contains extremely trace amounts of it, just from the cutting of the mango being opened and the skin removed. But it is such a small amount that even people with anaphylactic allergies to the urishol probably can eat it safely most of the time. It's really quite interesting. And as with most plants, interestingly enough, their seed contains cyanide if you process it improperly, or properly,
that's
depending on your
pretty much-
application.
That's pretty much normal with all that crap.
Yeah, basically every single fruit has that same issue.
You know, don't eat a peach pit. You know what I mean? It looks
Right.
like a fucking almond, right?
Yeah.
You crack it open. For all intents and purposes, it looks just like an almond. Nope, it is not. That shit will straight up kill your ass. If I remember correctly, it's arsenic that's in that.
I do believe that is the case. And then there's certain plants that you can turn into rice and other things. Poisons are very interesting. They always have been something that has been very fascinating to me. Did you know that one of the original supposed purposes of Prince Rupert's drops is for killing people? An assassin would wear them possibly as jewelry or carry them on their person because it just looks like a pretty little glass drop. So it seems innocuous, right? But the moment you break the tail of a Prince Rupert drop, it shatters into thousands and thousands of itty-bitty tiny glass shards. So, in theory, I don't know if there's actually a historical account of it being done. The theory is that assassins would carry them and they would snap the thing over somebody's drink and essentially fill it with tiny little glass shards, and then when they took a sip, it would slice the entirety of their throat to ribbons and they would bleed out, theoretically.
Internal bleeding, yeah.
Yeah.
Very horrible and painful, I'm sure.
Oh, I imagine. Especially in your throat.
I'm not sure of anything. If I don't do this, though, I'll never forgive myself if something terrible befalls the kingdom. Right. Easy as honey-baked pie. It's not like you came here at the behest of his most hated rival or anything. Look, I'll do my best to get him to listen. You have my word on that. Feels like I've been shattered into 1,000 pieces and swept under a rug. But I don't have time to mourn right now, not with the kingdom in danger. Now, let's go talk to my father before I change my mind. I'm not sure of anything. If I don't do this, though, I'll never forgive myself if something... That's nice of you to say, but I'm not sure I believe that. I hope she's watching all this from Sovngarde. Bet she hates it there. Look, I'll do my best to get my father to listen to you. You have my word on that. Wish me luck, Mog.
Get luck. I suggest a slug of Kindle Pitch whiskey. You'll need it to stand up to your father. If you're going to make Svanna talk to her father, at least have the decency to buy her a few rounds first. No one should have to stand before the old wolf in a sober state. The crest of solitude decorates every stamp and banner. There's even that drab Tower of the Wolf rising above Castle Dower, as gray and solitary as its namesake. Not to put too fine a point on it, but I'm saying the High King resembles an old wolf. Isn't it everyone's? In my experience, alcohol in sufficient quantities can solve any problem. Give me 10 wagons of ale, and I'll have this entire East-West rivalry business sorted in less than a day.
How would you do that, sir?
Despite claims to the contrary, Nords prefer the drink to the sword. Pity orcs can't say the same. Tell Svargrim and Yoren that the Nord's still standing when the ale is gone gets to be king, and we won't spill a drop of blood. Maybe
What are
somebody
we
will.
referring to?
I'm just sort of reading my thoughts to the NPCs. as I'm going through.
The crest of solitude.
There's an orc here that is obsessed with drinking, and said that he could solve the entire rivalry split between East and West Skyrim in a day with no less than 10 carts of ale.
Too fine a point on it, but I'm saying the High King resembles an old wolf.
Might be onto something.
I mean, I don't think he's wrong.
A lifetime of fighting is finally catching up with me.
A lot of goddamn ale.
That's a lot of goddamn ale. But Nords drink a lot of ale, so 10 carts seems trivial with what you stand to gain, I suppose.
That's what you bring with. I'm sure that they have some too.
Oh, I'm quite certain. Reminds me, I should really quick before I head over to the palace check if I bought my daily, or rather not bought, but did my daily writs. Because I apparently hadn't bought my mount speed on all of my characters. Good thing I caught that, but
I've been doing that. I made characters just so that I could rank up their mount speed.
Yep. I'm doing it on all of my characters, at least on one of each class and my backup Nightblade. Because I am planning on eventually finishing leveling that character. I probably should have done it while we had double XP just because. But I'll still get it done eventually. But that is going to be a very specifically PvP only character. Okay, yeah, it looks like I did do my writs. But I figured it's not really possible. I mean, you can, but it's not really ideal to have a build for PvE and PvP. So I figured if I have the extra character slot, and I don't mind having a double, and I really do enjoy the Nightblade anyway, why don't I do a Nightblade that's specifically just for PvP? I might do dungeons and stuff just for some skill points, or whatever, but specifically that character is going to be for PvP alone.
Well, that's entirely possible. That's a doable thing.
Yeah, that's what I figure. I figure it's smart that way I can purely build it for PvP, and I do not have to worry about it being any good at anything else.
It's got its own armory slots and shit without having to expand anything.
Right. Damn. I sent somebody a bunch of cheesecake a while back, and they didn't accept the mail, I guess.
Clearly that's not me, because last I took, I had no mail.
Right? Well, at least I'm free to continue my questing, although I should probably empty my inventory just a bit. Ended up with far too much stuff on me. That's another thing I should do in a bit. Maybe when I finish the Western Skyrim story, I should go get the last of the Sky Shards. At least what's currently out, anyway. I mean, they're going to probably release more with the next area, but you know what I mean.
Yeah. Well, they need to do something because with what they plan to do with expanding, you know, the cost on infusing skill lines.
Perhaps I misremember.
It could cost a bit, might not, but it could. Depends on how people get about it, right?
Fair. I mean, you can get pretty inordinate amount of skill points as it stands by doing all of the dungeons at least once, completing main quests, and so forth. I mean, you can end up with quite a surplus of skill points, so I don't think they really need to add more, per se. I just think that that's probably why they're doing this change the way that they're doing with the doubled cost, to try and cut down on some of the skill points that people have in surplus or otherwise are using for other things, to try and force people to specialize in this or that to do different things. So I think they're trying to balance the amount of skill points that exists already, but I do think they're going to add more sky shards because it's been, you know, tradition for them to do so, and if they weren't going to do it, they would have stopped long ago.
Well, the reason I say this is that you end up with a lack of sky shards. What you end up with is trying to make builds within a box. Now, sure enough, you got a pretty healthy box there, but that all depends on how many build slots you've got. You know, if you can specialize in building to do whatever you want, then, you know, you got a lot of freedom. But they give you 2 slots, and pretty much, if you're smart, you got one zeroed out. Now you got the other build, and now you got nothing. Now you're still working in a box. You can just
Right.
reset.
I still hope that they change it so that you have the ability to purchase those slots across your account instead of per character, because I think that's a little gratuitous. I understand they want to make money, but I think that's a bit much.
Feel a little ripped off there.
Enough! Then next you come
Kind of like
before me
with
to
the build
vomit up
slots
your
don't
counsel.
actually
Make
store
sure
my
it
gear.
doesn't stink
Feel a
of
little
treason.
ripped off.
High King of Skyrim's a fucking dick.
Damn the man. He wouldn't let me get a word in edgewise. Mother always knew how to talk to him. Me, not so much. Mother had a way with father, but she could be just as stubborn. If she wanted something done and he wouldn't oblige, she'd do it herself. Time to take her lessons to heart, I guess. If my father won't take a stand, then I suppose it's up to me. Our kingdom consists of 3 holds: Halfingar, Hjalmarch, and Carthalt. I need to warn them. The Jarls might listen, even if my father won't. I'm the daughter of the High King, after all. Time to start acting like one. Will you come with me? We should visit Jarl Redharn of Hjalmarch first. If we can convince him of the threat, at least his hold can take steps to protect itself. We'll find him in his hall in Morthal. I'll leave word for Lyris with Mog, so she'll know where to find us. I remember a time when we were all happy together. Him and Mother and I. Seems like a long time ago. At some point, he became more and more involved with the trappings of power. He was more interested in being the High King than my father. I tried, but interaction with my father made it difficult. She wanted us to be a family. But the High King wanted a queen and a princess. Eventually, he stopped ordering me to attend royal functions. It was my one victory in our relationship. Honestly, I don't know. But Jarl Redharn tempers his warrior nature with a kindness not often seen in people of his stature. Besides, he's always had a soft spot for
Maybe
me
we'll
ever
turn
since
off the
his
generator.
daughter and I played together at moots and other gatherings.
Oh.
I remember a time when we were all happy together.
Alright. Off to Morthal. Feels weird being in Skyrim. Especially since Solitude hasn't exactly changed much. You know, if I was going to attack Solitude, though, I'd attack that bridge there. I'd get out there from the sea with a bunch of catapult-type deals on a bunch of ships, and rain absolute fiery hell upon that rock until it gives and drops the city into the sea. Maybe have a sieging army on the other end waiting at the exits.
Yeah, because they're, you know, dime a dozen.
Right.
Pocket army, you know.
At least for Nords in Skyrim, it certainly seems that way. I mean, the amount of armies that fought against each other for a while in Skyrim, after all, the soldier amounts seemed endless. I see, these must be the cursed wolves she spoke of. It's quite unusual, isn't it? Forgot to empty my inventory while I was at it, but I suppose that can't be helped at the moment. I mean, I guess it could. I'd have to go to the guild hall, probably. But I should go do that, because I'm going to probably be picking up more as I go through here, so...
What an honor it is to have me as your personal...
Had to mail off a bunch of these ingredients to Snow, because they're taking up a large portion of my inventory. I'm going to have more in a moment, but I need some space to be able to dismantle some things. So I'll send off some of this. Some of these independent style mats and things would be probably, I think, for the best. I'll get more of those for sure, but... that should give me enough space to hopefully decon. Normally I'd take the time to sell my intricates, but I only have one in here, so I'm not bothered. Well, I should quickly check if I have research I can turn on. I do. So get some of that started. I'll be researching for another 14 hours. Then I'll need to ask Snow for another thing. I might have enough for that. But I'm only going to be able to research one of those at a time after all, so it'll be a while before I need another one. And as for over here, looks like everything's still researching, at least what can be. Cool, cool. Research is up. Oh, that reminds me. What is today's endeavors? I think I did them already. I did. Defeat 40 enemies, craft 5 items with alchemy, place 2 furnishings for parlor. Did that. And I've killed 15 world bosses for the weekly. Cool. Sweet. Sweet, 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 sweet. Now to mail Snow all the rest of these mats that I just created. And then go stuff the rest in my personal boudoir.
So if somebody's dead, do they really still own anything?
I mean, that depends.
That's neat for a friend.
Right. Oops, don't want to throw those in there. Keep the raw silk, actually. I don't really need the rubidite ingots. I've got tons of rubidite. It doesn't help that I was farming some equipment, or rather mat nodes. So I ended up with a bunch of extra mats just sitting around. There we go. That's cleared out, and now I can go clear out just a little bit more if I want to by going over to my personal home, shoving a few of these in the chest. I still think it's silly I can't access these from anywhere else. But I can't even put them all down in that place. It's very frustrating.
Man, these stealth kills are fucking savage. Blade of Woe, just fucking brutal.
Bakruti is pleased to see you. There are many spectacular rewards that the crate could contain.
I see. You need 25 of those to be of any use. I see. That's why I didn't break those down.
Until next time.
Fair enough. I think that's just about everything I can think of to do. So back to Morthal then.
Lucky Mog passed along your message.
Why does the Princess of Solitude grace my humble hall with her royal presence? Are you here on behalf of the High King?
I've come to warn you, Jarl Redharn.
Warn me? I already received orders from your father. What more is there to say?
Orders? Right. But you need to prepare the Hold's defenses.
And what must we defend ourselves against this time? More urns and fetishes?
Please, Jarl Redharn, let my friend explain. The threat to our holds is worse than you can imagine.
You're not a subject of this realm, and that woman with you, she's the giantess of the East. The High King warned us to beware of packed spies. If Princess Svanna trusts you, however, you have my ear. Tell me about this threat. We're not Daedra worshippers. Our blood's hot enough to boil a blizzard. We've got more pressing concerns than some northern squall. We received Svargrim's orders, promptly ignored them, and immediately ran afoul of a gaggle of Reachmen. The High King sent a royal decree, said to leave any strange objects or fetishes we spotted around the hold alone. They were dangerous, he said. Just so happens we found a few. I had my soldiers destroy them. That's when we encountered the Reachmen. The barbarians reacted poorly when we destroyed the strange witch sticks. We beat them back and chased them into the nearby barrow. But that was the last I heard from my soldiers. Since you dealt with this before, would you investigate the barrow? If I were a few years younger, and had more soldiers to spare, I'd march east to the Morthal Barrow and deal with the sorceress nonsense myself. But I'm not, I don't, and I have other responsibilities. Take this key. It will get you into the barrow. They were tall, ugly things, covered in strange runes, fetishes, and a poultice that smelled like rotting fungus. They had been set up around the town. My soldiers assumed they'd find one at the barrow, but instead they sent word of the Reachmen. Really? Last I heard, the princess was more interested in... No, I won't indulge in idle gossip. Svanna carries herself well. Not with the grace of her mother, but she has the swagger of a warrior. I wish I could say the same about my daughter. She was taken from us 5 years ago. If I had pushed her harder, she might have had the strength to survive. Daughters are a father's greatest weakness. Enough troubles of the past. We have the present to concern ourselves with.
Alright, let's go crush the resistance at the barrow then. Damn, even Morthal looks just basically the exact same as it did in Skyrim. Does that mean that there's that ritual circle just over here?
Wolves of ice and bone attacked Brune, my lady, and he saw ghosts. Ghosts? Nonsense. Get him to the inn. I'll do what I can. Come on, let's warn you.
Looks like the answer is no. So things have changed a bit. It means that the circle was probably built after this era.
Imagine the fine attire you might make with that.
If you say so.
Wolves of ice and bone attacked Brune, my lady, and he saw ghosts. Ghosts? Nonsense. Get him to the inn. I'll do what I can.
Such delicate fineries you might craft with that.
See that mound? That's the barrow. The entrance will be down below.
Keep back. The barrow is unsafe.
Jarl Redharn sent us. What happened here?
Reachmen. Let's talk if you want details.
Damn, there's speediness.
You, sir. The barrow is off limits. We are here to make sure nothing gets in or out, and will do so by any means necessary. I did not want to spare the soldiers I'd left to send a message. We destroyed a number of strange sticks set up on the outskirts of town. Then we reached the barrow. We spotted a few Reach barbarians. I sent word and we charged after them. A storm appeared in the barrow, if you can believe such a thing. It was foul magic, almost certainly. Soldiers began changing around me, dying or falling into a stupor. Some turned into monsters, and then the Draugr clawed out of their graves. We never made it that far inside. And when the storm hit, it was all I could do to get out and seal the door behind us. If the Jarl sent you, and you're intent on entering the burrow, I won't stop you. But if you emerge as a monster...
I would expect nothing less. They've definitely improved their story writing skills from the early parts of the game. It feels a lot more cohesive than the faction story for Ebonheart Pact at least did. You actually feel like you're following the same quest line instead of like these disparate little chunks.
I don't listen to the babble.
Which is fair. It's not everybody's thing. But even the dungeons and stuff have an ambient storiness to them where you're easily enough keeping track of a lot of the what goes ons. It's quite nice, really. Not to mention, a lot of the dungeons here look really good.
Bodies. They're the Jarl's soldiers.
May your spirit know peace.
Interesting. Zarethvar likes it when I kill vampires and similar undead, but has no effect when you kill Draugr. I think that's a bug, so I'm going to report that, because that seems like it would be a bug.
I don't understand why the just names have to be so janky.
Well, I mean, if he's supposed to get bonuses from killing the undead and isn't getting them, that seems like a bug. So even if it's not a bug and it was intentional, at least I can try and tell them it's a bug, and maybe they'll see it and maybe they'll fix it, maybe not. But it makes me feel better trying.
Yeah. I just look at this like, you know, you jump and you hit something, you're not supposed to bounce off it or, you know, be redirected somewhere else. You know, you just stop, like you fall short, right? That's
Right.
what should happen.
But in this game, a lot of the time you can sort of bounce off of.
And you wind up getting thrown off a cliff or some shit.
There's actually a small. I think it's a feature at this point because it's been this way since launch. But if you fall onto an object that doesn't have what the game registers as a flat surface, but is flat enough that it slows your descent a little bit, it'll register as if you just jumped off of that and register the fall distance to the next stop as if you had only fallen over that.
Yeah, I'm fully aware of that. But, I mean, seriously, what fucking asshole thought it's a great idea? Just make it like it's a fucking Indian rubber ball that you just hit and you bounced off at high speed and you get launched off with more force than you started with to wind up dead at the bottom of an abyss that you had no intention of going anywhere near.
Right.
At this point, something like that's not a bug. It's just a flat-out failure.
Yeah, it's definitely janking the physics engine
No
for
sign
sure.
of that witch or the reliquary she ran off with. We should get back to the Jarl's Hall. We saw the last stand of what could have been a much larger attack on Morthal. The witch pike in the barrow was the only one that wasn't destroyed before they performed the ritual. Soldiers were caught in the Harrowstorm, but the town was spared. That's what happened in Kilcreath after the storm hit. I'm more curious about the witch, though. Why was that gray reliquary important enough for her to grab it and run off as soon as she spotted us? Come on, let's go talk to Jarl Redharn.
But it is kind of cool getting to see Lyris again after all of the shit we went through together in Cold Harbor and the early parts of the game with the whole Prophet storyline. It's good to see they didn't just forget about such NPCs. I know you don't necessarily care, but
They're all the same.
All over the
Me
sword
kill
blade.
bad guy.
This orc friend of yours sounds.
Oh wait, I'm the bad guy? Me kill good guy.
Warm like the desert sands.
There we go.
Well, friend of Svanna, are you as good as your word? Tell me what you discovered at the Morthal Barrow. A Harrowstorm? Like the thing the princess was telling me about? The thing that destroyed Kilcreath? Gods! A pox on the Reach and its barbarian horde! What else? What about the Reachman in the barrow? Disappointing, but not
Yeah,
unexpected.
I'm pretty flexible about who I
Reach
kill.
witches are a tricky lot. Still, you have my thanks. In the meantime, Hjalmar shall prepare for war. We may not have a defense against the Harrowstorms, but we can be ready to attack once we have a target.
With you and Lyris's help, we've gained the trust of Jarl Redharn. My father respects the Jarl. That will go a long way in convincing the High King to take the Coven's threat seriously. Now we need to do the same thing at Carthald. Jarl Ulfwen rules the Hold, which was established to provide a defensible border against the Reach. If any of the Western Holds can deal with this threat, it's Carthald. But first, I have one more thing to discuss with Jarl Redhorn. Jarl Redhorn, prepare your forces as you say, but we need you in Solitude.
Solitude? I have troubles here in Yarmarch. Why should I leave when my hold needs me?
High King Svargrim won't listen to us, but he might listen to you.
Get up, Princess. If you think it will help, I'll talk to your father.
Lyris, please escort the Jarl to Solitude.
Of course. What about you?
We need to warn Jarl Ulfwin, so we're going to Karthald.
Okay.
Wolf attacks? Ghosts? Breachman raids? I'm getting out of this.
I still have not heard anything from First Light.
Really? I saw him earlier today.
Possible he just doesn't want to respond or didn't see the message. Some people have their DMs turned off.
Let this be a lesson.
It's hard to know.
Seems to be a little bit of an odd duck to me, but, you know.
I don't think that was a good idea, Zarethvar, but...
Do something stupid.
Just charged headlong into a necromantic ritual that I wasn't really intending to get involved in just yet, but... Oh yeah, I don't think I have the damage to deal with this solo.
Right?
What?
But hey, he gets upset with you, right?
You
did something that, like, gets upset, right? You guy's a dick.
Very few things he doesn't like, at least. Yeah, I'm not going to be able to do anything here. I'm just going to run away.
They're all pissy about one thing or another.
Such is the nature of companionship, I suppose.
Yeah. I don't use them anymore. Not screw around with that crap. If I wanted a moody bitch in my life, I'd have a fucking wife now.
Fair enough. go. Right to the Everstone Inn.
They tore each other apart right in front of me.
Stay inside. Stick together. We'll take care of this. These people, they're from Carthwatch. They might be all that's left of the town. They say it was a storm. Powerful. Devastating. It engulfed the entire town. It had to be a Harrow storm. That's the only explanation. There could be other survivors. Maybe even Jarl Ulfwen. We need to make a search. Let's hurry. Every second we waste could be the difference between life or death.
You escaped the barrow? No matter. This time we'll harvest all of the Grey Reliquaries.
That Coven Witch. Is she the one that escaped from the barrow?
Too bad you arrived so late. Your life energy would fit perfectly in my reliquaries. Protect the Grey Reliquary with your lives!
I need a moment. Let's talk over there. Gods, did all this death serve some dark purpose? Sorry. Guess I'm not completely used to the fighting and all. That urn, though. The Grey Reliquary. The witch was adamant about protecting it, gathering it up. She said something about our life energy. Oh, gods, I think I know what they're doing. Remember what the witch said as we approached the town. This time we'll harvest all the Grey Reliquaries, she said. That our life energy would have fit perfectly in the urns. I think the Harrow Storm steals life energy and puts it in the reliquaries. If the Jarl is still alive, she can take care of herself for a while longer. The witch hasn't gathered all the reliquaries yet. I say we get to them first and destroy them. I won't let these bastards profit off the destruction of Carthwatch.
You know, sometimes it's like the villain wants you to win. Because they like tell you their whole stupid plan, and you're just like, oh, so all I have to do is destroy that, and you lose. And they're like, surprise Pikachu face? You can't do that.
Expertly done, Tommy.
That's been a Hollywood trait for ages.
It is, but it doesn't make it make more sense.
Well, storytelling, it's not sense.
Breaking these things won't bring my people back. But the same goes for the Grey Host. That's done. Now let's check on the Jarl. Her hall is right up the hill.
Okay, I guess we'll go check on the Jarl and hope she's not one of them now. Too bad the High King's such a stubborn prick. Probably could have saved all these folks. It's a good thing the leader of Morthal's a stubborn prick as well. Because he didn't listen to the High King, and therefore saved his people.
Stay back. Don't make me. Oh, you're not one of the witches or their monsters. I thought this was the end for me. I barely have the strength left to conjure a light breeze. Wait a moment. Is that Princess Svanna? I'm Magister Fridalia. I serve Jarl Ulfwen as her court mage. I've been fending off witches, vampires, and these crazed villagers since the chaos started. There was a storm, definitely magical in nature. It turned our own people against us. I'm not sure. I sent the Jarl into the cellar when the storm began, when I still thought it was just a bad storm. Please, go downstairs. Make sure the Jarl is safe. Cartold will be lost without her.
Well, considering this place doesn't seem to exist in Skyrim, I'm guessing she's probably not okay. And that this was probably the death of this town. That's my guess. Can't speak for certain.
Jarl Ulfwen! No! I need to get some air. Please, recover the crown of Carthald. We can't leave it down here.
Damn. I tried to sneak in there and grab it. I guess the Magister's now
I'm
the...
sorry, Fidelia. Jarl Ulfwen, she's...
That's the Carthold crown. Jarl Ulfwen's gone, then? I failed her. Harrowstorm? Is that what you call what happened here? Why I didn't turn into a monster is a mystery. Wait. The Hold soldiers clashed with Reachman scouts a few days ago. They brought back these medallions the scouts were wearing.
Fuck.
Yes. I was preparing to study the enchantments I detected upon it when the
Stuffed up
Harrowstorm
like
struck.
a bastard.
I guess I slipped it into my pocket without really thinking about it. Could this be some sort of protection against the storm?
I gotta hook up the AC soon.
Torch is gone. No people. No Jarl. The seat of the entire hold. Wiped out. Just like that. I have to get my father to take action! I need to get back to the Eversnow and gather the survivors. Take them to Solitude, where they'll be safe. At least as safe as we can make them. Then I have to have a serious talk with my father. I'll make him listen to me, damn it, no matter what! Return to Solitude. Find Lyris and meet me in the Blue Palace. I have a room upstairs that we can use. We need to come up with a plan. Something that will help me convince my father to act. Magister Fridalia, as...
Come on, you brainless cur! This way!
They're worse than drunkards after the mead hall closes.
Don't mock the cursed. You'll call a hex down upon us.
Glad to see you're alive and well. I was getting worried with all the Herod they've been bringing into the city. They've been taking them to the Temple of the Divines in Castle Dour. I suppose it's really the only place to care for them in their condition. Jarl Redharn gave him an earful the moment we entered the Blue Palace. Nord politics. It's a wonder to behold. One step removed from a barroom brawl. I'm disappointed they didn't start slugging each other, but it worked out in the end. Damn it. I was afraid of that. We're running out of time and we still don't fully understand what we're facing out there. Hey, where's the princess? Tell me you didn't lose Svanna in Carthwatch.
Assassins tried to kill the High King. They murdered Queen Gerhild.
Svanna, I know, would leave all this bother behind. Come back to the troll and let the royalty deal with this.
I am the royalty, Mog. It's time I started acting like it. Welcome to the princess's chamber, my friend. I don't remember the last time I spent more than a few moments in here. Anyway, Jarl Redharn and Magister Fridelia are here, giving my father an earful. Thanks for helping me at the holds. No, but we saved Morthal, and stopped the Coven from getting the Grey Reliquaries at Carthwatch. And we brought the Hold leaders here. All of that matters. Take this, my royal allowance. I was going to buy wine, but you can make better use of it. We return to find that my father is finally doing something about the Coven threat. But it's not enough. Extra patrols and rounding up the Herald is all well and good. But what we really need is a defense against the Harrow Storms. Unfortunately, we've only recovered a few of the medallions. And Magister Fridelia hasn't determined what enchantment the medallions use to provide their protection. We need another solution. Right, Lyris mentioned that. Coincidentally, a courier delivered a message for you from Dusktown. I never heard of the place, but she said it was sent by someone named Fenorian. Is that your scholar? Read the message and let's see if he'll help us. Take the message from the table, then see if you can convince Fenorian to join us. Maybe with his help we can devise a defense against the storms. I'll stay here and continue to annoy my father until he gives this threat the attention it deserves. You forget that I have help now. My father might be able to ignore me, but he'll have a harder time dismissing a Jarl and the court mage. It's funny. I would have thought he'd be happy to see me finally take an interest in politics. I don't care about his approval, but I'd like to earn his respect. With Mother gone, we're both going to have to work harder to keep our kingdom running. It will be easier if we find a way to get along.
Dusktown. I wonder what Fenn's found that led him back down there. Does his message give any indication of where we can find him? The settlement isn't big, but it's not exactly small either. Well, it's a start. You know, I never imagined I'd be working alongside a vampire, let alone one I respect. With all the leeches we've already had to kill, it's nice to see another side. Fenn's different. You go on ahead. I need to get my axe sharpened before I go back down into Blackrage. I'll catch up with you in Dusktown.
Okay then. Let's go find Fenorian then. I will say Blackreach is damned cool. But I thought so in Skyrim as well. Just such an interesting locale. Lots going on. Lots to be seen, lots to do. Oh, crap. Okay, good. Not stuck. Thought I was stuck there for a second.
Focus on the task at hand. There will be time for that. Phoebe, we have a visitor.
Those new arrivals, they didn't stop in Dusktown. Went straight for those dwarven ruins.
I thought we were trying to keep this place a secret, and they sure didn't look like miners to me.
Hey, partner. Glad I found you. Now let's get Fen and return to the Blue Palace. Fen, you in here? Let's look around. Fen never struck me as a messy person. Could there have been a struggle here? Burnt papers. Someone was trying to hide something. burnt journal pages, Fenn's flask, and a strange old key. All found among clear signs of a struggle. But other than what's in the flask, we didn't see any blood. That means Fenn was probably taken alive. The key looks dwarven to me, and the notes mention a dwarven tower. They could be connected. The notes also indicate that Fenn was going to meet with someone named Edyar east of the Dusktown Bridge. You start there and I'll check with the locals. We have no idea who Edyar is, or who took Fenn for that matter. It could be this Ashen Lord we heard mentioned, or maybe the Icereach Coven. But the question is, why take Fenn at all? Why not just kill him? Does he have information they need? More than likely. If they want to get information out of him, death might be preferable to whatever tortures they have planned. Let's get to it. You find this Edyar, and I'll see if the locals saw what happened here.
Sod off. This is my patch of ground. You don't listen too well, do you? All right. Talk fast and tell me why I shouldn't rip out your throat.
That is a very, very redneck hairstyle. That is a straight up mullet. That's what that is.
The silk shirt kept notes? Of course he did. And where is Fenorian? He's late, and he still hasn't compensated me for the information I gave him. I need that key. Missing? Probably taken by the same bastard that has my packmates, Exarch Singalis. Fenorian said he could provide a key to unlock their chains, if I told him about the experiments performed on us. If you can get that key, I'll tell you more. Hircine's fetid breath, that's it! Look, I managed to escape from Singalis' tower, but my packmates are still chained up in the Lightless Hollow. Use that key to set them free. Then, I'll tell you how to find Fenorian. The Lightless Hollow lies to the east, and Hircine's claws. Who is that tall woman?
Stand down. I'm a friend.
I don't think he was going to attack. Not that way, at least, Lyris.
That's the big cavern to the east. You need that key to unlock the special chains that bind them. I'll meet you south of the work camp after you set them free. What else would you call them? My family? We're bound by a curse that makes us closer than any blood relatives. You find the pack and you stick together, or you die. Simple as that. I'm not leaving them in the hands of that insane Exarch. We're werewolves, all right? Do I have to spell it out for you? Look, Singalis captured us. Keeps us prisoner with chains of dwarven design. Only that key can set my pack free. I was lucky, but that kind of luck doesn't happen a second time. Singalis' helper made a mistake. Forgot to lock the chains when I was brought back after one of my treatments. I can still feel the fire from when the needle pierced my skin. My blood flowing into his vials and beakers. It wasn't pleasant. Exarch Singalis. He's a vampire, part of a group called the Grey Host. They're military, but he's some sort of insane genius. An alchemist, a scholar, and he tinkers with machines. My pack wouldn't fight for them, so they found other uses for us. Digging, tunneling, actually, up toward the surface. Then, every so often, Singalis would send for one of us. The mad vampire likes needles. He would either take our blood, or inject something into us. Never said why, but he enjoyed his work. Fëanorian really wanted to figure out what Singalas was doing to my pack. He studied my wounds, took some fluids, and went back to get that key. He never told me where he found it. Just that he'd set my pack free if I told him everything I know. He's probably in Singalas' experimentation chamber. I clawed my way out of there. It nearly killed me. I can tell you how to get inside.
None of the locals really wanted to talk. One or two admitted to seeing Fen, but no one witnessed any kind of disturbance at his lodgings. At least, no one saw anything they were willing to tell me about. Is this Edyar? Does he know anything? Why is everything so complicated in this part of Skyrim? Alright, so tell me, what did Fen agree to do for our half-naked friend over there? Packmates? Edyar is a werewolf?
Oh shit.
This just keeps getting better and better.
Oh.
Kid
So I take it
cheesecake.
you know how you want to deal with this particular situation?
Holy fuck, dude.
I was leveling my provisioning once, and I made an ungodly amount of pumpkin cheesecake, so I started sending it to people. That was the ones that got returned.
That's funny.
I thought it would be a little bit of Sheogorath in every bite. If nothing else, it was funny.
A lot of fucking
cheesecake. The weird part is that the pumpkin cheesecake is green.
Yeah, I noticed that right away. I was thinking, oh, keelet, no pumpkin? What the fuck? And it's cheesecake.
Mm-hmm. It was a recipe I found that needed only 2 ingredients that seemed cheap enough to buy. So I bought a metric fuck ton of pumpkins and cheese and made pumpkin cheesecake. Lots and like thousands of pumpkin cheesecake. Is it the best food in the world? No. But it was cheap and easy to make, and that made it perfect for my purposes.
Absolutely. You know, submission for Sheogorath. I think it's out northern Nilfgaard. Anyway, he's the fucking cat.
Yeah, Sheogorath is.
And there's cheese everywhere through that fucking mission. I mean, everywhere. I fucking looted everything I could find. Come away with stacks of it.
Sheogorath does like himself some cheese.
Oh yeah. It's been referenced a couple of times in the game.
Oh, at least a couple, yeah. I dare say cheese is the Mad God's favorite snack.
May you guide us to riches again soon.
But yeah, that fucking hilarious. That'll give it. Don't pay attention to much in way of missions, but when he's involved, I do pay a little more attention.
Right? I really need to finish the Mage's Guild quest line at some point. But Sheogorath's quests, ever since Oblivion, have always been my favorite. I am damn curious if the remake is going well, but I also don't want to look up information on it, you know what I mean?
That scent. Why do you smell like Edyar? Edyar sent you. Then he made it. He's alive. That's wonderful news. Still at the camp. To the north. Hamild, Myrtilda, and Thevin. Save them before Singalas finishes them off. Just come back. All right. I don't think I can make it on my own.
It's time to call it.
Am I back yet? Appears so. Oh, this damn Starlink, I swear.
Evil never sleeps of its own accord.
Damn vampires. Working us like dogs. Finally. Thank you, stranger.
You don't smell like the Grey Host.
Give them death!
You set me free? I owe you one.
I'm working as fast as I can, you blood-sucking bastards! Hercine's claws. I thought I'd be digging forever. Thanks.
We should not linger, Edyar. The Grey Host could find us any moment.
Head to the surface. I need to fulfill my end of our bargain. You actually did it. You freed my pack. Now it's my turn. If Exarch Zingalis took Fëanorian, and I'm pretty sure he did, you'll find them both in the ruined Dwarven Tower. It's difficult to get inside if you're not a vampire, but I know a way. Like I said, Zingalis' helper made a mistake. Forgot to fasten my chains after one of my tortures. I slipped away, crawled along some pipes, and fell into a chamber with one of those dwarven lifts. There was also a door, the one behind me. It'll get you close. There's a big door that leads into Zingalis' lair, but it's sealed. You need to figure out the dwarven mechanism to open it. Then make your way to the experimentation chamber. That's probably where he's keeping Fëanorian. The door's over here. Hurry, before they spot us.
Definitely Dwarven. Watch out for traps. That must be the door Edyar mentioned. Sealed tight. No lock. Not even a handle. I don't suppose the werewolf told you how to open it, did he? The panels are all different. I wonder what they mean. The gear started moving. You must be doing something right. Keep going. That sounded promising. Let's try the door.
Seems to have worked.
This chamber's... That's an ugly plant. Must be the netherroot mentioned in the note. Looks like Edyar was telling the truth. They were experimenting on the werewolves. That was Fen! We need to keep moving.
If you kill my vampire friend.
to scream when I peel back your flesh and
We have what we need.
to a noble cause. The machine will finish you momentarily, my lord.
Finish your work here, Singalis, and join me in the keep. You must bear witness when we make our move.
Of course, Rada al-Saran. I am eager to see the power of our ultimate arrow storm. New test subjects. Just in time. This one is about spent. Shame our waste. There's an art to pacifying uncooperative. You cannot stop it. It's too late. For me.
Fenn's delirious. See if you can free him.
You should have left me. Go warn Solitude. Exarch Singalis and Rada al-Saran talked freely while they tortured me. They're planning some sort of assault on Solitude. A massive hero storm. I need blood. But I won't drink from an unwilling person. In this state, even with a willing participant, I don't trust my restraint. If I only had my flask. My flask. Thank you, my friend. Rada al-Saran is the one they call the Ashen Lord, leader of the Grey Host. He and Singalis often went into the nearby sanctum to talk. I heard a few words. Map. Plan. But I couldn't make out the rest. Yes. Yes. Once I take a long drink from my flask, I'll join you.
Yes, Fen, we don't leave a man behind. Never.
Take your time. You've been through a lot.
They did whatever they wanted. I couldn't stop them. Exarch Singalis was insane. But he was also a genius. If he kept records, they'll be in here.
I see a map and some papers. Hey, partner, take a look.
Exarch Singalis, we are indebted to your great mind. Since your rebirth, you have brought over dream ever closer to reality. Obstacles I chipped away at over millennia, you cleave away in mere days. The time for subterfuge is coming to an end. Continue the refinement of your techniques and supply the Coven witches with the fruits of your labor. They must produce the ritual materials for Ulfra and her kin to deploy. Let the Nords fret over the random harrow storms while we prepare to unleash the most powerful storm of all. Send your refined nether root brew to the Midland camp and to my keep, along with everything else needed for the rituals. I will alert the coastal camp to prepare more medallions and send updated orders to our warlords in the Blackreach camp. Stay strong, my brother, for the Grey Host will soon live again. Rada al-Saran.
So, partner, what did you find?
Nothing good.
We set out to find Fen and bring him back to Solitude. Along the way, we learned more about our true enemy, killed one of their leaders, and acquired some valuable intelligence. That's a victory in my book.
Anything else we need to do here?
That I can think of. I'll make sure that Fen makes it to the Blue Palace. We'll meet you there. And don't forget that map and communique.
Alright, I'll see you there.
Come on, Fen. Princess Svanna herself requested your presence at the Blue Palace.
I don't believe I'm very good company right now.
Come on, Fen. will help you through this.
People.
Oh, Dragon Bridge is still a thing here. That's cool.
Where's that caravan? It should have arrived by now.
What am I doing? I can just teleport to fucking... teleport back to Solitude.
Fewer people staring at me than I anticipated. What a strange time you live in.
It's true. The Reach attacked Morthal. The Jarl's soldiers put a stop to it, as I understand it.
That's not. I heard something happened.
You are welcome here, Fenorian of House Ravenwatch.
I don't know what to say.
You're back. Lyris was just making introductions.
The vampire is
About
sitting
to
in
give
front
a
of a
report.
mirror. The vampire
Why
is sitting
don't
in front of a mirror.
By all the Mead and Sovngarde, it's good to see you and the others. Your vampire scholar seems out of sorts, but I'm glad to make his acquaintance. Lyris tells me you ran into a bit of trouble. Care to explain? And I can't wait to hear all the details. In the meantime, let's take a look at what you found and try to devise a plan. Lyris didn't say much, but she indicated that time is short. Here, take this. You deserve a lot more, but it's all I can spare. The information you brought back from Blackreach might give us a fighting chance. Let's put our heads together and figure out how to use what you learned. My father be damned. The Grey Host? Where have I heard that name? Meanwhile, my father rounded up the Herald and moved his soldiers to the outer walls. Then he ordered the quartermaster to stockpile Castle Dower. He's preparing Solitude to withstand a long siege. That might work against a mob of Reachmen, but thick walls can't stop a Herostorm. Any war we try to wage will be over before it starts if we don't find a way to stop them. Fen knows more about the storms than anyone. See what he suggests. Talk to Fen. If he has any bright ideas, I'd love to hear them. Magister Fridelia has been studying the Icereach Coven medallion, but she hasn't had a lot of success. She seems even less confident about reproducing their protective enchantment now. She identified necromantic components as part of the enchantment, as well as reach rituals. But she isn't an expert on either type of magic. Frankly, I think she's exhausted the scope of her knowledge. You mean other than hounding my father and serving as go-between for the Jarl of Morthal and the Magister of Carthald? I wrangled promises out of my father and showed our allies that someone in Solitude still cares. I got High King Svargrim to promise to dispatch soldiers to reinforce Morthal's defenses and send aid to Carthwatch. It's a start, but he hasn't actually issued the orders yet. I need to follow up with him after we're finished. Sort of. He admits he might have been wrong about the Icereach Coven, as far as that goes. But he still glares daggers whenever anyone mentions you or Lyris. So let's not bring up Fen, alright? She identified necromantic components as part of the enchantment, as well as...
It's all right. I'm ready to help. I know what you need me to do. Put my experience behind me. Focus on the mission, just like Verandis taught me. Could you show me the research you recovered from Exarch Singalis' laboratory? These notes prove my theory. Netherroot is the key component of the Herostorm ritual. It's like a poison for the soul. Weakens the bonds to the body so it can be pulled free. They're harvesting life energy from anyone caught in the storms. I'm guessing, but it may have something to do with those stone husks we saw. Remember how the werewolf emerged from one? And look at the mixture you retrieved. It isn't like the residue we recovered from the witch pike. It's more concentrated. It's certainly what Singalis' notes imply. Despite how it looks, a plan is formulating in my mind. I think I can create an elixir, but I'll need more of this refined Netherroot brew. And we need to solve the mystery of the Coven medallions. I know what you need me to do. Put my...
Place it on the table. I want to show you something. See those marks? Grey Host sites that correspond to the communique we found. I know a commander's map when I see one. Each of those marks matches a location mentioned in the communique from Rada al-Saran, the leader of the Grey Host. I can already see where we need to go. That mark on the northwest coast, that's an Icereach Coven camp. The communique mentioned needing more medallions. Odds are, they come from there. And here, a Midland camp between Dragonbridge and Morthal. It's a staging ground for the Herostorms. More than likely. Those 2 locations should provide what Fen needs to finish his elixir. We can't bet everything on that, though. The communique mentions a warlord's camp in Blackreach. Maybe we can learn more about their ultimate plan there. Svanna, Fen, and I will divvy up the camps and scout ahead. Fen should investigate the coastal camp. I'll take the Midlands camp. That leaves Svanna with Blackreach. Meet up with each of us when you're ready. Then we'll hit each camp in turn. We don't have a lot of solid details, just what we've pieced together from the Grey Host's notes and communique. But I'll answer your questions the best I can. Which camp did you want to ask about?
What do we know about the coastal camp?
From what I can tell, the camp on the northwest coast is where the Coven first made landfall from Icereach. It's as close to a home base as they've got. They've established themselves there, so I'd expect it to be well defended, if not fortified. The communique mentioned orders to produce more of those medallions, probably to keep pace with the increase in Harrow storms. I can't guarantee this is the coastal camp where the orders were sent, but it's the only one on the map. The Grey Host isn't just hiding in Blackreach now. They're mounting an invasion, and this appears to be their primary staging ground. I expect they're stockpiling witch pikes, grey reliquaries, and other supplies here, including the refined brew. That's the one we know the least about, but it's where a lot of the Grey Host's warlords are gathering, at least according to the communique. It's the best place I can think of where we can get a look at those orders the Ashen Lord mentioned.
Okay, so I think we should hit the coastal camp first.
And Lyris wants to take the Midland camp, so I'm going to the coastal camp. I'll see you there. We should hurry, though. Once the Grey Host realizes we have this map, they might scatter like leaves in the wind.
Svanna has nothing to say. But I think the order we should hit them in is Coastal Camp, Midlands Camp, Blackreach Camp. And here's why. If we hit the Coastal Camp first, we can pick up as many of those medallions as possible, in theory. Now, I don't know that that's how they're going to have this work out. It might not be. But the theory being that we would be able to take the medallions and divvy them up amongst those in Solitude, or perhaps learn how to produce them ourselves. And protect people from the storms, right? Or at least the soldiers. Then, we hit the Midlands camp where they're preparing the staging for everything to go to hell. Because if we take the Midlands camp before they fully finish staging, we can stop a lot of the supplies and maybe lessen the effects of the incoming shitstorm. Then, once we've done that, we fended off as much of this shitstorm as we can, we then hit the warlords and take out the host of their troops if we can. Because ultimately this is going to be a fight either way. And I would rather deal with fighting vampires than having to fight vampires and a storm all at once. So, I think that makes the most sense for the order to do things in. Because you could argue that hitting the Midlands camp first might be best. But the thought is, if we hit the Midlands camp, they might be able to still just go make more otherwise. But having the medallions means that we can protect people with them. So even if they could prepare more Harrow storms, we'd have something to protect people with. That's where my thoughts are on it, at least. Okay. Sorry about that. Aye, aye, aye. There we go. Now we can continue on. Yeah. Almost tomahawked myself in the face with my phone. That would have been bad. That's a big Harrow Storm.
Ah, good. I was hoping you'd show up. Lyris was right. This camp is crawling with the Icereach Coven. And they're definitely producing the medallions here. I was even able to slip away with one. We need to get closer, though. There's more to figuring out this magic than just watching from afar. I need to know exactly how they go about creating them. With your help, we can learn everything about that here in this camp. It's a landing site for the boats coming from the island of Icereach. Plus, they're collecting something here that goes into the process of creating the medallions. If you can get me to the center of the camp, I can learn what that is. Determining how they create these medallions will be an enormous help. The Grey Host has accelerated their plans. They need more medallions for a reason. A big Harrow Storm is coming. We need to be ready. Because the Grey Host is guarding something down there. I couldn't get close, but it appeared that they built the camp to surround something. Plus, I heard a few of the witches talking. Complaining, really, about needing to prepare more medallions. In the First Era, an army of vampires and werewolves tried to conquer the land before they were stopped in Bankurai. They called themselves the Grey Host. It seems this Rada al-Saran has resurrected the army, both figuratively and literally. Corpses? What do they have to do with the medallions? Let's examine the nearby graveyard. Examine the headstones. Let's determine what's so special about the exhumed bodies.
Just common folk so far.
Examine the headstones and see what you can make out. Finished? Have you come to any conclusions?
Not really.
Well, we've both been over the headstones with a fine-toothed comb. If we can determine why the Coven dug up these particular bodies, it will tell us something about how the medallions were enchanted. Of course, compare notes and look for commonalities. You have the makings of a fine scholar, my friend. Now, let's see. I noticed there were a mix of different races buried here. They weren't all Nords. Anything strike you about the departed?
They all shared something in common when they died.
They did. Tell me more. Well, yes, but so were the bodies that weren't disturbed. We're trying to determine what the exhumed corpses have in common, remember? Of course. Compare notes and look for common... Really? What was that? Not true. The inscriptions mentioned wives, brothers, sisters, and sons. There must be something else the exhumed bodies had. Of course. Compare notes? They did. Tell me more. Of course. Why didn't I see that?
Didn't really say that,
Stones
so.
on the exhumed graves all mentioned that the person was old when they died. Let me think. Some necrotic spells require the remains of the elderly. Something to do with the natural decay of life. According to one necromantic theory, the older a living thing becomes, the more necrotic energy it naturally acquires. As a body grows old and withers, the life inside it decays. Necrotic energy is the byproduct of this deterioration. I now
It
know
really
enough
didn't
about how to
say
create
that any of them
medallions
were
to move
old.
my research along.
It said, well, like I said,
I'll
suppose
return
it said
to the
one of them
palace
was old,
and start
but
putting an elixir
it
together.
never specified any of the rest of them, to my knowledge.
To fully craft an elixir to defend against the Harrow storms, I still require a sample of refined netherroot brew. Plus, we need to determine what the Grey Host has planned. Help Lyris and Svanna at the other camps. Then meet me at the Blue Palace.
Well, this didn't exactly go the way I was thinking it was going to go. I thought this was going to be much different than what it was. Well, I suppose I'll still stick to my same plan, though. I'll hit the same place with Lyris. Go here and travel east along the road.
They say Argonians can smell skin stealers. Must be why they went after the lizards first.
Another dead soldier and no sign of our supplies.
Oh, I needed to go back there, run the other way.
Another dead soldier and no sign of our supplies.
Just arrived. Don't worry, I found something to keep me occupied.
I see that.
A bold move setting up camp in the midst of the Western Holds. I'll say this for the Grey Host. They aren't afraid to draw attention to themselves. I learned a few things while I was waiting for you to show up. It's just as we thought. The Grey Host is using this camp as a supply depot for their raids across the countryside. I saw stacks of witch pikes, rows of reliquaries, and jars of what I assume is the refined netherroot brew. Right. And I heard the camp leader, a nasty creature named Sableye, tell his troops to make sure to use the new supply that just arrived from Blackreach. Let's go grab a jar or two.
Makes sense.
No jars in this cart. Let's try another one. Not this cart either. I hope we didn't miss it.
Stop them, my packmates. I'll get this brew to the witches.
Sableye has the brew. Let's find him before he gets away.
Arturo, give us a drink.
Until you rise again.
Settle this wolf to wolf.
The Great Host does with spies. Eat them.
Luck was with us. If we had reached this camp even a few moments later, Sableye would have gotten away with the netherroot brew. After all this trouble, Fen better be able to use it to make his elixir. I'll take the jar of refined netherroot brew to Solitude. We'll meet up in Svanna's chambers when everyone gets back from their missions. I hope they're all right. Fen has proven himself, especially after what happened in Blackreach. House Ravenwatch, they're unusual as far as bloodsuckers go. As for Svanna, she's braver than I originally thought. Anyway, meet me in Solitude after you finish up. In addition to the refined netherroot brew, Fen needs information on the Icereach Coven medallions. Plus, we're hoping to learn more about the big storm the Grey Host has planned. Help Fen and Svanna at the other camps, then meet me in Solitude.
Not bad.
Glad to hear that worked out. With any luck, Fen will produce a working elixir in short order. Then we can stop worrying about the Harrow storms and concentrate on defeating the Grey Host. Which reminds me, go to the Blackreach camp and aid Svanna.
No, hell with it. We'll teleport to this one since it seems next to there and go from there. Good, good, good. We're in the right place.
God damn it, run! I came here to learn what the Grey Host has planned, and what did I find? Good citizens of the Holds, afflicted by the Harrow storms and kept prisoner for some ungodly purpose. No matter how many I set free, the Herald will not leave this place. That's all I've been doing, and trying to get these afflicted people to leave this place. The Herald, the storm robs them of their will, their minds. I wasn't able to slip deeper into the camp, though. Agreed. There appear to be a number of Grey Host warlords in the camp, so discovering their plans should be possible. We need to be careful, though. I don't want us to wind up like the Herald, serving as food for these bastards.
Good morning, GB. Good news is my back is in such a state I might actually be able to do those now.
Messages have been coming and going since I arrived. I've heard the name Rada al-Saran, the Ashen Lord, spoken in hushed and revered tones. His name was on the communique you found, remember? We need to get down there and see what else we can learn. Hiding, building their forces, digging, undermining. That's the correct term, I think. Plus, they're collecting the Herald, herding them like cattle. It's monstrous what they're doing to these poor people. The only thing I'm sure of is I have to try. If my father won't act, then it falls on me to get things done. It's what my mother would want me to do. Look, on the scaffold.
I left the orders in my tent, but the Ashen Lord was clear. We need more netherroot. See to the undergrowth immediately.
As you command, Pintok.
Okay, that apple pie was pretty good.
On the left. Let's listen in.
Exarch Zingalis has fallen. I have never seen Rada al-Saran, our Ashen Lord, so filled with sorrow, or such rage.
Does the loss of the Exarch alter our plans?
Not in the least. The strike on Solitude will occur as planned after Exarch Ulfra tests the improved ritual in the Undergrove.
An attack on Solitude? We need to move quickly.
We knew that before we came down here, but
Host definitely has something big planned. Let's search the tents for a copy of those orders. That's what we were looking for. Let's talk over there. You saw what happened at Kilcreath and orders from Rada al-Saran. His words sent a chill down my spine.
Alright, now that we're actually in a safe spot talking, and it's not like glitched not wanting us to talk, let me quickly try and see if I can do those push-ups. It's been some time since I've been able to. A few days at least. Probably a week. Alright, I can bend over without my back screaming at me, so that's a start. Uno. Shuffle around a little bit. Just like that. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22. Oh, baby. Oh, baby, oh, baby, oh, baby, oh, baby, oh, baby. Woo!
You saw what happened at Kilcreath and Carthwatch? Whatever they have planned for Solitude, it sounds a whole lot worse. I wish we knew more about this Rada al-Saran and what drives him. A family of monsters? Who could imagine vampires and werewolves working together? Let alone talking about one another like brothers and sisters. It's not natural. I'm glad I got to look around Blackreach, but I can't wait to see the sun and sky again. No matter how big these caverns are, it still feels like we're buried alive down here. We came down here to find out what the Grey Host has planned. But Fen still needs information about how the medallions are created, and a sample of the refined Netherroot brew. Help Fen and Lyris at the other camps. Then meet me in Solitude. Then we're done here. I hope we found enough to end the threat of the Grey Host. I'll meet you back at the Blue Palace. Good luck, my friend.
Easier to just teleport over there. I don't see much point in putzing around up here. Did I not just say to teleport, you little shithead? So get it done. There we go.
So, do we have a way to defend against the Harrow Storms, or what?
The elixir should do what we need, provided neither Fen nor I made any miscalculations.
Yolen, don't be so negative. The elixir will work. You'll see. Oh, good. You're back. Mjolin and I have been discussing the various ways to turn what we've got into a protective elixir. I'm hesitant to get too excited, but I think we've figured out how to defend against the Harrow Storms. The Grey Host uses an unstable mix of alchemy and sorcery to create the Harrow Storms. An arcane ritual and the Netherroot brew focus the power of each Harrow Storm through the prepared witch pikes. Ingenious, but fully exploitable. We can use the refined brew as the basis of our elixir. Now that we understand how the Harrow Storms are created, we can use those same components to replicate the medallion's protective properties. We just need to gather the necessary components. Svana's associate, Mog, will procure most of the supplies I need, but there's one final ingredient required. For various reasons, I can't simply walk into the Hall of the Dead and claim it myself. I need you to acquire Arkay's sacred oil. A holy ointment associated with a god that became popular due to imperial influence. It's used by the priests in the Hall of the Dead to provide protection against necromancy and the undead. We need that oil to create our elixir.
To the Hall of the Dead with you. Hurry along! Ingert still serves as High Priest, I believe. We're much the same, he and I. Yet he gets the fancy temple. And I get a hut in the woods.
You'll need my help.
Go ahead.
I'll meet
Get
you.
what Fen needs from the...
Mog, put away the tankard and get the supplies Fen requires.
Yes, your royal ladiness. But I'm keeping the tankard.
More refugees arrive by the hour. Why does Svargrim hesitate?
The High King...
Princess Vana, what can I do for you, Your Highness?
Listen to my friend, High Priest. We need your help.
I'm surprised to see the princess here. As you can see, the influx of refugees has made this place much more hectic than usual. Is there something I can do for Princess Svanna? Sacred oil? Strange. That's the second time today someone has come seeking Arkay's anointing balm. Sword Thane Athlet arrived with an edict from the king. Demanded the Sword Thane wouldn't say. He just mentioned that the High King needed it to defend Solitude. I'm sorry I can't comply with the princess's request. Things are hard enough that these refugees must... The Sword Thane took the oil to Castle Dour. That's where all the supplies for a siege are gathered during periods of strife. I pray that High King Svargrim receives the patience. Solitude's foundation began with the construction of Castle Dour. It's the oldest structure in the city, and the most defensible. I tried to...
Has my father found a way to use this sacred oil against the Grey Host?
I think the Sword Thane's part of the Grey Host. That's what I'm thinking.
This game, you have two great friends.
Castle Dour is Princess Svanna.
Sword Thane, our business is urgent. My friend will explain.
I don't have time for the princess's proclivities right now. The High King... We barely keep up with the multitude of tasks. My orders from the High King were clear. Stockpile the entire supply of sacred oil in the Temple of the Divines here within the confines of Castle Dour. Protection? Truly? The Herald already outnumber my soldiers, and more arrive every day. Still, giving you the oil would violate the High King's edict. I suppose if I happened to look the other way for a moment, I wouldn't notice if a flask disappears.
A single flask? Then we'll have to make do. Let's get it back to...
Sword Thane, why has work? I gave strict orders, yet my daughter freely enters the castle grounds. What do they want, Sword Thane?
We came to offer our assistance, Father. Sword Thane, how can we help?
Athlet has everything well in hand, child. Despite your intentions, you would only hinder our efforts. Go! The Sword Thane doesn't need my daughter or her wastrel underfoot.
Maybe the Sword Thane, or maybe not the Sword Thane. Maybe the King's in on it. That'd be a wild turn of events, wouldn't it?
My father's never been what I'd call a warm and caring parent. But this crisis has made him even more distant. Let's get this sacred oil to Fen. My father will certainly change his attitude once we present the protective elixir to him. He's trying to protect me. It's what
No,
he
he's
does.
not.
And leave me out.
They made a deal with him. I bet you they told him they'd revive his wife if he did what they said.
I know Mother's death weighs on him, as does this entire crisis.
That's my bet.
That's why we have to help. This elixir is going to work. It has to. It's not that unusual. Castle Dour is the most defensible part of the city. In the past, we'd gather the people inside the walls. Now my father is using the fort.
Your father is leading the Grey Host. He intends to sacrifice this city, probably to revive your mother in some way, shape, or form. It's madness.
I heard Tenmar Walk was full of Daedra. You're no milk drinker, that's for sure.
Thank you for the follow, and welcome to the Wolven Mafia. Hello. Awu indeed.
Once it's ready, I'll test the elixir.
As you say, Lyris. Ah, here they come now. You have the sacred oil? Add it to the cauldron. Yes, a perfect fusion. It's ready to be tested. Come, let's talk. With the addition of the sacred oil, the elixir is complete. Before we produce enough to distribute to the people of Western Skyrim, we need to test it. I'm confident of my work, but we're dealing with powerful forces here. We can't wait for the next Harrowstorm to strike. But what you and Svanna learned in Blackreach might help. You heard that Exarch Ulfra was testing Harrowstorm rituals in a place called the Undergrove. We'll go there and let Lyris drink the elixir. During my explorations of Blackreach, I came across an ancient burial site, a place called the Midnight Barrow. This Undergrove must be inside those ruins. Once there, you and Svanna keep watch from a safe distance, while Lyris steps into the storm. From what I could tell, the Midnight Barrow sank into Blackreach in the distant past. Somewhere in its chambers, we'll find the Undergrove. The ruined barrow is in the Lightless Hollow, in the northwest portion of the cavern. We'll meet you there. We're going to find an active Harrowstorm in the Undergrove, or I'm going to attempt to replicate one in there. Then Lyris drinks the elixir, exposes herself to the dark magic, and we wait to see what happens. Very risky. But it's also our best chance to counter the Harrowstorms and fight back against the Greyhost. Either Lyris comes through fine, or she transforms into a Harrowed. Or a Harrow Fiend. That's also a possibility.
Fair enough. I also just recently got back from a rather extended break. I think I took my hiatus starting around the time Elsewhere came out, perhaps. Not 100% on that, but welcome in either way. Let's see here. Where to go from here? It's like Morthal's the closest place. Just teleport over there. Okay, now it says it's in the... I'm so confused. Because he said it was down there. He did. But then it said it was over here, so I came over here. But it's not over here, it's over there. Which means it's down there. Which means I need to go down here. Which means I need to go wherever the hell it says it is down here. It said the northwest part of the caverns. We're going to go there. And it'll figure itself out. Alright, it says it's up into the next area, so let's try this one. Now it says it's over there. Let's try over there. There we go. It lied. Several times, but we figured it out. We're here finally. Still think it's so nice down here, though. Blackreach is truly just pretty.
You're not one of these tomb robbers. Or another ghost. I've had my fill of ghosts. Mainly one ghost, honestly. A distant ancestor. Every time I try to sleep, he's in my dreams. I've barely had an hour's rest since I came to Dusktown. It's going to kill me if it doesn't drive me mad first. He's been calling me here, I think.
To what end?
To put him to rest, I think. He's being tormented as much as he's tormenting me. I came to this terrible place to find his remains. But the tomb robbers have angered the dead, and I'm terrified to step foot into the barrow alone.
Alright, I'll help.
Damned ancestor is the traitor Jarl, Hagridden. He was buried alive in the Midnight Barrow long before I was born. Unfortunately, he has no tomb, and what's left of him has been scattered around by these Draugr-kin thieves. My family only speaks his name to curse it. I'm told he betrayed his hold, so he was cast into the Midnight Barrow with other exiles and traitors, far out of reach of Sovngarde. I can't say whether he deserved that, but I know he suffered for it. Call it a feeling. What I've seen in my dreams are a jumble of incoherent events and feelings. There's little that I remember that makes any sense, but when I wake, there's a pall that hangs over me, like I've been wronged somehow. Ghouls picking the bones of the dead, necromancers and the like. They seem to be the ones who found this old lost barrow. I don't know what they came here for, but they've disturbed Jarl Hagridden, and gods know what else. This place, I think. I've only seen glimpses of it in my dreams. It used to be a place where terrible criminals were exiled to be forgotten, until it met the same fate. Faded into myth, just like Blackreach.
I figure since we're going into the Delve anyway, we may as well pick up the Delve quest. They may not be located in the same areas, but they might. And if we're going to be running through here anyway, it makes sense to just do this while we're here.
We clear a path to the Undergrove.
Fine. Just don't take all day.
This is it.
I saw my
Look
ancestors'
lively and let's
remains
get on
in my
with it.
dreams, but I only know roughly where they are.
I guess we'll go left, grab this, come back up, do that, come back over here, do that, then leave. So left. Or we're going to try to go left at least, as it seems the shortest path. These old barrows and things sometimes don't have the most direct paths. They'll have like fake paths. You'll run into like a door that doesn't seem to be on the map or anything. Then you'll have to go around the other way.
Left us no choice. its own accord.
Don't you love me, Hagridin? Do you want to see me grow old, wither, and die? There's a small sacrifice for eternity.
Listen to yourself, Isinia. Even one life is too many. I can't make that kind of sacrifice, not even for you.
Sacrifice? Just what was that woman asking for?
I wonder.
That's the wrong way. If you have something else more important to do, fine. I'll just wait here.
No, quit being moody.
A fight, is it?
You thought no one would find out, that none of us would survive. One is enough to expose your treason.
I gave no such order.
I have your betrayer pinned in your hand and stained in
That
our
was his
blood.
crime? Sending his soldiers into a trap?
Let us fight! They left us no choice.
This must be the place. I'll go back and get...
No need. We're here.
The princess insisted.
We followed at a safe distance and only advanced after you cleared the way. From this point on, we stay together. And that's an order.
Yes. What she said. Now, let's enter the Undergrove. We need to find where they're experimenting with the Harrowstorms.
You honor me with your presence, my king.
Grey Host, stay quiet and listen.
This Harrowstorm must be the biggest we have ever wrought, my sister-in-arms.
That's the leader of the Grey Host.
Have we heard from Solitude? Is everything in place?
I have been assured the city is ripe for harvest.
Rada al-Saran and Exarch Ulfra. Should we postpone the test?
Certainly not. The holds are counting on us. Besides, we might be able to end this threat right here and now. We need to test the elixir.
This is a bad idea. We barely got out of the...
2 Grey Host leaders.
Aight.
The murderers who killed our beloved Singalis.
And you're about to join him.
Impudent mortal. Pay for your crime. Now for the rest of these curs.
My king, allow me the honor of spilling their blood.
Very well, sweet sister. Join me in praying.
As this Harrowstorm, lay the flesh from your bones.
Swana, no!
See to Lyris, Fen. Pray your elixir works.
Protect Swana. She needs time for the elixir to do its job.
It worked. I stood in a Herostorm and nothing happened. Fenn's elixir. Never better. We need to create as much of the elixir as possible and distribute it throughout Solitude before Rada Alsaran's massive Herostorm hits. I also want to find out who in the city is helping him. Let's meet back at the Blue Palace. Once my father understands that we have a way to protect against the Herostorms, he'll have to take us seriously. Let's get back to the city as fast as we can. I know, right? It happened so quickly. When we confronted Rada Alsaran and Exarch Ulfra, the Vampire Lord blasted Lyris with his magic. When I saw her fall, I knew I had to act. It certainly gave us a fighting chance. When she called forth the Herostorm, I grabbed the elixir from Lyris and barely thought about what I was doing. I just drank it down and walked into the storm. I don't disagree, but somebody had to do it. There wasn't any other option. And I'd do it again. My people are counting on me.
I wonder if it's permanent protection or temporary protection.
Tell me, do I have a new scar? Enough with the coddling.
You go on ahead. I'll make sure Lyris gets back to Solitude.
That's fine. I'm gonna go back the other way and finish off the delve. May as well. I still think that the king is in on it. And he plans to sacrifice the whole shebang to bring back his wife. I'm guessing that's what they promised him. It's the only thing that makes sense. That's why he's gathered everybody in the castle dower in the hopes that they would be sacrificed, and maybe hoping to keep his daughter away in the hopes that she isn't. Or trying to keep us away so we don't stop him. It's hard to say which. But time will tell. So it's this right here.
For your treason against your hold and your people. We cast you from the halls of your ancestors. May they never know your name.
I did not betray my hold. She's the one who should face your judgment.
Seal him in.
Oh, gods! I can feel his terror! It's suffocating!
Expertly done, Turnbull. Necessary talent. We are victorious by the strength of Olkosh.
Jarl Hagridon has a matter of urgency for you to attend to.
What does he know to send us this far into the Reach?
You have your orders, Thane. I trust you know enough to carry them out.
can't believe I'm still alive. That place will haunt my nightmares long after my damned ancestor's ghost gives me rest. May I have him, please? I can't help but pity Hagridden, despite what he's put me through. I felt his torment. An eternity in the Midnight Barrow seems cruel, even for a traitor. From what I saw, it seems like he was the one who was betrayed. Was he really innocent?
She made the decision, but he also trusted her. It's a tough choice, but I ultimately think she is the one responsible, but I do think he bears some blame. I don't think he deserved what happened.
That was my feeling, but I didn't know if it was Hagridden affecting me. I wonder what became of the woman who betrayed him. Did she get what she desired from those people's sacrifice? I'll take them to a temple for consecration and see that he gets a proper burial. It won't be a Jarl's funeral, but hopefully it'll allow him to reach Sovngarde. Then I can finally get some rest. You've spared us both. Thank you.
It's the best we can do.
Listen to your daughter, Svargrim. We need to do something.
Don't test me, Redharn. I know exactly what I need to do. Our enemies circle ever closer, and now even my daughter turns against me. What's next? Will my beloved wife return to accuse me of some heinous crime? Well, get to it. Tell me about Svana's miraculous elixir before I have the lot of you tossed out. You represent my most hated enemy and expect me to believe a word you say? Even if you speak true, worms have found purchase in the wood and seek to rot my kingdom from within. I will not let Solitude and the Western Holds fall.
If you can't trust us, you stubborn old goat, at least trust your daughter.
Trust Svana? Perhaps. No. No! Your honeyed words are but echoes of my most obstinate foes. You offer a miracle with one hand, while holding a poison dagger in the other.
We only want to help you, old bastard.
I need no help from the likes of you.
Don't be a fool, father. This elixir will save our people.
I didn't think you had it in you, daughter. You have actually surpassed my expectations, more's the pity. And I'll hear no more talk of this miracle elixir. The Grey Host is my true ally. Once the Harrow Storm engulfs Solitude, my kingdom will endure for all eternity.
I should have sensed it. Svargrim's a vampire.
Svana.
Not now, Lyris. I need to think about this.
I would need to sit down too, although I'd have gone for the throne.
Svargrim's a bastard, but King Yoren believed he had the best interest of his people at heart. Obviously, something changed. And with Solitude targeted for a massive Harrow Storm, things have gotten more complicated.
With Svargrim's help, the Grey Host might already be prepared to summon their Harrow
Not
Storm.
everything is as grim as it appears. We did create an elixir, That's our best chance of protecting the people from the Harrowstorm. We just need to distribute it. In the meantime, take this. It may not seem like much, but you earned it.
Father, how could you? My father, working with the Grey Host. How long has he been a part of this? Did he have a hand in Mother's death? And what has he told them? It's almost too much to bear. And then there's the Harrowstorm. My friend, I don't know what to do.
We can do this, Varna. We have to at least try.
I know you're right. It's just... he's my father. No. I have to focus. There's a Harrowstorm coming. We have to save the city. That's what's important right now. I'm not sure we can. But we can make more of Fenn's elixir. Get it into the hands of the people. We need more of Arkay's sacred oil, though. We'll have to take it from the supply stockpiled at the Temple of the Divines.
They've taken it! By the gods, it's fallen!
Fallen? What are you talking about?
The Grey Host. They came out of nowhere, captured the temple and the Tower of the Wolf. We're locked out!
Then the sacred oil.
Damn it all! I need to get down there!
Follow him! Now, soldier, tell me exactly what happened.
Done. The Grey Host has found a foothold. Now the city is lost.
Not yet, it isn't. On your feet, Sword Thane. We have work to do.
Yes, Princess Svana. I apologize for that display. Tell the princess... tell her it won't happen again. You need to understand. I pledged my sword and my soul to the High King. We all did. And he betrayed us.
Do you know what they're doing there? We need to get inside.
Nothing good, I'm sure. The Grey Host appeared out of nowhere and cut down my soldiers. Only a handful were able to escape before they sealed the gates. Svargrim made us fortify the entryways. The bastard knew he'd lock us out.
There's no other way to get in?
Not that I can think of. But what does it matter? Svargrim brought the Grey Host down upon us. He's bringing a Harrowstorm. We need to evacuate the city while there's still time. Some of us will survive if we flee now.
That's unacceptable, Sword Thane. If we can't get the sacred oil to make more elixir, then we have to stop the Harrowstorm.
Princess, we've kept watch. There aren't any witch pikes around the city.
Then you missed something. They needed the witch pikes for every other Harrowstorm they summoned.
Of course. Blackreach. The Grey Host must have gained access to the temple from beneath the city.
They could easily hide the witch pikes underneath our feet.
We know the Grey Host has been using Blackreach to clandestinely move around Western Skyrim. Why not launch their attacks from there?
Then we're going back to Blackreach. If the witch pikes are there, we'll destroy them.
Yorin sent me with a warning for Solitude. Now I'm about to march into the starless depths of Blackreach to try to avert a massacre. How do I keep getting myself into these kinds of situations?
You don't have to go with us.
I thought you knew me better than that. Taking on the impossible challenge, beating the unbeatable foe, this is what I'm good at. So yes, I do have to do this. And we're going to win. We have to.
What do you think about that coward, High King Svargrim?
Svargrim. To cast his lot with the Grey Host, become a vampire, threaten his own people with the Harrowstorm. It's madness. One thing's for certain. We have to stop him.
How do we stop the Harrowstorm?
One step at a time. First, we make our way down into Blackreach. Then we find the ritual site. It must be right beneath the city. We smash witch pikes and kill as many Grey Host bastards as possible. After that, We pray to Kyne and hope for the best.
As a junior member of House Ravenwatch, I never expected to be in the thick of things like this. I have to say, it's a tad overwhelming. Am I looking forward to going back to where Singalis experimented on me? Not even remotely. But I want to see this through to the end. I need to.
What do you think we'll find
The
beneath
Grey
the city?
Host can't summon the Herostorm without performing their ritual. And we know that requires witch pikes, so there's that. Plus the usual assortment of coven witches, vampires, and werewolves, I suppose. Nothing we can't handle, right?
We'll do our best.
I had hoped to secure the sacred oil, and make enough elixir to distribute throughout the city. But we're running out of time. Our best bet now is to find the ritual site beneath Solitude, and stop the Herostorm before it's unleashed.
We should have expected an attack from Blackreach.
You're absolutely right. Especially after we found evidence of undermining down there. All I can say is that we were focused on other things. Let's go and save the city now, all right?
Svala.
A vampire. He sat on his throne, pretended to mourn for my mother, and said he had a plan. But all the while he was preparing the city for the Grey Host. He's worse than a monster. He's a traitor and a liar.
We're going to have to face your father.
I know. It's just... Look, we were never close. Not really. But he's my father. My king. What about you? Could you do it? Could you confront and maybe even kill one of your parents?
Without a doubt, if I had to. This is for the people of Skyrim. My petty concerns are nothing compared to that.
Such confidence. As sharp and as cold as my dagger's blade. Lives hang in the balance. But I'm conflicted about committing patricide.
So what are you going to do?
I'm going to do whatever I can to stop the Herostorm and save Solitude and its people. After that, we decide what needs to be done about Svargrim.
Any idea where we're going to find the ritual site?
It must be right beneath our feet, or close to it. From what we've seen, the witch pikes need to be in close proximity to the locations where the Herostorm strike. Of course, finding our way underground, it won't be easy.
Well, it's what we can do. All we can do is try. Ah, yes, the daily writs. I'll have to do those in just a bit. Oh, she is a chef, actually. For a moment there, I didn't see that she was a chef, and I thought I wasn't going to be able to actually speak with her about it. Oh, there was something else I wanted.
The comfort of the fire, as true in your time.
Oh, I wanted to repair my shit. I'm dumb. I knew there was something I wanted to speak to a merchant about, and then I forgot.
Looking to settle in?
Yeah, repair all, thank you. Cool, now my gear is actually fixed. I knew there was something. Alright, let's go down here and take the Way Shrine home to Blackreach. Surely it's near Greymore Keep, I would think. Since it lied once, we'll see if it's going to lie again. It says just north of here. Aha. It says right here.
That's ominous. And, unless I miss my guess, it's directly under Solitude.
Well.
That's our target. The ritual site must be somewhere inside that horrid structure. I scouted the area before you arrived. It's full of Grey Host forces. And from what I could tell, Svagrim and Rada al-Saran are both inside.
Let's get down there and
Not
do
so
this shit.
fast. If we rush down as a group, they'll be on us like a snow bear on a horker. You go ahead. Try to cross the bridge to the main entrance. It's well guarded, but you're more than capable. Or you could try the alternative.
What's the alternative?
There's a sluice gate in the outer courtyard, tucked away against the keep's eastern wall. The few patrols in that area can be avoided if you're stealthy. Opening the gate requires a key, but that should be simple enough to find. You know your strengths and weaknesses better than I do. Play to those. But whichever path you decide, move quickly. We need to find the ritual site and deal with the witch pikes before they unleash the Harrow Storm on the city.
I'll make my way
Cross the
inside.
bridge, or use the sluice gate to get into the inner courtyard. Then find the keep's side entrance, east of the main stairs. I'll stay with Svanna and Finn. Make sure they don't get themselves killed. We'll meet you inside as soon as we can. That's a good question. I didn't see anything when I scouted the exterior, so the witch pikes must be somewhere inside the keep. I expect that once we find Svargrim and Rada al-Saran, we'll also find the ritual site.
Makes sense. This may be our last chance to talk. Let's speak
Lyris
with them.
takes command of a situation so easily. I wonder if she can teach me how to do that. Anyway, do be careful. We'll stick close to Lyris and meet you inside.
Stay calm, stay calm. Lyris knows what she's doing. As long as we stay by her side, we'll be all right. Won't we? Never mind me. I'm just trying to come to terms with the plan that has us rushing headlong into a fortress full of Grey Host warriors.
You don't have to do this if you're not feeling up to it.
Of course I do. I need to see this through to the end. The same as you and Svanna. The Raven Watch doesn't leave a job half done. Besides, if I quit now, what Zingalis did, he'll win. Now, let's go before I forget everything I just told you.
Ah! Good man. I mean, I am more on the stealthy side, so we're going to take the sluice gate. It also seems like it would likely be less defended. Always avoid the fellows with torches. They can see you coming, although we may need to kill some of them. They may have the key after all. Well, this one certainly doesn't.
No choice.
Is he looking this way or that way? That way. Good. I don't think we can attack that guy. That's a Blade of Woe. Just wait a second till it turns around to leave. Although we could easily dispatch it. But a few dead bodies are less noticeable than many. Especially in a place like this, any number of things could have happened, after all. No, you shall not. This is what we do.
Nice of you to join us.
I don't understand. What am I supposed to do with these flasks?
If we run into trouble, throw one of them at the source. Then get out of the way. As I understand it, a vampire called Lady Esenia controls Greymore Keep. She welcomed the Grey Host and has been working with them to undermine Western Skyrim. The very stones of this keep.
See, it's a good thing I took that quest for that delve. Now we know why she's doing it. I would have thought this is Rada Al Saran's castle.
According to the Raven Watcher's research, no one actually owns the castle. Powerful individuals claim it from time to time, but the keep endures. Lady Esenia is just the latest to occupy its halls. Why she's working with the Ashen Lord? Who can say?
You said you sensed something.
A feeling. Like the very stones have been infused with powerful magic. It seems familiar, but it's also intense. I need some time to sort out and make sense of what I'm detecting.
Split up and find the ritual site. We need to disrupt it.
Split up? I suppose that makes sense. I'll go with our friend here. This looks important. This book? I recognize the handwriting. It's Singallis's. It's more of his research. Harrowstorms, witch pikes, netherroot brew. How it all works together for the benefit of the Grey Host.
Any new revelations in there?
This might be something. I just need to skim through these assumptions and incantations. What's this? Instructions on the placement of runes throughout Greymore. All the way to... My gods! This entire tower! It's a witch pike!
So that means...
The magic I sensed earlier. It was familiar because it's the same magic used in the Harrowstorm rituals. Don't you see? This entire keep is the ritual site. They turned the tower into a witch pike. But at the scale, it's inconceivable.
What's the purpose of a giant witch pike and how do we destroy it?
I'm not sure we can destroy this tower. We need to keep going. Find a way to disrupt the ritual. But I think I understand what they're doing. Singallis found a way to release the Grey Host from Cold Harbor by using the Harrowstorms.
Using the Harrow Stones how?
The Harrow Storms steal life energy and use it to pull the souls of the Grey Host out of Cold Harbor and into the Grey Reliquaries. It's quite ingenious. How they reincorporate, though. It has something to do with those stone husks, I think.
There's something else important in that book.
Oh, most certainly. Perhaps even a way to reverse the effects of the Harrow Storms and restore the Harrowed. If the notes are complete, it would just require study, experimentation, and time. Unfortunately, we lack all three of those at the moment.
I see.
There they are! Lyris, Svanna, I think this entire tower functions as a witch mine.
What? Fen, how is that even possible?
That's my father. This way.
Pain is part of the process, Svargrim.
It's exquisite, my master.
Once you are attuned to Greymoor, the storm will be yours to command. Rise, Svargrim, and unleash my storm upon Solitude. Then the last of the Grey Host shall be reborn.
The Ashen Lord. He turns Svargrim into the heart of his Harrow Storm.
They're moving higher up the tower. We need to follow them.
Shit.
You and Fen take these stairs. Svanna and I will go this way.
Look, a Grey Reliquary. It's massive. Just like the storm they plan to unleash on the city.
Barthinra. And so the thorns arrive once more to prick my thumbs.
A barrier.
And Rada al-Saran?
Your persistence begins to annoy me, mortal. You killed my beloved brother and sister, Singalis and Ulfra. I freed them, and you sent them back. Back to the hated Molag Bal. I will see you suffer for the transgression.
Then drop that barrier and let's finish this, you coward.
As much as it would please me to flay the flesh from your bones, I have more pressing matters to attend to. But know this, as I felt each death, you shall feel it when the Harrow Storm takes every life in Solitude. You shall feel it when you fail.
I'm not gonna let that happen.
Bold words, but futile. Svargrim rises and the Harrow Storm with him. Once the attunement is finished, they will be unstoppable.
What happened? What did that damn vampire do?
He's merging the power flowing through the keep with Svargrim, giving him control of the Harrow Storm.
Then you must undo it. I'll stay and help. Leaders, you and our friend keep going up and find my father.
Get ready to fight. Keep moving. Don't let them surround us.
We did what we had to.
Come on, we're nearly through.
Expertly done, Cubby. Done.
Dead end.
We weren't able to stop the attunement spell. It's just getting stronger.
That tower. It must lead to the upper levels. I need time to get that door open.
Everyone, protect Fen!
It is over?
Good job. Through the door and to the upper levels now. Hurry!
Now, just... The Hoki. The shaking is getting worse.
Damn magic! Give me something to hit!
The attunement is complete, Swan. You and Greymore Keep are one.
So power! Show your might! Unstoppable!
I leave the harrowing of solitude to you, little Keep. Remember your oath.
Fuck it, we're pulling all the way.
The attunement is complete, Swan. You and Greymore Keep are one.
Our essence is not yours to take. I will watch over you. You abandoned me in our moment of triumph. What game do you play, Rada al-Saran?
Game? I gave you power. If you can't conquer Skyrim, the fault is your own. Now ascend to your Tower of the Wolf and unleash my most potent herald. The Grey Host is counting on you, little king.
Interesting. Lyris assumed the Grey Host was preparing to attack, but it's just as possible they're relocating their forces.
We'll figure that out later, after we stop my father.
Fair enough. Friend, lead the way.
Oh my.
What is it now, Fen?
Oh, nothing. Just don't look down.
Oh! He might have had a point. So, ooh, baby. That's far down.
Yeah, no, she doesn't take it.
Hello,
Hello,
hon.
hun. Guten Morgen.
Guessing you've already started the game, probably long since.
Yep, I haven't done anything too terribly interesting. I did do the Battle of Kvatch, and the Oblivion Gates are now open. And that's basically all I've really done.
These tunnels look fresh.
I mean, the city looks like the city did.
My host has certainly been busy.
It looks a lot nicer than it did, I promise you.
You know what I mean.
Yes. The game is, functionally, as far as I can tell, the same.
I will say the guard's armor looks stupid now. They didn't used to have that red plumage. It looked much nicer when it was a spike.
But I prefer the plumage over the spikes, personally. It gives the Roman, it gives Roman vibes. But this is the other form of Imperial Guard helmet.
Harrow fiends. Is that what became of the heralds father?
You will not last.
I'm surprised when Troy went
Besides,
in
these are the
there,
city
you
guard,
didn't
the
steal
Imperial
the
Watch,
game.
specifically.
I was asleep, motherfucker. Plus,
You've
I
been
have...
out for the last 7 hours. You could have stolen the game.
Do you have any idea where I would stuff that in storage? I don't even think I have enough storage if I can bind my drives.
120 gigs.
Yes, and all of my terabytes of fun terabytes are full.
That's a skill issue.
I know, right?
Plus ESO calls. I've been dying to do some questing.
Up ahead. That's the temple underscore.
Yeah, it hasn't buying either.
They changed the UI, it seems, for the inventory a bit. It's
Yes,
reminiscent, but...
They did change it ever so slightly, and for PC, it's perfect. And character still has all the skills.
Oh, they kept some of the old artwork for the skills and stuff, too. That's nice.
Okay.
If anything, they might have revamped them slightly. But some of them are the old images, and that's quite aesthetically pleasing.
Yep. If I get a chance to level up. They changed the way leveling up works and fixed my main concern with the game.
Open the gates and let's go.
Because the problem initially was busted level up tables, and if you accidentally increase skills in the wrong, if you accidentally increase the wrong skills, which you just are going to do because, you know, everything, every action you do governs at least one of these, even something as simple as athletics.
I'm with you, my friend. Up the stairs.
Excuse me. Then you would just not be able to put the maximum amount of points into one of your main attributes, and it would eventually start to bite you very heavily in the ass.
Yeah.
Instead, they give you 12 points to distribute per level up, and you can put 5 into any of the attributes, and then 1 into luck.
I see. So no more luck maxing, which is so sad, because that was always funny.
Why can't I sell motherfuckers?
Did you steal it?
No. I don't remember where I got it, but I haven't stolen anything. Oh, I don't have that level of Protect would need that, and it's only 5% blood so nice. The major wounds. That's also nice. Consider. Sure. Yeah, no, it's not stolen.
This is a boss fight.
I wonder if it's because it's not actually armor, it's because it's shirts. I might have to just go to a pawn shop. I think that Fine Elegance is.
Yeah, they did have pawn shops back then, didn't they?
Yes, but pawn shops have been a thing for a very long time.
I more meant that even the couple of the signs in not Solitude, in the Imperial City had, you know, the 3 balls that are telltale of a pawn shop.
Ah, here we go. Good, I can sell here.
For Solitude, and for every soul in Skyrim. Your ambition, your greed. Look what it led to. We need to hurry.
There. Because a light vest of light armor is, or a vest of light armor is utterly useless. But sold for 270, so I can't complain too much.
I mean, gold's gold. I wonder if they put an homage into one of the old gold infinite glitches.
They did keep a bunch of the non-game breaking bugs.
Well, this one they patched at some point in the original game. But there was a guy in the Imperial City, if you killed him, and he had no consequences on story or anything, he was a random NPC, he had a gold on his person. Or 4 gold or something like that. And as long as you didn't hit the take all button, which would crash your game, and you just kept hitting the take button, you could infinitely spam the take button again and again and again and again and again until you got as much gold as you wanted.
Yeah, his character package probably required him to have a certain amount of gold on him at all times.
My father betrayed everything.
Sort of like
to
the
aid
person
the
who
Grey
has,
Oaks.
who
With
if you
death,
put bread into his
Solitude
inventory,
is
he
saved.
eats it and the game crashes.
It's done. We killed my
I haven't
father
had
and
any,
ended the
like,
Harrowstorm.
any
city
crashes
still stands.
at all
Good.
since I
Skyrim
started
still
playing.
stands.
I haven't had like
Although
any
the
serious
Tower of the Wolf
instability.
may have been damaged beyond repair.
Nothing of any concern.
I'm probably going to because the Xbox app sucks.
No, of course not. My father was the High King of Western
Yes, yeah,
Skyrim. I always thought he
Um,
had the best interests of our holds and our people in his heart. But there was a
Let's head
darkness
back
there.
into the arena.
Jealousy, bitterness. How goes it? He wanted to control all of Skyrim.
I'll do a couple more of those, and then I will go and... I think I'm going to do the Knights of the Nine. There are mods out for the game already.
Well, I imagine
Why,
so.
the game
Most of
came
the...
out yesterday.
Plus, most of the coding would probably... in some respects.
My father gone, someone has to pick up the pieces
Try
and
not
restore
sucking
the
dick
holds.
and try again.
I said
Yeah, you did cut out.
a lot of the coding from the old game might carry over in some respects. So the mods might be easily portable.
For the record, I love that the arena's poster is a direct callback to the Elder Scrolls 1 arena.
Yep.
Beautiful. Is the
Show
pig
me the
still
orc.
behind the door? Yep, pig's still behind the door.
Show me the orc.
Oh.
Jesus, they made
Yeah,
him a
the
bit
orc-
more grotesque.
Yes.
Allow me to introduce myself. My name
They also shrank their tusks, which is not okay.
Most people just call me the Grey Prince. It's kind of silly, I know, but the people of Cyrodiil need heroes. I'm more than happy to oblige. Ah, so you're an arena combatant. It's always good to meet a fellow warrior.
Interesting.
especially one who isn't here just
They have his mouth too open for how small his tusks are. They fucked up the animation really bad on that.
First, on behalf of Western Skyrim, take this with my
Uh,
thanks.
the
We would have
orcs
been
are like
lost
the only still
Then
ugly race in the game
Check on our
presently. They really made the Khajiit
Injuries must
and
be
the
tended to,
Argonians
buildings
look a
repaired.
hell of a lot better. But considering that the orcs are supposed to be ugly, I think that means they did good.
I'd have to see more of the Argonians, but I actually really liked the old Oblivion Argonians a lot. Their look was really aesthetically pleasing.
You are in a very small minority in that case. But
I am in the minority of many things. That's one thing that I never liked, though, hun. Put on the helmet real quick. I've never liked how they mold helmets like that to the beast races heads, because
Yeah.
what did they do? Modify the armor on the fly? You know what I mean? It doesn't make sense. Oh God, he looks like shit.
And he looks fine to me.
Jesus.
He was ugly in the all the characters are ugly in the original game.
Look, you can say that just because they looked a little Play-Doh-y doesn't mean that they were ugly. That guy is one ugly motherfucker with eyebrows to match. He looks like every negative stereotype I've ever heard about somebody from the Middle East. Like, in one. That's pretty bad. Although I will say his armor looks way better than it used to.
Yeah, all the armor looks way better than it used to. There's cloth physics now too.
Interesting. The arena was one of my favorite quests.
Whatever Rada al-Saran and the Grey Host were
Good
planning,
people of the Imperial.
Oh God, that looks good.
It does, doesn't it?
Oh, I feel like I'm stepping into the movie Gladiator.
The slight haze
Of the sand in the air from the motion. The
bugs
crowds.
flying around because blood.
And viscera.
Not officially. At least I don't think so.
Is that Nakavira
I feel
Katana?
like the whole world's crumbling
Yep.
around me. But the city
Where'd
still
you get one of
standing,
those?
so that's something.
I joined the
more worried
Blades.
about our friends. We left Lyris and
Like I said, I
Fenrir
already
with a
did,
horde of hero fiends.
I always
down,
hated the
7
rule in
health.
the original one where you can't loot your opponents in the arena.
God, they're already with fucking.
Well, you're in the arena. They had separate equipment from other ones to begin with. Their level doesn't matter. Their equipment was always the same from level 1 onward.
I don't remember that being the case. It might be, but I don't remember that
Hopefully
being
they
the
were able
case.
to hold the
But yes,
courtyard and keep
Akaviri
those
Katana
monsters out of
looks
the
pretty
city.
good.
At
You
most,
go
a
on
couple of
ahead.
the generic fights where it's like generic NPC here
Solitude
were
means Princess Svanna
very
now.
slightly leveled up. They might have got a glass weapon or a Dwemer weapon or so forth. But for the most part, the fights were scripted and their equipment was set.
Thank you. Help them and anyone else as best you can. I'll do the same. Once you're done with them, I'll find you and we can figure out what to do next. Gods, I hope so. Haven't we dealt with enough already? I need to see what happened firsthand. All the suffering and pain my father caused.
Come
I
on,
can't
man.
undo it, but I can make amends. Or at least try to.
I mean, the combat still looks and feels kind of Oblivion-y, which is good. What's that, a fireball spell or a flame touch?
Supposed to be flame touch, but I'm kind of beansing it a bit. There we go.
But say, you might want to heal.
Alright, 1 down. Now for you.
I'm just still surprised that they don't chastise you for healing in the arena.
At least have the audience boo you.
Or something. It always seemed silly to not have that be a thing.
That is a problem. Ow. Damn, I don't know.
Thank you. Help them and anyone else as best you can. I'll do the same. Once you're done with them, I'll find you and we can figure out what to do next.
Let's see.
Gods, I hope so. Haven't we dealt
I
with
can do
enough
that,
already?
Where
I need to
is-
see what happened firsthand. All the suffering and pain my father caused. I can't undo it, but I can make amends. Or at least try to.
Well done. There we
But
go.
yes, so far, I have dreadfully been enjoying some of this added story because I've been working my way through some of the additional story of ESO and doing some of the questing. And from the early days, they have improved vastly. Their story writing, their cohesiveness, it's all come together. It's really quite something. See, one thing I disagree with, though, they didn't make that room nearly bloody enough. the red room isn't very red anymore, and that basin should be covered in blood. In the other game, it was like completely coated inside and out with just viscera and blood from people washing battle off. But yeah, that man's like Romulan evil looking.
To be fair, he is an asshole.
I mean, he was always kind of an asshole, yeah, but
Tell me
like,
truthfully, Lyris,
he wasn't
how
evil.
much of this blood is mine?
But that man looks
Not
like
really worried
a straight up Jinn.
You did it. I shouldn't be surprised. But things were looking rather bleak before the clouds parted.
What happened with the horde of Harrow Fiends?
We held the gate as long as we could.
Hmm?
The Harrow Fiends
Talking
were
about,
fond of
I'm reading the
cause
NPC
and
dialogue in here.
Once they burst through, Lyris cleaved through them like a scythe through wheat. But even she couldn't stem the tide. I'm not really sure. I kind of went wild. Let out my inner beast, as it were. I was rending and slashing. Then Lyris
I need
whacked
10
me with the
repair
flat of her
hammers,
blade.
please.
At least that's the last thing I remember. Not my
No.
finest hour, but we survived.
See, now she looks fine.
Oh yeah, no. Again, most people look.
She even
basically
has really
fine.
nice braids. But why does he look like he's fucking Romulan? He's got that huge brow and the like sharp eyebrows.
Elixir is my next priority, of course. As long as the Harrow Storms are still a threat.
I would expect him to look harsh because he's a warrior, but like,
After
not like that.
I want to examine the records we took from Greymoor Keep. I still think there's a
Need to
cure
get my
for the
armor
Harrow
skill
there.
up. 3 more points. 3 more points that I'll be able to repair magic items. Hooray! In the meantime,
Sadly, I don't think there's any hope for them.
you can
Their life
finish
energy was
the
sucked
rest.
dry, turning them into feral beasts. Restoring them
Thank
is
you.
beyond my capabilities, I'm afraid.
What?
At least with the Harrowed, they're not so far gone as to be a lost cause.
Oh.
As soon as we produce enough of it, yes.
It's got to spam.
We saw how it
text.
protected Svanna.
Hi, Annie. We are from Automotive HR.
Where did
No.
I put my flag?
First off, my name ain't Annie. Second off, if I was trans, that would not be my fucking name. Annabelle's a nice name, but I don't like it. But it would not be my name.
I don't know. Being named after Annie Oakley would be pretty cool.
That's a little different.
So, is it over?
That was
What
one
happened to
badass
Skargrim?
woman.
And where's Svanna?
Very much so. Now I think about it. I don't think I know anyone named Annie.
I know a few. Haven't seen them in years, but I've known a couple.
Pretty sure it used to be a fairly common Southern name.
It was. And then there was the craze after Michael Jackson's song, which, by the way, did you know where the Annie, Are You Okay lines came from? I learned a bit of Michael Jackson lore the other day, and I have just the direst urge to share it.
Sure, share. I do not know.
He took a class in CPR, and fun fact, the little dummies are all named Annie, and they're named Annie because of this girl in the 1600s somewhere that was drowned, unfortunately, and died. And one of the doctors thought she was just the epitome of beauty, so he casted her face in a molding and eventually made busts of it to keep around places and sold them for a time. And eventually, when CPR became a thing, they needed something to do for dummies, and they had all of these readily available busts and molds of this girl's face, so they turned them into CPR dummies. And since then, traditionally, they are all named Annie after her.
Little creepy, but also a little interesting.
Right. And since he took a CPR class, and obviously it was a CPR dummy, the whole Annie, Are You Okay thing came from that.
I see. It's very tempting to just go straight into the Shivering Isles immediately, but like I said, I want to do Knights of the Nine first.
It used to be you had to get to a certain point in the story before the Shivering Isles would appear. You had to get to
The
like
Isles
level
might be
40
there,
or
but you might
something.
be rejected by might not be allowed to enter just yet.
But yeah, it was something. But it was really, really an interesting little factoid. Several interesting factoids that all meshed together in a weird way.
There you go.
So Michael Jackson wrote a song about a girl from the 1600s without knowing it. Or maybe he did know it. I don't know.
Okay, Annie.
Svagrim's dead. Svan is fine, but she needs a moment.
A parent's betrayal cuts deeper than a sword. But Svana's strong. Stronger than she's been given
There's one way
credit
to
for.
test.
And Solitude's going to need that strength in the coming days.
Since I'm level 3.
You
know, now that I think about it, I do remember you are correct. There were some that had
the horse physics are different. The animation looks similar, but maybe a little too repeatable.
They changed. Yeah, they changed the way that it works. It's based off of the direction you're pointing rather than which key you press.
So
like
Hydrox, I think you might be on the EU servers. The North American one did its maintenance like a day and a half ago. So maybe if you're on the EU servers, that would explain it, since there's like a gap between here and there date-wise. But
If you told me the tavern rat we met at the
as far as I'm aware, there's
Patrol
no
was a
maintenance
month
scheduled for
short to
today
leave
for
this
ESO.
land, I'd have called you mad.
But I am on
Again,
NA, so maybe that's why.
Come on, there's probably something productive we should be doing.
What did you have in mind, Lyris, my dear?
Find out if everyone in the Hall of the Dead is all right. I'll make sure Castle Dower is secured.
What happened with the horde of the Harrow Fiends?
We did our best to
Let's see
hold
if
the
I
Harrow
can
Fiends
get
inside Castle Dower, but
an encounter
nothing
with
short of
a,
stone walls were going to keep those monsters from
highwayman.
pushing through. Seemed like everyone I killed was replaced by two
Wait,
more.
is that tower?
How did you stop them?
Almost didn't. We were nearly overrun before Fen went wild.
Yes.
I've never seen him like that, snarling and showing what a true vampire can do. Took the Harrow Fiends by surprise and we routed them. I did have to thwack him to clear his head, though.
But yeah, to my knowledge, there is no maintenance going on the NA servers at least. I have no idea about the EU ones. Or console ones for that matter. It might be that they roll out the console updates a day behind. I'm not sure. But, I mean, I'm not even the only player on. You can see there's other player characters walking around still. So, I couldn't tell you. Those are just my best guesses.
Don't you know it's illegal to guess? You have to know facts.
That would require Google, and I don't feel like picking up my phone. Although I do feel like picking up a biscuit from Church's Chicken. Not sponsored, but god damn it, they are delicious.
I haven't had Churches in a hot minute.
Oh my
Not sponsored by Churches, but they are damn good.
I go to war for these biscuits, hun. I would win the Australian Emu War for these biscuits.
Oh, Wolf. Well, I got off my horse expecting a different fight.
You used to be able to mount horses in combat.
You can. There we go. I think once you hit level 5, a couple of the different DLCs open up. Can't quite remember. I should pull up a map of all the way shrines.
Oh, hi, Fire. Sorry, I accidentally had something over stream. I didn't see any of that until now. My bad.
Of course.
Oh, I went outside the town. I didn't even need to. I was so distracted by my biscuit. But yeah, Hydrox, if you're wanting to continue playing and you're on console, I don't know if you can switch the servers. But if you're on PC, you could probably try switching to the NA servers and just have a character on each. That way, when one's under maintenance and the other's not, you'd still be able to play at least. Or the PTS, for that matter.
Good to see you aren't raising bugs with Ismir just yet.
We saw the storm break, but we
There's
heard
consoles
nothing since you
that
departed
have the
from
maintenance light now.
Fair enough. Well, there you go,
I'll
Hydrox.
just
There's
Google
your
it.
there's your answer.
I regret we didn't throw a beret to welcome you back.
6
Now,
a.m.
sure enough, we're 100
EDT
souls.
to
You tell me you
12
backfire
p.m.
of the High King to the
EDT.
sword. But what of Svanna? Is she?
Damn, a 6-hour maintenance. That's long.
To be honest, that's average.
That's good. But a daughter shouldn't have to kill her own father. Svanna has my support, for whatever that's worth. She's going to need all the help she can get in the days to come. Not until we hold a moot to support her claim, and we need more than a single Jarl for that to occur. If Svanna proves herself as the acting Jarl, we might look past her father's failings and make her the queen.
This is something they just kind of didn't really put in Skyrim,
We
was
can
all the
settle the
Aelid
matter
stuff.
of the crown when there's kingdom enough to rule. What remains of the holds are still ravaged by the Harrow storms, and I doubt we've seen the last of the Grey Host, for that matter.
I mean, they made the Alien Wells look more pretty, though. I'll give them that.
Everything, yeah. Oh, hun, you should see some of the parts of Oblivion. Oh, man.
Well, the only parts of Oblivion you get to see are the Deadlands.
I know, you should see some parts of the Deadlands.
Well, actually, that's not true, because you also get to see the Shivering Isles. I don't think you go into any of the other Daedric realms. Maybe.
There's the Painted Realm. I don't know if that's a Daedric realm.
The Painted World isn't a Daedric realm. That's just the magic of a paintbrush. Still cool, though. Although I have to wonder how that's going to look now.
Isn't the paintbrush a Daedric artifact, though?
No, I don't think so. Might have been cursed by a Daedra, but I don't think it was actually a
None
full-on
good,
artifact.
But none bad either. My wife knows better than anyone how to care for our people. I trust she and my Thane to protect and care for Morthal in my absence.
We seem to have survived, thank the gods. I thought for certain we were all about to witness the end of the world.
Oh, speaking of Oblivion.
Let's see how those gates look.
No thanks to Svargrim.
Hello.
Damn his
Oh god, he
guts.
has a jaw.
After you and the princess went off to Blackreach, I gathered whoever we could and made our stand here in the hall.
I think they
of
made his
Dead.
mouth a little too wide.
I'm just glad we don't have to be permanent residents.
Wrong button.
That is a famous encounter, by the way, hon. The Khajiit Highwaymen.
Yes, I'm aware. And then you just steal the money back from him, and
Far
he's just like,
fewer than I feared
I don't
when the
care.
storm began. Thanks to you and the princess. With the storm over and the Grey Host driven from Castle Dower.
Wonder if they added more followers in.
Back into shape.
Because the only follower you could get in that game, aside from quest-specific ones, was the Adoring Fan.
They're here! They're at the gates!
The Grey Host? I thought we were done with them for now.
Not the Grey Host! The Scald King with an army.
God, that looks gorgeous.
What treachery
Doesn't it,
is
though?
this? Through the gates. We'll give the Scald King a proper welcome, one way or another.
Oh yeah, that's the Deadlands. Mehrunes Dagon's Plane of Oblivion. All lava-y and shit. I miss the red haze that was in the air there, though. I feel like they needed to add that back in. That was kind of iconic. You know? Something's attacking you.
It's these bouncing betties.
Oblivion gates look cool as hell, though.
They do.
Hmm.
Stand down, you idiot! We come in peace.
Partner, could really use your knack for diplomacy right now. Speak to the Scald King before we start a war.
Sure save me from fools and prophets. Will no one properly greet a weary traveler?
I know that there's little love between East and West, but now's not the time to be picking a fight.
What are you and Scald King Yoren doing here?
Lyris's report on the rise of Grey Host had my father preparing for the worst. When we hadn't received word for some time, he decided to intercede. Svargrim. It's hard to believe the rumors were true. I didn't know him well, but I can't understand how anyone could throw away everything for the promise of power. What's immortality worth if there's nothing you hold dear? You'd have to ask him. As far as I can tell, the Western holds are in chaos. They could use a king who cares for his fellow Nords, but if the welcome we received here is any indication, Solitude won't see it that way.
I should go ahead and go down the Mage quest, or the Mage's Guild quest line.
Oh god, look at that lava.
I know, like especially looking out over the sea.
There's
Up
not enough.
close, It still looks like Oblivion lava, but like over the sea, the glow and the way it all occludes together.
There's not nearly enough burbling. There needs to be more burbling and large lava bubbles exploding.
Looks good though.
So the rumors
Just wait till
are
you see the
true?
central tower.
Svargrim joined the Grey Host? I knew he had ambitions, but to throw away his humanity like
Also, they
that,
added sprint.
it's inconceivable. Svargrim once told me that he would die before welcoming me to Solitude. I suppose he was right.
I don't know. I kind of liked the olden days where you had to run around and level up your athletics to actually move fast.
You still have to. Like sprinting isn't super fast.
Man, they did make Oblivion pretty though. Much prettier than it was. I still
know
miss
what
the
you're
red
gonna do
haze.
later.
What?
You're gonna find space on your drives to install it.
Maybe eventually.
That's why I sent Lyris here in the first place. I'm not the king of these
I'm gonna get
homes,
some food
though.
then. I might fucking
can't
start
do
playing
anything
Oblivion.
If they refuse my help. Svargrim despised me. He would never accept my aid. But Sivana, here she comes now. Let's see what she has to say.
Oh, there we go.
have no need of help that involves welcoming your soldiers within our walls.
My walls, Jarl.
Seeing it from the ground floor would be
My
better.
father may have been willing to slap aside the helping hand, but I'm not.
But this fucking pillar of fire and lava absolutely looks great.
For holding the
Oh god, look at that laser beam.
I'm ready to do what I should have done a long time
You
ago.
should see it at the very base.
To do
Let me
what
see if
my
I can
father
get
never
down
could.
to the floor without
I'll
down to the
speak
ground
with the
without dying.
Skald King.
Lifeboat boots.
There's one
The
more
fleshy
thing I
heart
want you to do
sacks.
while I entertain our
I remember those.
Yeah.
That the
Disgusting.
bouncing is needless, but it is still an interesting premise.
This is another door to the
We
waste.
saved Solitude,
Where
but
does
our
it lead?
war with the Grey Host is far
Pretty
from
sure I
over.
didn't just come. Yeah, this
We
is
need Fenn's elixir more than ever. With that, and King Yoren's help,
door to tornado.
we might just push
Okay.
these monsters back into their grave for good. Check on Fenn's progress, please. That depends on Fenn. If there's anything standing in his way, let me know, and I'll do everything in my power to get him what he needs. Fenn is with Old Mjolnir at the Mages Guild.
I
When you're
picked the
finished with
Atronach
him,
as
join
my
me in the courtyard of the Blue
first son.
Palace. I'm going to hold a
Ah,
moment
you
of
fool.
remembrance for this city.
Or like the Atronach.
We all need a moment to mourn what we lost.
It does mean that I need to, what's this? Oh, what does that? Right. Oh, hi.
Well, the scamps are just as ugly as they always were. All their ripping and rending.
I'm going to invite the Skald King to join us. If the people of Solitude see him bow his head along with the rest of us, they may not care about the divide between the East and the West.
I do think it's funny that the Oblivion modders pissed off the devs so bad that they wanted to go back and release it before the modders could, because they felt their pride was hurt.
The Sky Oblivions folks were given free keys to the game.
I'm glad for that, but again, it's just trying to be like... It's just how territorial Bethesda got. They got upset that modders were about to completely recreate a game with like a quarter or less the original dev team size and no budget.
This isn't the first time Bethesda's done this, though. They fucked over for the Fallout London team. With
Yeah,
the
they-
next gens.
Yeah, they did that intentionally, though.
That's what I'm saying, is this is not the first time they've done it.
No. And this one I don't necessarily think is them trying to fuck over the team. I think it's more that they were trying to mark their territory, so to speak.
Oh, the team that did this, by the way, in collaboration with Bethesda,
Mhm.
are the folks who are doing the Metal Gear Solid remake.
That's pretty funny.
The Metal Gear Solid 3 remake.
It's not all in the blood.
And
good,
this is
you're
giving
here.
me a lot of hope for that.
We shall see. The lighting effects look gorgeous, but Unreal Engine 5 just is. You know?
Mm-hmm.
I was just discussing a theory.
Gives me a lot more hope for the next gen of games from Unreal Engine 5, though. I mean, I knew it was going to be good,
Bethesda
but
needs
like...
to stop using their own fucking engine. It sucks.
Look, you won't find me disagreeing. But their engine was iconic for a time, and it had its place. I just hope that the creation tools to mod this and other games like it are way easier to use than fucking Nifscope and other piece of shit softwares that we got to mod Skyrim with, because my god, did that fucking suck ass.
Well,
Blade is almost
it
at 40.
is just a theory at this point. There's a lot more testing and experimentation to be done before we can produce a viable antidote.
Essences.
Weeks?
I like how they've
optimistically?
done Oblivion before 6.
I know.
Honestly, I wouldn't be terribly surprised if this was kind of like a warming up to the engine to and also seeing how much people want like a return to RPG rather than action
We know enough
RPG.
about Singolus's refinement processes to replicate his methods.
Forgot about these damn
We
things.
still need a source of netherroot to do so. Tell Svanna that if she can keep us supplied, we can produce enough elixir for all the holds in a matter of weeks. We can ransack
Because I do hope they
Greyhost's
turn back
stockpiles,
more towards
or mount an
RPG than
expedition into
ARPG
Blackreach.
for 6, but
Otherwise,
my
it would
hopes are
take
not high
decades
for
of
that.
work to produce a proper crop. After we get the elixir squared away, we'll turn our attention to curing the Herald. Indeed. As I surmised, the Grey Reliquaries contained the remains of ancient Greyhost warriors. They served as a connection to the souls trapped in Cold Harbor. Using the energy from the Harrowstorms, the souls were pulled into the stone husks. I believe the stone husks are incubators of a sort. The physical forms of the Grey Host are reincorporated within the stone vessels through a mix of Zingolus's alchemy and sorcery and the magic of the Ice Reach witches. When whole, they burst free.
Aesthetics and lighting and all that. It's very pretty.
Yeah. Very hopeful for some of the games that'll be coming out with Unreal Engine 5.
Look at the stained glass.
I never noticed there was stained glass in there before. But it looks really pretty.
It does.
I was hoping you'd return before we began. Tell me you've got good news. I'll feel a lot better delivering a speech about healing and hope, knowing that we're on the road to recovery. What did Fen have to say about the elixir? Not the best news, but I'll take it. So long as we have enough to protect our soldiers, we have a fighting chance against the Grey Host.
Whoops.
I'll go to the Undergrove
Okay.
myself if that's what it takes.
Oh, didn't mean to do that, but hey. You're gonna do your taunt.
Now that would be cause for celebration. If he can really bring back even a fraction of those we lost to the
Come on, let's see
Harrowstorms,
it.
I'm willing to try. That's all I needed to hear. We should begin the ceremony before the crowd grows more restless. Nothing fancy, just a traditional Nord wake.
Oh.
To mourn and
Oh, well.
celebrate those we've lost, and cherish the lives we still have. I'd like you to join us. None of us would be here to sing dirges for the dead or celebrate the living if not for you. I certainly wouldn't be here, ready to lead my hold. You've supported me since I started down this path. I'm honored to have you here at the end. Sons and daughters of Skyrim, we have the honor today of remembering the dead.
Honor to the fallen.
Sons and daughters of Skyrim, our trials were fierce, but we are still here.
We stand and we remain.
Now, we raise our
Back
voices
here.
to tell Sovngarde of the coming of the worthy dead, and to tell the world that the Nords are still here. We are still standing.
The fallen now march home to hallowed halls, to join our ancestors in boundless drink and song and brawls. Let sound the horns, let peal the bells, let loose the ancient hymn. We will remain until time ends, we children of Skyrim.
That was a very Nord song. Wish the lighting in that room was a little better so I could see how the Daedra look. Kind of like how they did.
I like how you're trying
I
to
can't
drag
think of
into
a
the
more
light.
fitting send-off for my father than Nord's
In Oblivion,
death
you could
to
just
them
lift and
sworn
carry
side by
them
side.
things like easily.
Skyrim may be divided, but at least our honored dead are united in Sovngarde.
You're almost in the light.
I don't know. It's not important, not right now. What matters is rallying the people against the enemy, our real enemy. If that means seeking the crown, then I'll
They look
do
pretty
what
good,
needs to be
actually.
What am I doing? I have a torch.
They're somehow less fearsome than they used to be. That's not a bad thing, per se.
I like how you did all that and just remembered. Oh wait, I have a torch.
All right, ready for this part?
Yep.
Oh, the particles.
Hell yeah.
Interesting.
Sovngarde is a place for the honored dead. Svargrim gave up his seat in the Hall of Valor when he made his pact with the Ashen Lord. Wherever he is, I hope he regrets how he got there. Jorin, Redharn, and I need to form a plan to distribute Fenn's elixir and push back
he was stuck
against the
inside the
Grey
rock.
Host. And
There we go. We
acquire
got some of
more
that Oblivion
Netherrealm, it
jank.
seems. There's a lot to be done, but I'm surrounded by good people. I trust we'll get through this together. I can't leave everything to you, you know. Well, I probably could. But even Isgramor took a rest now and again. Let us shoulder the burden for a while. I'm sure I'll need to call on you again soon enough.
Princess Jarl Svanna reminds me more of the Queen every passing moment. We're in good hands, I think. I'll pledge myself to her, if she'll have me. I was fool enough to follow Svargrim as long as I did, so it's more than I deserve. He did, but I was by his side day in and day out. If anyone should have seen what he was becoming and put a stop to it, it was me. I owe a lot to Solitude for my failure. If Svanna allows me to repay it, I'll be glad.
I can't think of a more fitting...
I hadn't had a moment to honor the fallen of Morthal since you came to my doorstep. Kind willing, they made their passage to Sovngarde. When things are settled here, Jarl March has weathered these storms better than Hafingar and Karthal. If we can keep the kingdom from complete collapse, it's worth a few weeks away from my home and hearth.
I found
Glad to be
two
done
Blade
with this.
Shrines. One to
Diplomacy and
Julianos and
investigation
one
aren't
to...
my favorite pastimes. They seem to suit you,
can't
though.
remember what the other one
You
was.
stepped up to the task better than I could have hoped.
I love that they kept the wandering guards patrolling and randomly cutting down odds and ends.
Yep.
What do their shields look like? Do they still carry those giant hubcap shields?
Hubcap iron shields with a big ass spike in the middle.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
I always loved those shields.
I'll be staying so long as Jorin's here, or until I can persuade him to send me after Rada al-Saran. That leech owes a lot of blood to us, and I intend to squeeze it out of him. We have to find him first. Whatever his plans were after sacking Solitude, we haven't uncovered them. With any luck, the Skald King will send me on a raid of the Grey Host, and I can beat some answers out of a few of them. Count on it.
In their own way, the people of Western Skyrim are as strong as the Nords of the East. Even after so much suffering, they still stand against the howling wind. We shall do everything within our power to help them recover. Blood alone does not make one worthy to rule a whole, let alone an entire kingdom. The princess will lead for now, But many questions must be answered before the Jarls crown a new ruler of Solitude. That's what a moot is for.
Oh, god damn it, voice actor. How can you fuck up that bad? He just had a Nord pronounce the J in Jarls.
Jarl.
He said Jarls. How can you let a man fuck that up? And he's supposed to be the goddamn king. It's a small thing, but it fucking matters. Especially because his name is Yoren. And he doesn't call himself Joran. It's an inconsistency in the accent, and it is unfucking forgivable.
All I can do is to offer my aid in good faith. Whether they decide to grab my hand or to slap it away,
Cross the water. I feel like crossing the water.
Despite our differences, I love this land. It's as much Skyrim as my beloved Eastern holds. I would not see it suffer.
Nice. Yes.
Today, no, the time isn't right. As for the future, who can say? Svartgrim was never interested in finding a path to reconciliation.
Yeah, they were like 52 pounds in the old one.
Isn't a father, that much is clear.
Yeah, there's still
so I suppose
39. There we go. Let's put me just barely over.
My heart goes out to these people. We are no strangers to conflict back east, but none of our holds have been ravaged by the kind of devastation brought by the Grey Host. We are fortunate, so I've heard. The princess has come a long way from the girl I met so long ago.
I did level up, so I need to go and see.
And I've changed as well. I'm not quite as obnoxious and close-minded as I was when my father first... If the princess remains in charge of the Western Holds, I think the chances of true reconciliation are good. My father will certainly do everything.
Prince Ernskar has a bit of a crush on Svarna, but that's good. That bridge looks nice. The question of who keeps the pyres lit is a whole other thing, though. Well, I guess those would be braziers, wouldn't they? Ooh, it's a nice little animation. At least they paid attention to the smaller details.
What's that?
Like when you pick the flowers, they don't just vanish from existence entirely. They like have a little animation suggesting that you pulled them up and out.
True.
Or snapped them off, essentially. In the old game, they just vanished. Oh, find me Nirnroot, hun. I need to hear its sweet cursed sing.
The streets of Solitude? What's
No
our
cemetery.
hold coming to?
Me tab over. And unmute it so I can hear it.
Hello there, Andrew.
Ah, yes, the sweet, sweet, cursed song of Nirnroot. I love it.
Give it a try on. Not that direct demo you linked me, but... Oh god, wait.
Yes, the sweet, sweet, cursed sound of wonderful Nirnroot.
Sure, I can't stream, but I'm playing White Knuckle right now.
If you see
wild horses.
around, let me know.
Oh.
I'm guessing they didn't give me streaming permission for a reason.
I'm unsure. I don't think I'm actually the one that controls that in this Discord. Am I? GB?
No. I don't remember any change saying no one can stream here.
I don't know.
Well, it literally says like,
Try
now I
that.
can.
Strange. I will say, though, hun, I do agree with you. They did it really good on the Alien Ruins. I think they could have made the stone a bit paler. Just a little. It's been in that sun for a long time, after all. And it was made of really fine white marble. Or something effectively like it.
Oh, thank you. I was worried that Master Dren had gotten lost when I went to get myself some stew. I guess I just forgot why I set the bottle down. I'll go and get it. Him. As soon as I finish my stew. It's really good stew.
Waterfall looks pretty nice.
It's good. A talking bottle makes me nervous, and it sure made Master Dren crankier than normal. I'll bring it here and keep it safe with his other stuff. Don't worry. Don't suppose you...
Okay, so having finished it, I do think that the Western Skyrim story was good.
Let's head back somewhere where I can sleep, so I can level up. Back to the arena.
I will say, though, I don't think it's possible for me to like a storyline in that game more than I liked the Dark Brotherhood.
Ah, bloody mages and their bloody tricks.
Level 5. Everything you do is just a bit easier, more instinctive, more satisfying. It is as though you had suddenly developed keen senses and instincts. So this is how it works. Choose 3 attributes to increase. And then you have to spend your points accordingly.
Well, luck is still probably the most broken of the stats that you definitely want to have. Whenever possible. It was always just busted as hell in Oblivion.
Yep, can only increase it by 1s, though.
Is that you, doughty assistant? Oh, thank feck. You have the incantation, yes? Read it quickly. You'll be surprised to hear that life as a bottle does not suit me. How should I know? I'm a historian, not a hedge wizard. Just use your best judgment. I have near total faith in you.
Yep. Make myself a little tankier and a little more likable. Now that I'm level 5...
Yes, yes, that's it. I can feel the illusion's grip loosening. Keep going. Read the other lines.
Let's see here.
Ow! No. That's not it. Honest. Hello?
Let me go ahead and pull up a map of
I'm a
the shrine
historian.
locations.
Yes, that's it. Yes, I think that's right. I can feel the glass cracking around me. Keep going. Speak the final line. That's it. The glass is fading away. I'm... Oh.
Oh, finally! Let's see. Legs, arms...
Oh, it may have been... It was Zenithar.
Yes!
Okay.
Looks like
So I found
everything's
one
as it should
to...
be. What a relief.
Julianos
A
and
pleasure to meet
Zenithar,
you in
if
the
I remember
flesh.
right.
As I said before, I am
let's head to-
Narcissus Dren. You
No,
are...
it may have been... It
whoever you
must
are.
have been.
Charmed. Now to business. We need to find Melmoth's Mysterium.
Let's head back to
First, we
Kalash.
need his journal. The librarian refused to share it with me. Ridiculous.
just gonna go ahead and hit all these for the hell of it.
Oh, the usual inanities of
Let's start the
frumpy
Knights of the
book
Nine.
hoarders. I might have torn one of the pages. Honestly, you'd barely notice. But you know how librarians are. Spill a drink, or talk too loudly, or rip a few pages, and wham!
How dare you
They
start
cast you
that.
out on your ear. Ugh. A prickly Argonian named Dean Velaz. She works in the Mages Guild Library in Solitude. I might have said a few indecorous things about her beady little eyes. My fault. But people who stand in the way of discovery really get my dander up. Yes, of course. Narcissus Dren is always true to his word. If you assist me in following the clues laid out in Maelmoth's journal, I will gladly share the wonders of his mysterium with you.
Here's a dumb question for you, Trey.
What's
How
that?
do I do the custom start for
Master Dren,
stats?
I'm terribly sorry.
That
Just
will
thought you were
happen.
hollering so loud, maybe I should let you cool down a bit. And I
Okay,
didn't
so
have
you'll be able
quite
to
for the
pick your
gamekeeper.
custom
You,
class a little bit basically once you
I
finish
most
the
certainly do
tutorial.
not. Gather my effects.
Before you get into the
Like
tours.
deranged indigents out here.
Fair enough.
Alright, so that's Zenithar, Akatosh. We can head to Anvil for Mara.
Anvil
God,
is
you move
such
so
an iconic
fast.
city.
What's that? Both of you? What did you both say?
After spending time
I said, honestly, Anvil is such an iconic city in that game.
And I move so fast. I'm not used to actually enhanced movement speed. Why is C magic? The
That's what it was originally.
Welcome to the Mages Guild Library.
They kept the
Please
controls
handle our
the
books
same.
and scrolls
It's
with the care they deserve. I
interesting,
already
and
cast
for
out a
me, who
careless
is used to
dark
it,
elf.
nice. But it is also
I
outdated.
pray that I will not have to ask anyone else
You
to
also
leave
don't wield
today.
magic in your hands. It is just tied
Oh,
to
look!
the C button.
They
So you
still
can
have the
a shield,
Doomstones.
sword, and use your magic.
The Doomstones are still in.
Yes, they are.
Oh, and now how do I sheave?
F.
That's a weird bun.
You know, hun, being a furry makes that such an odd sentence.
A little bit, yes. And they still give you their armor. So I have a Daedric helmet on now.
Nice.
And the bow.
I remember there was something to do with the gray cowl of Nocturnal and those Doomstones.
I do not remember. It's been a very long time since I messed with any of this.
But yeah, they're very strange things.
Do you work with that strutting guard Narcissus Dren? The famed scholar? Scholar my shedding tail
Probably it's not going to
skills.
let me unequip it for
He
a little
tore
while.
a page in a valuable book, and I suspect he stole one of
Okay, let's make sure I
Maelmoth's
hit
scrolls.
Mara. Good.
What reason could I possibly have to help you?
Oh, there we go. That's how you...
I knew it. Wise of him to send an associate like you to
Next,
offer an
RK
olive
is
branch.
just to the north.
Cowardly, but wise.
Like right about there.
Scoundrels like Narcissus always try to buy
Real the
their way
screen's
out
being-
of problems. Then again,
There we go.
a repair like this is costly. Very well. It's there on the table.
The Aurora.
Tell that scaleless idiot that if I find out he stole a scroll, he will be sorry.
Very pretty.
The journal is just there on the table. I should warn you, Maelmoth was mad as a sack of weasels. Whatever you intend to do with the text, I doubt it will be worth the effort.
Back in a moment.
Okay.
Bring the class in. The Shrine to Arcade should be up here somewhere.
Ah, assistant. It's about time. So, any luck with that cold-blooded librarian? Excellent! I must admit, I had my doubts, but you're turning out to be a model employee. Assistant. Partner? Whatever. Now, if you just hand it over, I can try to untangle Maelmoth's riddles and set us on the right path. She would. This text reveals Maelmoth's mysterium, his trove to arcane trinkets and treasures. Now, just give me a moment to, Yes, I have it. This clearly refers to a meditation grotto near Kilcreath, one of Shalador's old haunts. Well, to be frank, this seems too good to be true. A single riddle leading to our prize? Too easy. Then again, things often come easy to an adventurer of my caliber. I have some business to conclude here. I'll meet you at Kilcreath once I'm finished. How would I not? Ancient mysteries are Narcisstren stuck in trade. No arcane relic or lost antiquity evades my gaze for long. Surely you've read some of my books.
The marker, I think.
They're bestsellers, assistant. I can get you some at a very reasonable price. Well, advanced scholarship always involves a bit of give and take. For example, an elderly mage I met in Riften made a modest contribution.
But yes, and they know I'm so crazy for these biscuits, they got me an extra 6.
Nice.
He was, for a time, struck me as something of an obsession.
For which I am dreadfully grateful.
50 years he's been at this Maelmoth business. 50 years! Oh, can you imagine?
Good.
That might be a reasonable period of study for an elf, but for a Nord,
we definitely have Mara,
it's
Akatosh,
untenable.
Arcane, Zenithar. We need Kynareth and Typer Septum.
Of course I did. What kind of Mur would I be if I let that doddering fossil waste his scant remaining years chasing riddles like this? I may be ambitious, but I am never cruel. I took his notes as a personal and professional courtesy. Yes, of course, all the credit he deserves. I'm generous with my praise.
As much as Skingrad felt kind of like a nothing city to me, like upon reflection, it's probably the most actually like a medieval city. Vineyards outside, a nice actual castle and keep.
Mine's a bit blah on White Knuckles, so instead I'm going to be streaming some Drive Beyond instead of blah.
Fair.
Watching some shitty stream all time.
Up to you, man.
But yeah, just as well, I'm giving it White Knuckle like try on a demo before I even consider buying it.
Fair.
I mean, if you like platforming or exploration games and all that, then White Knuckle might be a good game, but if you're not into that genre, why buy it?
Damn, they made those horses jacked, though. You can see the ripple of the muscles.
Yep.
Not 1 ounce of
At
fat
least we
on
give
that horse.
horses their due love here.
They did in Oblivion, too. They were really, really good about animating the horses. The way the horses interacted with the environment was not great. But the animations, they actually spent several weeks, or at least several days, on a horse farm actually looking at real horses and modeling things after them. It was really cool. A lot went into the making of Oblivion. A lot more effort than went into Skyrim, at least.
Well, to be fair, once they'd done that, their senior staff still had all those experiences to work from.
Well, that's the thing. A good amount of their senior staff left after Oblivion. Some of them opened up other studios. Some of them retired. Some are still there. But Bethesda was never very good at employee retention, if I'm being honest.
I could do Kenara next. Go to
Okay.
Ow.
That's sad.
Wow. Stretching.
We are crossing the almost the 9-hour mark for stream, so I think I'm going to find somebody to raid out to in a few moments here.
There we go.
But I want to at least get my daily writs done. So I'm going to go do that, and then buy all my mount speeds, and then I'll find someone to raid. Probably another ESO player.
I read about this place in a book from my time. It is quite different from what I recall. Perhaps I misremember. Pay me no mind.
All of them. I think I need Dibella. I think Dibella and Stendar.
Ah, Dibella, the goddess of beauty and
There's
femininity.
one by Leowin. Let's head down to Leowin. They changed how some of the birth signs work.
That's not shocking. Some of them were basically useless.
Yep. So, like, for example, for the Lord. Which I think... I can't remember exactly what the Lord was originally, but what it is now is 15% magic resistance and 15 base armor.
That's it?
Compared to what it used to be, which I think was Troll's Blood, which meant you took 30% extra fire damage.
It was 50%, I think.
It may have been 50, and then...
It gave you the Trollkin curse.
Yeah,
but it also made you stronger, I think.
May have, but I can't quite remember.
I guess anger.
But the 15% shield can stack, obviously, so you're already halfway to breaking the game just with that.
I would say that my favorite one, I would say, though, was probably always the tower. I always liked having the lockpicking spell. For those frustrating moments where you just need to open that damn door right now.
The tower is nice. I picked the Atronach.
Especially because early game, you couldn't pick locks till you were skilled enough to actually pick that lock. It wouldn't even let you try. So it was very frustrating to get through locked areas.
So I need to head north.
That's one thing I liked as an improvement in Skyrim, was that you were able to actually, like, do things properly. You could just do it.
Was that Mike the Liar? Can't remember.
Yes, he's always outside of Anvil. Or at least used to be. Unless they've had to move around in this.
Ow, I just deafened myself.
Unless they had him move around in this, he always used to be outside of Anvil.
I'm outside of Leowin right now, so...
Then it's unlikely to be him, unless they gave him the ability to move about the cabin, so to speak. But he didn't used to. He was quite a homebody, if you will.
Well, Leonin definitely feels like a fucking swamp now.
I mean, yeah. As it should. I mean, the entirety of Cyrodiil, at least according to the pocket guides to the Empire from the older games, was actually supposed to be a complete jungle. Like a tropical, like Amazonian type jungle. But the creative director at the time went and watched Lord of the Rings right before they built the game and was like, no, we're making it this way now. Because he was inspired by Lord of the Rings and wanted it to look that way, so they retconned how it's supposed to look. But it was supposed to be jungles and, like, swamp. But he was inspired by things like the Shire and was like, no, this is how we're doing this now.
First impressions is I'm peeved that there's no inventory system. Inventory system alone would have made it a lot better.
Stendarr. And now if I had to like exactly due east, I should hit Dibella. Yep. Don't hit my fucking horse, asshole.
The horse isn't getting involved in combat? That's unusual. They used to at least try and attack.
There's another one. Blackwood.
But yeah, the bandits being kind of everywhere is kind of a key feature, I remember. Those bastards were all over those roads, despite the Imperials' best efforts to the contrary. I mean, I don't really know what else they could have done aside from, like, posting guards every 20 feet. At least it certainly seemed they tried.
Alright, this is a straight section of road. Okay, so it should be directly east now. The Drunken Dragon Inn. Ta-ta.
Man, the swamp trees look really pretty.
They do. Performance is definitely suffering a little bit out here, though.
I can tell. The fact
Do
that
you
you're
have your
streaming
game
it also
uncapped?
probably doesn't.
I have it on max, yes.
No,
No,
I'm
no.
meaning uncapped.
The frame rate.
Flame Blade.
Cap? Yes.
That's probably
Try
why.
capping it.
That might help.
Your monitor really can only produce so much anyway.
I have mine set to 120, so I have extra space left over later on to help with the zones that need it.
I will stay
So I
close
don't
to
drop
you,
too
Khalid.
quick, too
I
much
do not
flames.
wish to lose my way.
Ah, there it is. It seems like it mostly starts to drop whenever it's raining. I've noticed that in multiple sections. Okay, let's head to a chapel. The Chapel of Anvil should be good enough. And in here, performance is smooth as can be. Take those.
But yeah, gameplay is awkward already, so and what could be awkward is fun mana. Demo
Oh, that's
gameplay ain't
right.
impressed me by yard slide.
I remember now. There was a slaughter that occurred in the one chapel. That's
Part of the
nostalgia.
part of the
What were
Knights
you
of the
playing
Nine.
anyway?
Songs of
What's that, GB?
I was asking Andrew what he was.
What he's playing. What you playing, Andrew?
In fact, Drive Beyond Horizons game, which is, well,
Hear now the lesson of the divine body.
I think he said it was Drive Horizon.
Yeah.
yeah. And my first impression is that gameplay feels a bit shit.
To be honest,
But
I
it's the-
enjoyed it.
Yeah.
My only issue with the game was the demo seemed very, very empty.
Right, so I can't test.
I get what you mean.
That chapel.
Fivefold venerations, my friend. You've come to...
I know I've been spoiled by Dark Souls. I wish you can two-hand weapons for a different animation style.
I mean, at one point,
Maybe
I think
it's
that
just-
was the thing, wasn't it?
Cause this katana I found off a guard that got murdered by assassins. I would love to two-hand this.
Nah, that would be the Daikatana.
That would probably be Renault's Akaviri katana, I'm guessing.
Yes.
Yeah, that's the one that you picked up. Yeah.
Don't forget to pick up Glenroy's as well.
I haven't gotten there yet.
Just saying. We don't leave a bro behind.
Alright, Chapel to RK. This is a good opportunity to test. So, Kinara. Mara. Zenithar. Talos. Tindar. Dibella. RK. Akatosh. Alright, so I haven't gotten Akatosh.
Much better.
Now,
Ah.
do these overwrite one another? I thought they originally did. They do not overwrite one another anymore.
Seven shadows. What a find!
So I need Akatosh. That's pretty easy. There's a fuckload of Akatosh way shrines. There's literally one on the south side of Cheydinhal. Oh wait, no, you can buy a house in this game. It's part of the quest, but you can.
I thought there were several, in fact, you could get.
There might be.
Not to mention, in the old game, there were several DLC ones as well. There was the Keep, the Wizard Tower, and I would hope they included all of that, including the horse armor.
I think I saw, yes, the horse armor's in the game.
Okay,
think
if they
I
included
saw the
that,
Wizard
then
Tower, but I haven't gotten the notes saying that I've been given it yet.
yeah, you had to reach a certain level to get them in the old game too, because they required there was quests associated with them that required some decent gear. That was not always easy to get in early game.
Yeah, those born under the Son of the Lord are more resistant to physical and magic damage.
Alright, now to switch characters and make sure I buy the mount speed on all of them.
Damn it, I am fucking over encumbered again. Why is there so much loot here?
Oh yeah.
I can't take it all.
Nope. Ah, rejoice, you've completed the pilgrimage of the 9 Way Shrine to gain the new power of Pilgrim's Grace. Hooray!
Alright, I'll drop 5 lat meat. Nope, I need to drop...
If you're in the...
Need to drop some more lat meat. Well, I'll just drop it all.
It's just rat meat. It's not like you can't get thousands more.
Alright, it's a power, which is going to be one of these. There it is, Pilgrim's Grace. It can only be used once a day, and for, what is that, 5 minutes? It fortifies all of your attributes by 10 points.
Which is pretty beefy.
It is. Elemental Light Streak. Alright. God damn it, headset, you're not allowed to die yet. Right, now I can head back to Anvil.
At least yours lets you use it while it charges, doesn't it?
Yes, it does.
Mine don't.
Just a little bit of an annoyance. It's a nice little headset, though. Little Turtle Beach. Once I fixed the mic, 100% worthwhile. Yo.
I'm just glad I thought of the JB weld. Shit works great. At least until some stupid TikTok trend makes people eat it or some shit. Oh god, their mouth movements are awful.
Oblivion faces.
They reworked a bit how the mouth movement works. For some folks, it looks perfectly fine.
That dude, it looks awful on.
Nick's iconic, though.
It always looked fine in the original to me.
Well, it didn't look particularly fine for the beast races. You know, it looks alright for everyone.
Except that dude. It looks like something out of a horror game.
I'm assuming I have to pick one of the birth signs. I guess I'll go with Thief.
The Thief is, okay. It's different than it was in Skyrim, mind you.
Agility, luck, and speed. I am a dex user. This makes sense for me.
Oh, I guess they changed that one too then. I remember that one being a lot different than that.
My turn.
Ho 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 ho. You gotta love the random anxiety attacks, bro.
Sorry, hon.
Woo! At this point, it's mostly just a brief wake up and then I'm fine again. I've sadly gotten extremely used to them.
Exhaustion spells.
More like just sudden adrenaline dumping into your body in every possible way. So you go from like 0 to holy shit, I need to move right now, and then you're fine again after 10 seconds or less. It's wild. It sucks, but it's wild.
In my case, I'm used to the persistent yawn spirals. Just a yawn.
They are exhausting sometimes, though.
To be fair, part of that is probably not helped by how emotional I can get easy.
Can be.
Often for the most stupidest of things.
Mm-hmm.
No, I just feel like a bit of mind-numbing number factoring for a bit.
Bergamo. Bergamo and lavender, you can make a nice tea out of that.
Let's give Mutant on a try.
Oh, don't tell me I have to do them. Okay, good. Okay, I only had to visit one way shrine to advance those. That's nice. Below Pelennor White Strike.
Oh, they kept it floating above the... I like that.
Oh, there's that tower.
And I may as well try again.
Yeah, it's in one of the northern mountains. Northeast somewhere.
Not having a good of luck with newbie right now. Blah, I accidentally clicked off. Well, just treat it as a sign I'm not meant for newbie right now. Pelineo. Is that Pelineo?
Yes, it is.
The same Pelineo that got that epic opera over.
What's sad is they didn't have you drop over the Imperial City like you're falling all of a sudden.
That doesn't happen until you fight Umaril.
What?
That doesn't happen until you finish fighting Umaril, the last boss of the 9.
No,
this
in the
DLC.
old Oblivion, every time you spoke with one of those people that happens in the skybox above the city, it would end with you falling. You
I'm
wouldn't
pretty sure it
die,
did for the first time you talked to Pelineo.
but it also did the same thing for Tiber Septim as well.
That's a little different.
But every time you
okay.
talked in that skybox, it always ended with you falling.
Where's the shrine? Oh, that's right, it's underwater. Start of our lead. Probably be the fastest way. The good news is, I'm Argonian. I can breathe in water. Could you imagine if Argonians bred a type of horse that might be slower, but could swim and breathe underwater, and they just invade via all the causeways and whatnot?
I mean, they kind of do have that, though.
Wait, I'm gonna switch area for a bit later.
Yep.
Catch you later.
But they are also very good at boats. Mostly they use smaller boats to navigate the swamps, but they are very good at boats. So while they do have mounts that can swim and possibly breathe water, they don't really have need to use them. Funny enough.
Yeah, but imagine how cool it would be.
Keep those knees up and breathe.
It would have its moments.
I'm not arguing for practicality. This is purely rule of cool. Von Duval.
I mean, pretty much at the end of the day, the only reason the Argonians don't invade is because they don't like seeing nature destroyed needlessly. That's pretty much it.
Alas, poor Yorick. I knew him. Well, what on earth did I just pick up? Ah, a skull. Oh, I'm up to 24. I'm almost a journeyman. Or not, apprentice.
Okay,
Ow.
custom class.
Now here's the fun part.
what-
What did Boris guess both of you were?
Oh, he said I was, acrobat.
Barbarian.
I'd say that yours is accurate, GP.
Bar, 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 bar. It is very funny that that's legitimately why they're called barbarians, is because the Greeks thought that their language sounded like they were just saying bar over and over. Arg, barg, 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 barg. Man. It feels good to be playing Oblivion again.
Nothing has stopped you playing it before.
Except the fact that it was Oblivion and it's only gotten more unstable over time. Spoken Stones. This feels good. Original Oblivion doesn't feel this good. Trust me, I played the fuck out of it. Before Skyrim, it was my go-to RPG. And then, well, actually, that's not true. Before the Elder Scrolls, wow, fucking hell. Before Fallout New Vegas, Jesus Christ. It was my go-to RPG. And then New Vegas came along and became my go-to RPG. Oh, right. Can I? No, not quite.
You bastard! I want you to keep those swords.
Unfortunately, no.
Bastard.
It's a shame because they're like some of the best swords you. Yeah, I made it. Sequence break, baby. Helmet of the Crusader.
I understand why I'm not allowed to keep them, but I want to keep them.
Sir Amiel.
Guess I'm gonna have to join the Blaze to get one of those katanas.
There's other places to get them, but yes, probably. Okay, and thank you all for coming out. It has been marvelous having you. And remember, as always, chat, don't forget to love each other, because sometimes each other's all you got. Peace. I'm out.
Amiel.